Miro. First four letters of my last name, Miro. So artemart.com and arte_Miro. That's two best ways to find me.
Okay, that's great. So thank you very much, Artem, and thank you for listening. Subscribe to the Writers of the Future podcast wherever you get your podcasts. We've also been syndicated on the United Public Radio Network, where you can find these podcasts as well. Writers of the Future series can be purchased wherever books are sold in the US, Canada, the UK, Australia, and South Africa, and available everywhere via Amazon.com. We are especially appreciative of our sponsor, Carnation, for supporting this podcast. Carnation has been making delicious milk products for over a century and is still going strong. Writers and Illustrators of the Future are contests created by L. Ron Hubbard to provide a means for the aspiring writer and artist to be seen and acknowledged. It is free to enter and open to amateur short story writers and artists of science fiction or fantasy. Again, thank you very much, Artem.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure and honor. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Great.
Okay, what's been going on here now? See, we got other weirdnesses going on. What the hell? Sorry, guys, for whoever couldn't hear, who could hear, who could not hear. I don't know what's going on. We got lights flickering, things flickering. I'm going to have to go and edit this now. Damn, I have to go edit 20 minutes out of this poor thing. I know y'all missed all kind of good stuff. Whoever didn't get to hear us missed all kind of good stuff. I don't know. I still see it flicking, but I can hear the sound in my ears, so I know it's. I don't know what the hell it's going on. And thanks for saying that, Electra. I was kind of like, what the hell? Because usually I get more responses. So the only people who could hear me was the ones on Facebook. Well, that bites, man. Anyway, a lot of stuff going on. Well, we went through some really good stuff in the beginning of the show. What I'll do is I thought 2 of the Facebook pages were responding, so they must have heard me for some reason, and everybody else wasn't. I'm not sure what was going on there, but we'll take a look at it. But in the news, like today, Japanese are building a more powerful military, citing Chinese as their number one menace. Now, remember, if a third treaty, these guys ain't supposed to have a military. Are we going to trust them to have a powerful military again? And we give them all kind of stuff. Are we really going to trust them to do this? I mean, I know they hate China. They always have hated China, but I mean, maybe China can offer them something we can't. And they say, oh, you know what? Oh, them dumb Americans armed us up like a son of a bitch. I don't know. It scares me. Well, I doubt I'll be around to see it, but you know. Oh, you're talking. You know, wait, where did I see that at? Hold on, let me think. I did see something about ID voting laws. I think it was in North Carolina. Something about the Supreme Court turned down the first way they did it. They had to do it a different way. I think that's where it says. Well, look, I got to be honest. I don't think anybody should be able to vote without showing an ID. See, I'm kind of anti-mail-in ballots. I feel like, voting is like a sacred duty. And if you can't get your lazy ass up and get in your car and drive down to a voting poll, then you shouldn't be allowed to vote. All these mail-in votings, it's just too easy of a way to cheat. It's just too easy of a way to cheat. Only people that should be allowed to mail-in vote is the military that's abroad. If they're here, they're forced to vote anyway, so it doesn't matter. A handicap, and people just can't get out to vote. And even they should have to show an ID. Should be taking a picture or put it on the paper or copied it or something. They should have a place on the card where you put your driver's license information. Because anything that is cheating. Oh, you're not going to ever convince me that mail-in votes don't cheat. It's just too easy. It's just way too easy to cheat on it. What do you mean? I mean, okay. You're never going to be able to watch all the ballot boxes coming and going. Okay, you don't know. Somebody could have picked up one, put 500,000 in 2 or 3 of them and shipped them off. Somebody else picks them up and brings them in and they count them. Well, here's one for you. So Trump had the largest black vote of any Republican in the history of their party. It was like 30%. He also had the largest Hispanic, which was about 40%. Joe Biden, on the other hand, had one of the lowest turnouts of blacks and Hispanics in the Democratic Party. So that means that 5 million extra votes he got. And remember this, Trump also set a record in the Republican Party for the most votes ever for a president. But Biden's still beating by 4.5 million votes. Well, that's not a lot of votes when you spread it out over 50 states. Now, what is that, about 50,000 a vote of state? That's not really hard to stuff a ballot box with. It's just, I mean, there was issues in like 6 states. 3 states, they did prove that there was cheating done. I don't think it was any real consequence. Well, there's a couple of times like New York. So this lady voted in Pennsylvania, and she voted in New York, and she voted in New Jersey. And she voted in each state about 3 times. So that's 10 votes, 9 votes. Don't ask me, man. She went on TV and talked about it. And she proved how she did it. So they couldn't even argue with her. So I was kind of like, what the? But, now if there's 100 of y'all doing that, that's 10,000 votes. That's enough to change an election. 9,000 votes. So, I mean, a local election. But if you've got that going across the whole entire country, that's a lot of votes. That's a couple 100,000 votes. That's way enough, even a couple million if you do it right. That's way enough to sway an election. And that's not if they just are not outright stuffing them, like they said they did in Pennsylvania for 2020. But the only thing that irritated me about 2020 was it was supposable at this one of the bigger polling stations, It was supposable some kind of water catastrophe, and everybody had to leave. Come to find out, it was a toilet that overflowed. And there was at least 3 videos of people carrying in ballot boxes when the Republicans weren't there, and the Independents weren't there either. It was just Democrats. So you know those were illegal ballots. You know it was. But we're not going to start a big investigation because they don't have the power. They can now, but why wait? I mean, why do it now? And if it's true that the FBI actually interfered in this election, this is not even a real election, because a lot of people, I was watching a Twitter poll the other day, and about 25,000 people said they would have voted differently if they would have known about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And that's just in that one area. Do that across the whole country. Yeah, he'd have probably won that election. What do you mean? No, I don't really care. I mean, I liked Trump's economic. There's 2 things I liked about Trump. He kept our economy stable, and Kim Jong-un would have never launched any kind of missile while he was president, and Putin would have never invaded. No, he would have never invaded. He would have never invaded Ukraine. He said it himself. He was asked on Pravda. They asked him. He said, "No, if Mr. Trump was here, he would have probably wanted to start a full-out war over this." That's his words, not mine. So don't ask me, people. He looked like he might actually, and then Xi Jinping was scared of him. Y'all forget what went on. Okay, this is not the first president to do this, by the way. So Trump was, and he told Kim Jong-un, if you don't watch it, I will just blow you off the face of the planet. So he's having dinner with Xi Jinping when he unleashed that submarine, what was it, 98 cruise missiles? While he was having dinner with Xi Jinping, he launched 98 cruise missiles into Libya like it was nothing. And it wasn't nothing. After that, the sub sailed home to go get more missiles, but it's not the first time we've done that. And a couple of times, there's been presidents, mainly Republican presidents, that have put 4 subs or 3 subs around China, nuclear subs, and have them all pop up at the same time. China had no idea they were there. They just recently did that again. Trump did with 3 of them. Yeah, they just surfaced just long enough for the Chinese to see them, and then they went underwater and left. Plenty close enough to destroy their entire country without any effort at all. So those kind of things scared people, Xi Jinping's like, Jesus Christ, this dude's going to blow us off the face of the planet. I'm going to be living underground for 100 years. That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, he made our allies pay us money back that they were supposed to pay us, which was what pissed them off. And he made our enemies stay at bay. But Joe Biden is a weak president. I mean, I don't think these guys are scared of him. Obviously, Trump Trump. I'm sorry. Obviously, Putin and Kim Jong are not scared of him. I mean, they're on a rampage. Next thing you know, Taiwan will be trying to invade. Taiwan's going to invade Russia. I mean, China. China's going to invade Taiwan. Sorry, guys, my brain's fried. No, I would like to see Taiwan. Yeah. Hey, look, let's see what the Ukraine's doing to Russia. I don't really know if Russia's really put all of its elite troops out and all of its tanks, and because we know they have stuff stacked on borders all over the place. They got troops all over. I know we got down there in Georgia and other places along the coast, along the Poland coast. I mean, the Poland border. They have troops and tanks. I mean, they're obviously not putting their whole force. Because I would think if Russia put its whole entire military after Ukraine, it should be a short cake. Look, Vietnam taught America a lesson. Come Desert Storm, Norman said, okay, we're going to bomb them into the Stone Age, and then we're going to send our troops in. And that's exactly what we did. We took out all their air-to-air, all their frac, everything, and then we rolled our tanks in. It was so funny in some places because you'd see whole tank brigades getting out of their tanks. We surrender with a white flag and stuff because they knew what was going to happen because America was just rolling through. That was Russian state-of-the-art tanks. They were just rolling through like they were nothing. Them Averys are just badass. Well, presidents like that get more respect. Now, in that case, it was Storm. It was Darth Cheney who was really running things. I mean, Bush was there. Bush was doing his job, but I think Dick was the one saying, "Hey, look, we're going to do it this way and that way and this way." He was actually listening to his generals. And in less than 6 months, we done took Iraq, which has a way bigger military than the Ukraine does, by the way. Yeah, way bigger. Remember at the time they had 1.5 million standing man army. That's big. That's big for any country. And yet we just rolled through it like it was nothing. We took their jets out. It was so bad with their jets, they ran over to Iran, their hated enemy. Please hide us, please hide us. That's just like, you got to be kidding me. Well, that's when I first fell in love with CNN. I hate CNN now, but that's when I fell in love with them. Them boys were brave. They were up there on them balconies hanging over, getting shots, shit blowing up around them. I had to give them credit for that. And then they were reporting real news. Now CNN, NBC are just propaganda. They're like Pravda. Yeah, you might as well call them the communist side in the United States because they're just like Pravda. They put a lot of bullshit on, worthless crap. I don't know. Elon's a tough thing. You know, I really like Elon. I really do. And there's something about, he just scares me a little bit. That's all. He's a little strange. And he's not really taking any bullshit off anybody, which we haven't had a president. I mean, somebody in our country like that. No, he can't be president. No. He's from South Africa. He's the wealthiest African in the world. Yes. Wealthiest African American in the world. Yes. Oh, I don't know. Some NAACP group freaked out because when they said that, and the guy said, well, he is from Africa, and he is the richest, and he is American now, so he is the richest American African anywhere, and he was African American. Yes, you know, because for a long time that was coined just a black thing, but now it's just a person thing. Yeah, because it's our country. Our country's the Stone Age still. I heard Biden threatening Congress yesterday, telling he'd bring him back to the dark ages if they didn't do what he wants. That's really not going to get the GOP to help him out. Mars, I don't know. He's building all this space stuff. I think that's why he's building. He wants to go to Mars. NASA wants to go to Mars. NASA said we'll be on Mars by 2030. Of course, they said we'd be on Mars by 2014. That's when it's supposed to be closest. And I see we didn't even get close. Eli's going. Whether NASA goes or not, Elon's going. I don't think Eli's going to go in a little way. I think he's going to send a lot of ships and a lot of equipment and everything he can. He's going to get people around the world to back him, different companies, people that want to go, people want to get involved in the technology. And he's going to Mars. He said he wants to die on Mars. Mm-hmm. He wants the stylish, I call it Muskville. I have no idea. But he said he wants to show the world how a true government should treat its people and what kind of freedoms the people should have. You know, he kind of reminds me of the guy from 007 and Moonraker. Oh, no, I'll kill you right now, man. Well, I know he's got an ego, and I know he gets mad when people picks on him. Yeah, so, you know, whether or not that's going to show out on how he decides to conduct his government is yet to be seen. Dan Benongo announces end of national radio show. Well, good for you. I didn't know who you were. Obviously, we didn't know that. I don't really know. Okay, Putin's doing what we did in Vietnam. He just won't commit. And we didn't commit in Vietnam. We got our asses handed to us on a daily basis. And he's not committing, and he's getting his ass handed to him on a daily basis. I wish. Well, look, I don't want to see him invade the Ukraine either, but this needs to come to an end one way or another. Who sent me that? California county considers succession to become a new state. What county was it? When you're going to send me stuff like you got to send me counties and you know who they are and what's going on. I don't know if they can do that or not. I know states can't legally secede from the union, so you can't do that. But I don't know if a state could be broke up. California's a big state. You could make three other states out of it. And I hate to say, 2 of them other states wouldn't vote blue; they would vote red. Yeah, I know. Oh, it's San Bernardino County. Oh, well, we'll just have to wait and see. Mm-hmm. Well, we'll keep an eye on the story. Yeah, we will. It's a goofy story, but we'll keep an eye on it. Well, that's Microsoft News. Let's see what NBC News has to say. Desperate migrants are met with cold, no room at shelters after crossing the border. Oh shit! Because you know how many people are down there, Mr. Biden don't want to go look at the border. Where is our border resort, Kamala? I mean, look at this place. This is ridiculous. I'll have to share this in a minute. So you know, Musk banned. He banned. I don't know. Was it 9 or 10, 11, 12? I don't know. He banned a few reporters. They're pissed. They're not journalists. Don't call them journalists because they're not doing true journalism. They're doing reporting. They're not doing real journalism. Real journalism is getting the facts and digging down and getting more facts. I haven't seen real journalism in a while. I'd like to, but I haven't seen it in a while. You're not going to convince me anybody that's on Twitter is a real journalist. No, I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. Elon's pissed. He don't like people knowing where he's at. He don't like people following him around. But he should have known, you know, anybody can get Airport Monitor or any of those programs that shows you arrival times. It shows you private jets. It gives you the numbers of the jets. It won't tell you who the people are, but you can figure that out on your own pretty easy. So it's all public information. Well, he's flying a private jet. He should be able to register private. Nobody should know where it is. There's a lot of people criticizing him for doing it. He's only doing it for 7 days, but still. Where are they going to go? Facebook? TikTok? They'd be trading, we'll call them traders then, be living up in the Chinese. Really, guys, it's just kind of funny to me. I know for all my friends up north, especially in Buffalo and higher parts of New York, be careful. All my friends in Canada, you know, I know y'all are getting y'all's asses hammered. And well, that storm just passed through here. It's really weird. When it comes through Mississippi and Louisiana, it's kind of narrow. It starts to widen out about mid-Mississippi. When it gets up above the two states, it's pretty wide. By the time it gets up to you, it's like a third of the country. And all that water's coming out of the Gulf. That's where it's coming from. It's just a funnel from the Gulf. Right now, I think it's 84 degrees, so any cold. That's why we had bad weather in the first place, because the water's so warm versus the cold air. What? Capitol riot defendant planned to kill FBI agents who investigated him. Unsealed filings alleged, or whatever. There is you can't find anything on Trump or anybody else. Nobody was trying to do it. I mean, I've seen all of Trump's tweets from both on Facebook and on Twitter. There's nothing. Every time you read it, it says, do it peacefully and then go home peacefully. He said it over and over. He said it on air. He said it on the radio. And you know how you know I'm right? Because if the Democrats had even one iota where he said, y'all go out and riot and we're going to take over the country, that would be all over the news. Oh, it'd be everywhere. Why do you think they're going after his tax returns? Yeah, because they can't find anything on it. That's the problem. And you can't, somebody said, oh, well, he got mad at that FBI. I said, what do you think? He's the first president to lose his temper when he lost? Give me a freaking break. That's the stupidest thing I had. Obama got pissed when he won because he almost lost. I mean, you mean the second term? The only thing that saved Obama in the second term, what kept Mitt Romney from being president, was Hurricane Sandy. Romney was five or 6 points ahead of Obama going into the election, and Hurricane Sandy came along, and then him and Governor Krispy Kreme got together, and that was the end of that. Well, I would say he won by godsend. Maybe he knows something about the big man up there. Or the big girl, I'm sorry. Or I ain't calling that thing, sorry. I'm not calling the creator that thing. Y'all can do that. No, I don't want to piss off the creator. I got enough people mad at me. Well, yeah, they were saying elections fraud. They were pissed off. It's not like they went and rioted, poll places, or jammed out stuff. Was there any other violence in any other state? No, there wasn't. Nobody was trying to take over. A coup means you take over with the military. So I don't even know what they were saying this was about. An attempted coup. That's how you do that. If Biden won and never accepted it, there's no way to have a coup because our military were just removing. Yeah, so that was bullshit. Oh yeah, and they were going to go check. You should all. I mean, if you're in an election that's got this much in it, you should always check on the electoral college. You should always check on the votes. I honestly think that there should always be 3 parties at every place counting votes, and all of them signing off on each vote themselves. 3 of them at the same time signing off on a vote, and no votes. No, I'm serious. Electronic voting? You mean over the internet now? Now you want to vote over the internet? Give me a freaking break. I'm not voting over the internet. Oh, yeah, I know you can go check on your vote. But how many other votes can you not check on? You can't check on John Jane. You can only check on your vote. Yeah, your vote got there safely. And probably another Joseph SAAs got on that list too that you can't go check, and they're there now. They don't belong to anybody, so nobody can check them. I don't know. Every year in Chicago, dead people vote. So they drag themselves out of the coffin. They do the Michael Jackson dance, and they go down and vote. And they go drag themselves back to the coffin and go to sleep till the next election. It's a thing in Chicago. It just is. It's a thing in that part of Illinois. It's just they have been caught so many times with dead people voting. It's ridiculous. Again, everyone should have to go to a poll except for handicapped or disabled people. And you should know what that count is, how many of those are that can actually do that. So when the election, when they're doled out, you got that many and no more. This could all be secured better, but no, the liberals don't want this. They want to have illegal Mexicans vote for them. They want anybody that can vote for them. Yeah, they don't care if you vote 10 times for them. No, they don't, because they want to hold on to their power. They're greedy, shiftless, no good bastards. To me today, the Democratic Party is what the Republican Party was 30 years ago. The party that the Democrats bitch about is what they have become. That's what they've become. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I just don't. That's why I left, because they really are not the party of the people anymore. They are the party of the rich and the powerful. They could give a good shit about you all day long. I mean, look at Schumer. He got up there how many times on CNN, NBC? Oh, we got Trump. Next week it's coming out. I've seen the evidence, and he's done. Really? 4 years later, he's like, well, yeah, we got him. Yeah, whatever. I mean, how can a congressman, especially a senator or a House rep, even act like that? It's pathetic. And it's pathetic we let him get away as a nation. We can take power and we can go after people as a nation. We don't have to wait for Congress or the Supreme Court to do it. We can as a nation. I know I don't mean go get violent people. But if you start piling on and having, if you start piling emails like tons and thousands and millions of them, and you start getting out in the streets and protesting, they will listen and they will do something. So what do the Democratic Party cares if they got to cut 1 or 2 of their people? Come on, they elected Fetterman. Really, Fetterman? Oh no, you mean in Georgia? I hate to say this, I think they elected the right candidate. I like Herschel, but how much does Herschel know about politics? I mean, I know a lot of people who get in this don't know, but how much does he really understand the way politics works? So, I mean, he did good. I mean, he cast a good vote. He might beat this guy in 6 years, but I did hear that rumor where they said Warnock was running around saying white people were stupid, dumb, and look how many I got to vote for me. Yeah, I did hear that, but you got to prove that. I mean, first you got to come up with the video and prove it. Yeah, no bullshit. And you got to come up with the video and prove it. You can't just go around saying that kind of crap. Hey, look, I don't make the rules. Well, if it's not true, Warnock can sue for defamation and probably get a lot of money. It would depend on who put it out there. But if Warnock doesn't sue, then it's a good odds that it's true. I would probably think somebody heard him say that, probably at some party that he was at, some racial tainted party that he was at, and that's what he said. Well, you don't think, you really don't think some white people don't get together and use the N-word? Give me a break. Give me a break. Well, it's not always because they're racist. It's just a thing. Yeah, it is. I've heard too many things over the years and not to know what the difference is. You can tell a real racist person in the way, with the tone of their voice and the way they act, versus someone who's just spouting off bullshit. Well, I'm not saying it's right, but it does happen. Trying to say it doesn't happen is just hiding your ass and putting your head in the sand. Ostriches are ugly animals. Why would you want to do that? That's what I'm saying. Well, when you go through the news these days, they're kind of, yeah, it kind of fluctuates from different places to different places. I mean, the three top stories on NBC are immigrants at the border meet with cold, no room at shelters. The next one's must cheerleaders and conservative influences criticize the journalist suspension of Twitter, which is not true. There might have been 5 or 6, but the majority of them didn't. And why K-pop is the first Broadway show to tell the Korean story. Okay, that's their. I'm not kidding you. That's their top 3 news stories. So let's see what CNN's are. Let's see. Tourists from around the world are stranded in Machu Picchu. Okay, that's their number 1 story, by the way. Second story: Jan 6 committee to announce it will refer at least 3 criminal charges against Trump to the DOJ. Good luck with that. I'm just saying, good luck with it. The next story is Lake Mead, nearly exposed stretcher shore has been a site of unexpected discoveries. That's their 3-stop story. They're different than the other ones, but they are still different. I didn't get to see what they got to say. I don't know about anything filed against Trump. I'm not on the committee. Let's see. CBS News. Court rejects GOP states' bids to delay end of Title 42 border rule. Okay. Poster boy of the insurrection is sentenced to 5 years in prison. Oh, and we gotta love this one. Brittany Griner breaks silence after release from Russian prison. Now, I don't even. Oh, I shouldn't even brought this up. This is good. So, I don't even know how the whole entire country isn't pissed off about this. I really don't. I mean, you have to be furious about this. So you've got a Marine in there who's been in there 4.5 years, who has a family, who loves his country, and then you got this chick who has how many times came down to America saying it's a crappy place to live, crappy country, crappy everything, and we went and saved her, and she still thinks we're a crappy country. So I mean, guys, I just don't know. You know what? Let's see what CBS has to say. Hold on. I'll pop it up. Let me see if I can pop it up first. Give me a second. Oh no, it just pisses me off. The girl was smuggling. No. Y'all wrong. Whoever said that. No, it wasn't just a couple of vapes. She had cartons of them. She was actually smuggling. She was bringing something to some friends inside of there. They said about a half a suitcase full. That's smuggling, people. This country, you got 10 years too for smuggling. I hate to break your little hearts. Don't buy the liberal bullshit. Go read the actual report. Well, you can find it. It's online. The one the Russians made, what they actually found, what was going on. You can find it online. Let me see if I can do it this way. You might have to do it old school. Let's see. Will you let me share?
After spending about a week at a military base in Texas. The basketball star says she plans to spend the holidays with her family, and she made a big announcement about her future, saying she wants to make one thing clear. She plans to play for her WNBA team this spring. We get details now from CBS's Weijia Jiang.
Really?
A long embrace after a harrowing separation. Brittany Griner shared the picture of herself with wife Sherelle on social media and thanked everyone who advocated for her return to the U.S., writing, "The last 10 months have been a battle at every turn. I dug deep to keep my faith."
We couldn't be happier that she's home.
Vince Kozar is the president of Griner's basketball team, the Phoenix Mercury. Today, Kozar saw her for the first time since she got back.
It was just a big BG bear hug. I mean, she has a 7-foot wingspan, so it was just a big BG bear hug, and it was emotional.
Griner thanked President Biden for bringing her home and vowed to use her platform to help other detained Americans, including Paul Whelan, the Marine veteran who has been held in Russia since 2018. Every family deserves to be whole, Griner said. The 6-time WNBA All-Star revealed she plans to play for the Mercury when the season kicks off in the spring.
Freedom was taken from her, her family and friends were taken from her, but basketball was also taken from her. It is a huge part of her life. It is one of her loves. It's how she impacts the world. And so to get it back, like she will when we play at home for the first time in May, I think is going to be a pretty incredible experience.
Kozar said that when he spent time with Griner today in Phoenix, she was in remarkable spirits. He acknowledged that she would have a long road ahead to get back on the court after nearly a year off, but said he was confident she would make it. Nancy?
And her fans must be very excited. Ouija, thank you.
Well, she's got to be suspended.
What if your dentist stopped bugging you about flying?
Sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to rack your brains out there. So first off, you can't be on drugs to play basketball. Secondly, because she was smuggling and committed a felony, she should be suspended for at least 1 year. So this guy is sitting here condoning a felony is what he's doing. That's just horrible. I mean, that is just horrible. I mean, he condones smuggling into another state. There's going to be protests about this, I can already tell you. A lot of people are going to be like, she shouldn't be allowed to play basketball for at least another year. She should be on suspension. I mean, what she did is, but she served her time. No, she didn't. She got caught and put in jail, and somebody got her out of jail, mainly the United States. She hasn't served a suspension in this country. She shouldn't be allowed to play basketball. Really, because she was smuggling, she should be thrown out. That's what she should be done. I mean, any NBA player that got caught doing that would be out. Any NFL player, any hockey player, anybody got caught doing what she did and was put in jail for a felony would be out. They would not be allowed to play. They would be done. So now, again, we're going to make a special rule for her. For what reason? What reason? For the woman who hates our country? We're going to make another special for what? Sometimes, even liberals, I just don't understand, y'all. This woman spit in your face, and you're like, okay, spit in it again. I don't understand, y'all. It's disgusting to even think about it sometimes. No, I'm serious. It really is. It's disgusting to even think about it sometimes. No, I don't want to get myself worked up because I got company coming on in a little while. Too late, huh? Let's see. What we did. Did we do CBS News yet? Yeah, we did. We did. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Now, see, this proves my point. House Democrats introduced bill to bar Trump from office. Based on what? You can't even get him for any crimes, and you're just going to do it because you see they can't get him on any crimes, so now they want to do this. This is ridiculous. This is communism is what this is. Socialism? No, this is communism. This ain't even socialism. So the Democrats have been doing this for a long time. They just do whatever bills, whatever they think, and then it ends up in court and gets overturned. And it's a waste of our time a lot of times because a lot of this stuff, almost everything Obama did except for Obamacare got thrown out. Everything. Yeah, it's just a waste of 8 years. Now, there was some stuff Trump did that they had to leave because they were actually important things and they were done right. Now, a lot of what Trump did couldn't get overturned. I know Biden did a lot of executive orders when he came in, but most of them got overturned. Yeah, I think more than half of them did. The courts were like, you can't do that. This thing actually works. It's a sad thing when they want to start doing that. And they don't understand how many people that's going to rile up. Even people who don't like him, that's going to rile up. They're going to be like, wait, what? So now they can just tell anybody who they don't like, they can bar him from office. So what is next? They're going to bar DeSantis from running for president? Oh my God, when we should have barred Biden from ever running for anything. It's just a sad state of affairs. This is what you call the sad sack of the United States. Just sad. No, I'm serious. You mean the three? Hold on, where are we at? We're on ABC. So what are their three top stories? 2 dead and injured in shooting outside high school. Okay, that's actually something. Nor'easter plummeting in the Northeast with snow and ice. That's actually news. TSE breaks firearms records in 2022. Amazon cited for warehouse failures. 2 charged in harassing woman at abortion clinic. There's actually news here. Oh my God, wait, where am I at? There's no Trump. There's no Biden. There's just news. Missing American college student found in Spain. Woman caught with Giraffe and zebra bones at airport. What the hell, lady? 5 officers charged in black man deadly arrest. There you go. Central Park anti-Semitic attack suspects at large. Man, they actually got news. I'm stunned. Who was it? ABC? Y'all got news. Oh, speaking of news and a weird topic. So, Fox took the top 13 places in the news shows. Nobody even got in the top 10 but Fox. Well, I always hear NBC and ABC and CBS always going off on Fox, but Fox has a larger audience than all of them put together. That's just sad. That just tells you that most Americans don't want to listen to hate all day long. That's what that tells you. I don't know if Carl Tuckerson was number one. I'd have to check and see. He might have been. He might have been. So anyway, let's see, because I'm getting ready to bring somebody on. Let's see what our top 10 are for Fox. Plot twist after world leader jab at political rival caught on hot mic during lockdown debate. Okay, I'm not sure what that's about, but I'll find out later on. Networks ignore must-tweet Twitter. Bombshell covers spat with journalist. Who cares? See, nobody cares about that. Even they're saying that. TSA confronts record number forbidden items at airport checkouts. Well, you knew that. It's the holidays. Look at this thing. New U.S. bomber arrives just right on time. What is this bad thing looking at? Hell, this thing looks like a UFO. I mean, this thing, look, it's the new B-21 stealth bomber. Oh, man, it's a beast. It's a beast. Y'all have to go check it out for yourself, though. Well, obviously, they're not going to talk about Trump on Fox. They're really doing a little news themselves. That's kind of cool to see. So let me put that back up. What do we got left? We got One World American News. Let's see what they're kind of red. So Angela, man, I'm tongue tied tonight. Angela Jolie takes her humanitarian efforts elsewhere. Okay. Sorry about that. My reading today is pathetic. And she's moving where she's doing relief for. Now, that's interesting. I wonder what happened. The article's not saying what happened. I don't know. That's cool. So let's see. That was a pretty good article. The FBI ties to Twitter. That's coming out. Trump denounces Futons. Missing American student located. We know that was. Brittany Corner returned home to play basketball. I'm going to start a thing. I'm going to even call the basketball people and say, whoa, what's going on here? Y'all condone drug abuse and drug smuggling? I mean, this girl shouldn't be allowed back on the court. Banning weapons. They'll have to do it now. Well, they don't have much longer to do. They go on Christmas break pretty soon. And then when they come back in January, the Congress goes to the Republicans. I'm sure they're going to try to squeeze in everything they can. It just tells you how no good they are. Archives set to release Hunter emails putting White House in tight spot. Who was that? What news company was that? Oh, that's Newsmax. Okay. But anyway, that was all the lovely stories out today. You got them, of course, what was it, 8 different networks, and we got to see what they were doing. I will have to go edit the first 20 minutes of the show since, CNN and NBC are just like part of the damn, they might as well just call themselves a Democratic News Network. I'm just saying, they might as well. Well, to be honest with you, Fox probably wouldn't have to be as hardcore as against them if they just weren't so, evil. Biden to appoint John Kennedy, grandson of JFK's grandson, as special envoy to Ireland. Well, he should feel right at home there with his red curly hair. Maybe he can work his way up. I hate to say it, it's always ended bad for the Kennedys. Yeah, if I was him, I don't know if I would. Russia suffering crippled losses in Ukraine. Yeah, we already know about that. Twitter left in shock after Trump's trading cards apparently sell out. I read about it earlier. It's kind of retarded. We got a new strike recon jet. Oh yeah, we do. It's what's it called? The Mathom hypersonic jet. So not only are the Russians and Chinese over there building hypersonic missiles, we're building hypersonic jets to deliver the missiles. So we're gonna deliver hypersonic missiles on a hypersonic jet. Jesus, y'all people just need to leave us alone. The more you make America paranoid, the faster ways we find to kill you. Stop it. Oh yeah, cable rating Wednesday, December 14th. Tucker Carlson crushes. In demo, Aaron Burnett leads non-Fox News host. Let's see, Fox rating Wednesday network scored the top 13 shows. Damn. I don't know what to tell you, people over there in liberal news. It just ain't working. But anyway, guys, we got to just hang on for a few minutes. I got to find, you pop up an email right quick. We're going to bring the good ones on and talk with them about Merry Happy Christmas. Yeah, what's going on and how many winners we already have now. Well, I'm sure they do. Yeah, I don't know. I've been tongue-tied all night. I have no idea what that's about. No, not really. I wish I knew. No. Well, I missed 2 nights of UFO on the cover because I've been just busy. And it's just so crazy around here. Well, I've been remodeling my house, too, which is always, come on, guys. Y'all know what kind of nightmare that is. It looks good. I'm almost finished. We're going to paint it this weekend and the part of next week, and then I've got to put my hallway floors in, but I'm done after that. I ain't touching the bedrooms until after the first of the year. No, I put in some people call it Avalon, some call it Mother of Pearl. It's just a backsplash. It's really pretty. I put it in the other day. I still got to trim the top of it, but I put it in the other day. And I got all Samsung touchless black stainless. Yeah, it's pretty. Oh, yeah, it looks great in my kitchen, especially on my new floors. I put in applewood floors throughout the whole house. The place is gorgeous, and it's nice heavy wood. It's about 1/2-inch thick board, so it's really nice when you walk on it. It feels nice. It actually, to be honest with you, because my house isn't raised because I live by the water, it actually took some of the twist out of my house. I know, it's a strange thing. Yes, we don't care about what is this coming up. Anyway, guys, I'm going to bring the good ones on in just a second. I think I just heard a popping in. Look at them down there, looking all fancy dancy and stuff. Anything as far as the news goes, if y'all have any good stories you want to hear, anything we're going to be doing on Fridays. Next Friday is going to probably just be a kind of goofy because it's going to be 2 days before Christmas, so we'll probably be kind of light. The New Year's Friday will just be a recap of the news for the year, along with a couple other things we're going to be doing because we usually use that particular night for quite a different stuff. So you'll hear all of that, and then on January 20th, we'll be talking about Balenciaga. I don't know what I'm just tongue tied, but anyway, there's a lot of other stuff that goes with it. We will be posting over. I don't want to talk about it tonight, but we will be posting over all of our web pages that you can find it, and hopefully. The week before Christmas, we'll be on Roku. So look for United Public Radio or UFO Paranormal Radio on Roku. Yes, you'll get to see us on your big 75-inch TV. That should just scare everybody in the network to hell and back. But anyway, I'm serious. No, I bought the channel on Roku at the beginning of the month. And we've been just working and setting it up. And then March will be on Amazon Stick TV, and then in June we'll be on Apple TV and Apple Phone, and then I think August we'll be on Samsung TV and Samsung Phone, and then right around October we'll be on Vizio Television and we'll be on Internet Television just right off the website. So yes, you'll get to see us on all of those venues. The reason we like it and we're very excited about it is because it opens up a potential 4.5 billion people out there to watch it. So lots of things. Plus, my manager of the station's rearranging our daytime lineup, so y'all going to have a very pleasant surprise there. And we're going to probably use that on our 107.7 as well. But anyway, let me bring John and Emily on. I see them down there all patient. I'm not a patient kind of person, people. What y'all doing, John and Emily? How y'all doing tonight?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah. I get tired of all of these damn holidays. I've just been working my ass off. So what have y'all two been up to? I love the red jacket. What is that, velvet? It's pretty, whatever it is.
Both of them are velvet.
This is velvet too.
Oh yeah, that's pretty too. Look at that. See, Don looking good. He's looking sharp. See, they made me put this on.
I like it.
Yeah.
Super
Yes.
cute.
I told them I wanted $50 an hour to wear this thing. I said, I'm giving you a break because it's on a live show. So maybe when I see y'all Wednesday, I don't know how long it takes for the setup with the Roku people, but we are sending them everything they need, the rest of everything they need tonight. Actually, Michelle I got through expanding the station identification, so they'll get all of that, and boom, and hopefully we'll see next week sometime. We'll be on television, man.
Whoa.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I might have to get a toupee or something. Just kidding. That's never going to happen. I was just kidding. No, ladies, that'll never happen. Just don't even worry about it. That's just never going to happen. But it's very interesting. It's all high def. So we'll be switching over. We're in high def now on the systems we are now, but I think we'll be switching over to high def 4K. So don't even have a pimple. They'll be able to see that stuff. They'll be able to pop it for you online. I'm just saying, this stuff is seriously. Yes, Jessica. Yeah, you've seen John and Emily on before. Yeah, they've been on several times. Oh, well, you're in crack. So you knew their name and not their face. They're always on camera. Always, yeah. We've been doing camera for 2 or 3 years now, so don't start with me. Just go back over there in the messenger box and leave me alone. Now my emails pop. I'm just going to annoy everybody for a while. Oh, hi, guys. How y'all doing again? It's one of those kind of nights. So what y'all been up to? I know y'all had the Christmas parade. I seen the pictures. They look great. I was looking through them. I seen you all over the place. You were like the whirlwind.
Then we went to Las Vegas for the
oh, yeah, that's
show.
right.
We came back from that on Monday.
How'd y'all like the Cowboys?
It was fun. They were great. A lot of them like to read Westerns, obviously, so we did really well there with our Western books. And
yeah, you got quite a few of them.
Surprisingly, some of them still read science fiction, fantasy. So
yes. Well, Cowboys can read science fiction. You know, they're under the stars all the damn time. Yeah, I know, because we had Jeffrey Weiner was on with me the other night. Speaking of which, we're gonna stop. We're gonna have to talk about this real quick. So, he introduced me to this AI technology they've been using. This is, and I told him, I asked him if it was cheating. He's like, well, I don't know. So, because he made right there, he typed in for me and made me it came a really nice picture. I'm going to use it probably this weekend on the station. It came out really nice. And I'm thinking, well, this is like, idiots can do this, man. All you do is type it in. So I was impressed by that. But then he comes up with this text thing and he starts putting in a story and wrote the whole damn comic book. I was like, uh-oh. And it's actually pretty decent. And now I don't know if it could win any awards or anything, because probably somebody would notice it was like too clean or something, but it's dangerous stuff, because you can see people in the future, 10 years, 20 years from now, using this on a regular basis. And it kind of worries me.
At the moment, if it's not your art, like if it's not your created art, like if it's AI generated, it's not something that you can copyright. So it's at the moment.
And we're just right now modifying the rules, make it very clear. After spending some time with him and seeing both he and Todd McCaffrey, that we're making it very clear that AI-generated art is not acceptable for the Illustrators of the Future contest, and AI-generated stories will be automatically disqualified too.
Well, I was wondering, because when I was listening to him, and then I seen the Blue Bunny thing he did, and I was like, well, shit. I'm thinking, this is cheating. I actually told him that when we were talking. I said, I don't know, man. This kind of feels like cheating to me. It's which is great for people like me and other people who just want to get some stuff. And I like the way the art worked. It was really cool. I mean, you just type what you want and give it an idea, let it work through different frames, put whatever you want in each frame, and pick out the one you want. I mean, I really liked it. I thought it was clean technology. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I had Jeffrey Wander on with me Wednesday night. We started talking about it about midway in the show, so y'all can go listen. But I was impressed by it. I was like, I might have to use it for something. I'll never use it for writing, because if I'm ever going to finish a book, I'm going to do it on my damn own. It's a valid technology, and it's being done, and it is part of the way of the future. But the Writers and Illustrators of the Future contest, which we've talked about many, many times,
is about an actual artist creating art. Or, I mean, you can use Photoshop and, you know, those types of assistances, but still you're the one that's creating. It's your vision and it's from your skill on using Photoshop that you're able to make something there, or take a picture and weave that into a piece of art. And same thing with storytelling. We had dinner with them last week in Las Vegas, and Todd showed me, he had a piece of paper and read, it was a computer generated short story. I said, okay, cool. And so based on that, I added a change also into the Writers of the Future rules that AI generated stories are automatically disqualified.
Personally, I'm glad to hear that. I'm not going to even lie to you. It just felt like cheating to me. It just, I said, well, I can get it. I got a pretty decent imagination. Let me put some of this stuff in here. I was like, no. It really did. It felt like cheating. It's I mean, it's interesting software, and I will probably use it to make banners and stuff like that, or some other, maybe some cleaner stuff for the station. But I don't really, like I said, I just didn't feel like, I just felt like it was cheating. I mean, Jeffrey's a good artist anyway. I mean, he's really good he's really good at his illustrating, so he doesn't need to cheat. And Todd's an excellent writer, so I don't know why he'd want to cheat either. But ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about Jeff Weiner and Todd McCaffrey and McCaffrey's son. Just so y'all know who we're actually talking about here. It was like a personal conversation going on. Sorry, I wasn't trying to leave y'all out, audience. And I know a lot of y'all caught Wednesday shows, so you know what we're talking about. But it's interesting stuff. I got to say, it is interesting. It is good shortcuts for business people.
It is interesting, but it's not for us.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think so. I like y'all stories. They're clean. They're good. I was telling a guy today, his kid, he was telling me about his kids like to write. And I said, look, I forgot what the age was. I said, but
there is no age limit.
I said, it's designed to be, I said, I give them a PG-13. I said, but I said, it's designed to be clean. I said, you can have fun. You can have monsters. You can have, crazy people in space. I said, they just don't want any cursing. They don't need a bunch of alcoholic drug addicts and things like that. I said, the rules are on the site. I said, but, and I said 17,000 words is max. Because he was telling me his son's already written like 5 or 6 books, well over 150,000 words now. And I was like, let's just submit them. I said, look, here's the address, submit them. I said, submit one at a time, see what happens. Yeah. I said, the worst things happen, they'll say, thank you, try again. I said, there's not going to be any harshness or meanness.
Right.
So he's telling me, he said, well, what if I sneak him in? I said, what do you mean sneak him in? He said, if I send him and he wins, assuming you tell your son you just won. I said, I don't know about that, but anyway, because I told my son I was going to sneak one of his and send it in. He said he wouldn't speak to me for a month, so I said, I better not.
Well, we've had people do that where they, where a spouse has been, they're so self-conscious about their work, and so the spouse will then take it and they'll send it in, and then it's happened a couple of times where Joni has called them and said, congratulations. He said, for what? You won. I won what?
No.
And they found out that it was actually a story that their spouse had sent in for them. And that's happened a couple of times over the 38 years.
No, I can imagine this because, there are some talented people out there who, for whatever reason, don't think they're talented, and then they get to this.
That's right.
They're like, oh, no, that's not me, or something along those lines. But I've met a lot of gifted writers. All my stepkids are excellent illustrators. I tried to get them all to go to art school when they were young. And they're like, no, I don't want to do this for a living. I'm like, why? But they all can draw, all of them. Yeah, and they're damn good too. I was like, well, okay. They all have other careers away from illustrating and writing, the apartment management and stuff like that. Supervisors, things like that. I guess they felt more comfortable in those areas. Yeah. I said, well, if I could write, man, I'd be writing every year, man. Send something out there. Yeah. What was that, Carl? Who? What do you mean it rained at the Christmas parade? I didn't see no rain at the Christmas parade. It never rains in California anyway, in Southern California at least.
It did. We had one parade where it rained, and it rained a lot. So there was a few years ago. That was a rough one. All the celebrities getting their hair and shoes wet. It was just a disaster.
Yeah, I always love when it rains from Mardi Gras down here. All the marching bands, everybody's just so. I see the batons goes get stopped thrown in the air. People hanging on to it. But they do it. They go on, unless there's wind, they just go on through the parade route. I've seen it out there barreling rain that you couldn't even see somebody, and they're just trucking along. People get whacked in the head with balloons and stuff. And the crowd's still staying. I'm like, okay, you crazy people. So I'm going to get in the truck and watch it from the truck or the car, whatever I'm driving. So there's a couple of years, like a couple of years ago, it rained for one of the Mardi Gras, and I said, we're going to go right along the side of the parade while it's raining. So I got in my car. Technically, I was in the parade, but I stayed on the side of the float. So I had my moon roof open. It was ridiculous. My car was full of shit.
Oh, no.
It was fun. Hey, I'm old. Like I can't be going around jumping around, knocking people over and stuff. I don't want to injure nobody. I'll probably get damn sued or something. This is the woke time, people. It's like I'm surprised Mardi Gras even gets to go on during the woke time. It's kind of strange. It's got its issues.
It's a strange city.
Yeah. Karen, I gave away some books earlier. What do you mean you want a book? Well, in a little while we'll give some books away. I got some behind me you can't see right now. Wait, let me see. Maybe you can see them. Let me move this over. No, you can't see. There they are. My mic's in the way. That's what's in the way. There you go. A little stack of them right there.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes. What is that? That is 31, 30, 30, 33, 32, 35, 36, 37, 38. That's what you got standing right there. I think. I might have missed one of them. Oh, no, that's not what. That's 36. Sorry. I'm going to give some of them away. And no, we got enough. We're going to make it all the way through the first of the year. And we're giving away a lot of books. Well, we can also give away. Where is this one? This looks like a 5-year-old book. I didn't say that out loud. The Zeta Talk. Scary shit, man. I don't know. I haven't read it, but it's scary stuff. Ooh. So we're going to give that away too. That's not from John. That's from somebody else. It's one of our other authors who send me stuff all the time, who send me tons of books. We're giving away. These aren't going nowhere. That's the only copy of these I got. I already gave them. I had 2 of the boxes that we had full of them. They're gone. And then so giving away 36, 37, 38. Mm-hmm.
Well, yes. It's Christmas, so we can still ship in time. So if you get somebody that wants them.
Well, I got a couple of cases one went to a local library down here. I think I gave them 2 cases. And 2 of the middle schools called me and asked me if they could have some, and I told them yes. They're going to write this nice little letter and stuff, so I talked to them about it. But because I was surprised, I guess the library let them know, and they gave me a call, which is cool. Hey, that's the right age to get them kids reading, people. You should always look. The internet's great, and I love the internet, and I'm never going to be against the internet, but you should teach your kids to enjoy reading. Even though when they grow up, they might actually do it online or on their pad or something else. But most of the readers I know still like the tactile sense of the book. I don't know why. I can read on the book. I can read on the pad. Technically, I like to cheat. I get John to send me tapes, CDs or USB ports. Man, people like it. I don't have time to read. I like to read, but I don't have time for it. And then, like, if I got to do a guest and I'm real busy, I'll give the book to Linda. I shouldn't say that. I'd like to get her to read it and make notes for me. She's speed reader. She reads at a warp speed. Yeah, I don't know how she reads it. I watched her go through Anne Rice's books like it was nothing. Just books this freaking thick. It's this big and this thick. And I'm like, yeah, babe, I'll take a couple of days. Nope, it was done. It's like 1 in the morning. Say, you can put it up. She says, no, I'm done. I'm like, what? I guess she likes to read, and we don't have the biggest library we used to because of Katrina. We lost a lot of books, but it's slowly but surely been making them back up. And we used to keep about 2,500 books for a sharing library. You could come by and get a book, share. If you got a book you want to put in, you can. And then we started this year. There's a couple of different groups around the South. They put them little mini libraries in front on each corner or something like that. Well, places like Pine Hill and what's the other one? They're in Pensacola. They're artistic communities, so both the communities have them on every corner, literally on every corner. So I
hold like 20 books, something like that, 20, 25 books.
Yeah, they didn't hold any more than that. Some of them didn't hold that many. Some hold about 10. And down in the city of New Orleans, there's a few neighborhoods that do it as well. So it's kind of cool. So I gave a few to each of them, and one lady called me. She said, "This is really good. Can I get more?" I said, "Yeah, go to galaxypress.com." She's like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, that's where you got to go." it's kind of cool, and it's probably something unexpected for them when they go into it to read it, and it's something, and it's when they get into the book, it's not one story, it's 12 stories, so it's a whole different way of reading stuff. And then most of the part, I've enjoyed them somewhere. These are all been read, all except for some reason I haven't gotten into 37. I started reading it twice and didn't get. I don't know what's going on with that. Eventually, I'll sit down and read the rest of it. But
yeah. But it's interesting. We were just in, like I said, in Las Vegas, and whenever we do an event or convention, like we just sold 1,000 books in Las Vegas, and it's interesting when you can have somebody look and see the books, like you said, the tactile or the audio books, and they look at it and they read the back of the book or the description of the story. It is so easy. People go, "Wow, I love this thing here."
Yeah, it makes it easier.
It's so easy. Like you go through it, you maybe wouldn't have done it when we were just talking about, but then when you start reading the stories, like, oh man, these are all so good. Mm-hmm. And it's that bridge that's really hard to overcome. That you got people listening right now. I'm a publisher. Obviously, I'm going to talk about the books that I publish, and we've also got the podcast that you air every week. But it's like it's that bridge to get somebody to go from I like to read to I want to read this book. And we don't have the book there for somebody to pick up and just read. The Galaxy Press website, we've got a description of all the different stories that people will read, and they can listen to samples of the audiobook for each story. We've got that too. But it's just kind of like how to get somebody to go, yeah, I want to get these because they're really, there's just that good a story. The Westerns, these are people that had no idea that L. Ron Hubbard wrote Westerns, and we sold 1,000.
Yeah, and I bet you that was a surprise to them too. I mean, I wasn't surprised because I've been through the collection, but it's and hey, Western people like to read. Everybody's old people live.
Brain. We've got a couple different blurbs from other media saying if you like Louis L'Amour and Zane Grey, then you're gonna like Hubbard. So and all of a sudden I went, okay, good, I'll try it based upon that.
Hey, well, that's selling. That's what. I'm sorry about that. That's selling. That's what you're doing. It's there's some good stories in there. Some of them are a little longer than others, but there's some really good stories through it. I don't know. It's for some people. You say Western, they're like, but I like to remind people that Gene Roddenberry started out writing Westerns. Yeah. Basically, what Star Trek was a Western in space. Let's be honest about it. That's what it was.
Well, Battlefield Earth. Some of the guys are like, "Is this a Western?" I was like, "Well, it's technically sci-fi, but." The main hero of the story is Johnny Goodboy Tyler, and he has his horse Windsplitter with him the whole time, and he's in a buckskin throughout the majority of the book. So
yeah, it's those kind of things they can take to it. They'll enjoy it. I shouldn't say this on there, but the book was so much better than the movie. It's not even funny, but I'm hoping one day.
Always too.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping one day we'll see a remake, maybe make it into a trilogy or something. And so they can really, 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 because you can make that book into a damn trilogy, and really tell a story the way it's meant to be. And most of the gripes I heard wasn't. It was just like the time frames were too short to learn how to fly a Harrier jet and shit like that.
Well, the Harrier jet isn't even in the book.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Well, and then there was a couple things that wasn't in the book actually, but the same thing.
No cavemen and no Harrier jets.
Yeah, and I know
they had no budget to go to Scotland, so they didn't go to Scotland.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, there's just. But I mean, unfortunately, movies do that. I mean, I remember talking to Travis Walton when they did Fire in the Sky, and I said, "How much of this is real?" He said, "About 25%." I'm like, "You're kidding me." Wow. He said, "A lot of this is just," but they wanted to make it more exciting. And he said, "I had such a hard time signing off on this." He said, "Because if you read the book and you watch the movie, you're confused." And I just know people these days should know, movie theaters are going to take liberties. That's what they're going to do. They're going to put out what they think is going to make them money. They're not so much worried about it. I've been watching rewrite series now like Star Trek and all kind of Marvel stuff just because they think it's going to sell. Turns out it doesn't. I've always had this rule: why do you mess with something that's not broke? Don't try to fix something that's not broke. Just move on with it. Make a new character if you think you need a new character for something else. It always makes me crazy. Oh no, Carol! We're gonna give away 12 tonight, and we're gonna give away 12 tonight. We're gonna give we're gonna give away 12 after the first 20 emails. Then we'll do 1, 2, 3, and 4. So what is it? 12, 24, 36, 48 books are going out tonight.
Wow, that's impressive.
So what we're gonna do is, okay, it's we're gonna be giving away what is it, 3, 6, 9, 12 of these right here, because you're gonna get 3 of these for 4 people, and then we're gonna give away 4 of them Zeta talkers. There's no idea what's in that book. I'm just warning y'all now because I don't know. And where they at? I'll have to dig them up there on the other side over there. But it's there's a couple other we give away besides that. I got them stashed on the other side of the desk. But so that way, the 4 winners will get 12 books each, and y'all should just be happy as pig. I'm doing that because we're so close to Christmas, and a couple people asked me if they could have books for Christmas and give away. And I know I had some ladies write to me today saying, "Oh, I know she'll be giving away 3 books, and you're still doing that." Yes, we're still doing that. Pretty soon, though, I think I'll be down to. I got to go deliver some, but I think after that I'll be down to 2 cases, on what John and them sent me, and then a couple other stuff besides that. So I got to go make a trip. Oh God, probably this week sometime, and just have fun. And I still got to go by and see the library, so that's kind of cool too as well. But
Yeah.
it's a lot of good, got a lot of good stuff. But it's going to be, we're going to do after 20. We ain't gave you a question yet. Just calm down, people. We'll give you a question.
Give me a book.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get the question right before we do that. I don't know. There've been a lot of varying questions, and don't forget, we're going to give away a lightsaber tonight too.
Oh.
So Jimmy's been having a ball with giving away these lightsabers. He's every time I talk to him, the number goes up at how many he sold. So he's just happy as pig and poop. But we're gonna have they're gonna give away like one of the ones that I've got. I said, oh, they're giving another So she's in there, and we've already given away on 2 different occasions now. We've given away Obi-Wan Kenobi's all 3 of his different lightsabers. So we've been giving away steady. And
did you say Rey from Star Trek?
Did I say Star Trek, Star Wars? If I did, yeah. And she's from Star Wars, and like I said, we're going to give it away. Not this one. We're giving away one just like this one. It'll be going out now. I'm going to tell you a secret. We're giving away one of her lightsabers tonight. We're going to give 2 of them away, actually. Whoever gets the second one is going to get a copy of this one. So there's going to be 2. So it's the holidays. Well, I don't do shows on the weekends. I party and vacation. Well, right now I'll be painting, but still. There won't be no party. It's no, y'all can't play. And Glenda, no, you just calm down. We'll get to the questions in a little while. Just calm yourself down. And so y'all got like perfect weather. What kind of weather y'all gonna have for Christmas? Like 70 and sunny. Yeah, so shit. You know what we're getting for Christmas? And we're in the deep south. You know how it's gonna be Friday, 18 degrees. No, it's gonna be pretty. Friday's 18 degrees, Sunday's 17 degrees, and Christmas Day is 20 degrees. And this is the deep south. I mean, Jesus, we should never have it in the teens. But it's weird because it'll be like 12 degrees, and it'll just jump up to around 55 or something. It's a big stretch on temperature sometimes down here. It's really weird. It's who's giving away a flight to LA? Wait, I want to participate. What are y'all? No, I'm not giving y'all crazy. No, indeed. All y'all on crack out there tonight. It's what's his name? Mart Reese is giving that. He's giving a trip. You can only win it if you're in New Orleans. He's giving a trip out of LA, all expenses paid. Yeah, you can fly out first class and the whole 9 yards. I think he said each trip's worth about. He's giving away. He's a sci-fi guy. He's big into sci-fi, and he owns something to do with making games. So he owns a company that actually works for the companies that makes games. And he's just, I don't know, I guess he's a generous guy. He decided he was going to give 2 of them away. I don't know, maybe his girlfriend got mad at him. He's not going, I don't know. I have no idea, people. All I know is if you're downtown in the French Quarter, he's got signs all over the place. Y'all go check him out. He only looks like he's trying to give somebody away from the quarter. I guess tourists could win too if you're in the quarter. But he's giving two trips away. Yeah, he's putting you at some fancy dancy hotel down there. It's 5 days. Yeah. I know. First class, 5 days. Put you in a nice hotel, feed you, clothe you. Oh yeah, you get one day you get to spend $1,500 shopping any stores you want to go. Each person, by the way.
This is an author?
He owns a company. He's a tech is what he is. He owns a company that does illustration and writing for gaming companies. He said he's one of the most desired ones out there for some reason. A lot of his stuff is. I said, well, tell me a game. He said, I'm not going to tell you. That's one of what games it is, man. I might want to go play them or something. Which I haven't gamed so long. It wouldn't be funny, but he just decided that he was on the local news, and he just decided that just for the holiday spirit, he was going to give this away. And best I can tell, it's only in New Orleans. They're not advertising anywhere. You only see it like if you're walking down the street pole. So a lot of people call us to make sure it wasn't a fake. And dumb, you put his cell phone number on there. When I talked to him, I said, we're going to do an interview in January. I talked to him. I said, did you regret that? He said, oh, yeah, I got a new cell phone. I said, never. I said, because everybody was dead. They did. One person seen it and just put it online.
Oh, yeah.
And it went viral all over the place.
I don't need the tickets. I'll just take the shopping spree.
I know. Yeah, see, if you listen tonight, buddy, look, see, she lives out there already. Well, you can see John and her in a nice fancy hotel. They won't mind. They'll go shop and hang out in the hotel. It's probably close to where they work anyway.
Yeah. Probably down the street from us.
It probably is. But anyway, getting back to what we were talking about. I keep getting sidetracked tonight. My brain has been mushed for 2 days for some reason. Too much going on. Oh, Bernice, I will, when the house is done, I'll put pictures of all the inside of it, except for the bedrooms.
Yeah, it makes sense to see your inside house too. I've seen some of your photos as you're working.
The floors are beautiful. The backsplashes are beautiful. Matter of fact, in sometime, probably in June or July, I'm going to change out my countertops to more match my the backsplash I put in. It was a little busier than I thought it was going to be, so I'm going to have to put something a little more subtle in there, but maybe white marble, something like that. Maybe black marble, something. I wanted to have a shine because everything in my kitchen shines now. That's messing with my wife. So you can see yourself in all of our new appliances. Very reflective. I was like, damn, this is having a mirror all the house. I said, man, I'll go on a diet fast with all this stuff. Plus, my refrigerator talks to me. It likes to tell me when the door has been open too long or what temperature it's at. Or I'm like, shut up. I got enough things talking to me. I don't even damn refrigerator talking to me. But it's a double door. I was going to go with the fancy dancy. I was going to go with the one where you could open it and just get your drinks out and not open your refrigerator. But man, this one was so big. I needed a big, deep refrigerator because I like to buy a lot of steaks and stuff and keep them fresh seafood and keep them frozen when I want to eat them. I had to go with this one. I'm going to have to rearrange where my dishwasher is now, though. It's going to have to go on the other side of the counter. I'm going to put some shelves where it's at now, put it on the other side of the counter. But hey, it's part of being a contractor. Things like that happen. But we put all new furniture in the living room and dining room, and we just got it in the other day, so it's all in. All new appliances. No, whoever wrote that, I'm not rich. After when I'm done with this, I'll be a poor bastard, actually. I need a lot of work, people. You need your house model? It's so funny. This lady writes to me at night. She goes, I really like your floors. Y'all did a good job on it. Could you come do mine? I'm like, sure. Where you live? Yeah, New Hampshire. I'm like, really? I said, you want to fly us up to New Hampshire and pay us and put us in a hotel? Sure, we'll come up and do your floors. I said, because we just did. We did. Matter of fact, Angie's List called me the other day and said, y'all do really good flooring work. Y'all want to come work and do some floors? I said, send me some jobs. I said, if I got to pay to get you leads, so you can just forget it. I'm not going there. I found that out with some other company. Oh, you got to pay for leads, which is not bad, but I mean, you end up spending $1,000 in 6 months, and as long as you're making like 5 times that, it's not as bad. But still, there's something just wrong. And then I found out the customers had to pay too. I was like, what? So that's it. I'm out of here. I couldn't do it. And I'm lucky. I got a lot of base customers. Chrissy, what's the question? I'm not telling you the question yet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I'm going to torture you all night. Mm-hmm. Lightsabers, books.
They want the goods, man. They don't want to hear you yapping. They want
the question. I might ask you what Emily's age is. Y'all never figure that one out. I'm lucky. I found out. I had to bribe somebody else that knows her. Yeah, sincere. Yeah, they'll never get it. So we're not going to use that as a question because it's never pertinent to ask a woman their age.
I don't. It doesn't bother me
so
at all.
You only look like you. Only look like
you. That's the real age at 24.
I was going to say 24, 30, somewhere up in there. She look good.
Just add 20 to that, and you're close.
We could ask him Sarah. He said, y'all can tell me Sarah's birthday, but y'all don't know who the hell Sarah is. That's what I ought to ask you. Tell me who Sarah is. Y'all would never know. You'd have to go watch all kind of videos in the past, and when John and them were at conferences, the only way you'd figure it out.
Have you had many people, like, from what you've been doing, what's the most common thing that people are getting for Christmas for holiday gifts this year?
Money. Give me some money. Give me some money. No, really, truly, a lot of people I know for some reason have, unless they're getting big ticket stuff, a lot of them have opted out to give cash. And I was like, really? It's not a birthday. It's Christmas. See, when we do the house, like, we're going to have about 12 to 15 people here for Christmas. So we just do bad Santa, good Santa. That way it doesn't put a pressure on anybody, because some of the members of the family have more money than other members of the family. And if you let them get away with it, they'll go ape and buy all kinds, then there'll be a big fight. So no. We do good Santa, bad Santa, and that's what we do.
What does that mean?
Well, good Santa means you can spend out X amount of dollars, and bad Santa just means it's something, something stupid or something bad or something goofy that you spend a minimal amount of money on. And it keeps the family from killing each other, actually, to be totally honest with you. In the old days, because in the old days it was different, we'd all be, like, if you would have seen my house after Katrina, the whole entire living room, you couldn't hardly tell what a tree was. There were so many presents in there. Because everybody was making big money. Everybody in the family was, and if they weren't associated with us, they were associated with somebody else that was in the business. And there was just shit everywhere. That was fine. But now, a lot of people came through COVID. It was hard on them. Had to spend a lot of their savings and stuff like that. Granted, I spent way more than I should have. And but you get used to living a certain way, so you're not going to stop it, especially when you got money in the bank. So we just don't like putting pressure on other parts of the family. And everybody does okay now, but we got a big family, and it could turn into a nightmare. I know at least 3 or 4 of them would just go spending $300 on everybody, and then that would make everybody else mad. So I said, no, this works good. So, what was my bad Santa gift this year? Oh, I bought him some geodes. It's a little kit. You have to grow the geodes and then break them open. See, that's just aggravating my family. They don't have the patience for that. And then what did I get what the hell was that? I think I got him a s'mores machine. No, we're not putting you in timeout. We're kicking your ass out is what we're doing. I think that was the other one. So I got all the marshmallows and chocolate and everything for him, and cookies and all. They'll just still be making s'mores Christmas Day, I can tell. Oh, man. But we do just a lot of different things. And I remember my daughter asked me, what are you getting Linda? I said $15,000 in appliances and $20,000 in furniture. Oh, well, I'm like, what do you mean? That's our Christmas present for the year. That's our Christmas present for the damn year. It might be our Christmas present for next year too.
Nice. Where's your dog? Your dog isn't showing up yet.
She is locked up, and she is not happy. She's locked up. I heard her trying to dig out a minute ago. She's we're training them because we got the new floors in. I don't want them, on the floor.
Right.
So they're being trained. No, you only go here and nowhere else. And so they're learning. Because, the floors are pretty sturdy, but I just don't want to have to be cleaning them and waxing them all the time. And we're not waxing them, but cleaning them all the time. They're really pretty durable. They're I think what are they? 14 millimeters thick, so they're about like yay. And the tops are, I think 7 millimeters of that is the finish on the floor. So they're really, really durable floors. And then what I was going to do, I was going to pull up all my hardwood. And I'm like, why in the hell would you do that, Joe? It's really good hardwood. If you ever sell a house or maybe on, I might pull it up and refinish it if this floor ever gets ratty looking. Because I was going to just refinish my bottom floors. I was going to sand them and clean them and finish them. And I'm like, man, I just wanted a different look. The floor, the planking I had before is a narrow plank. It's about this wide. The planking I got in now is 7 inches wide. So it just gives you a different look. Plus, my family freaked out. They said, what are you doing? You're turning it. I said, yeah. So the kitchen's going this way. There'll be a divider. The living room's going this way. And I said, and then the hallway's going this way. And the second hall will have a divider because it's going to go a different direction. I wanted to break up the house like it's supposed to do. People always think they have to relate a whole entire floor the same way or else it's not going to look good. That's because they dummies and don't know how flooring works. You can have the same floor in your living room and your dining room or your walk through. And if you got it divided and you change it in direction, it looks like a whole different floor. And I had to kick the kids off it because they thought they were ballroom dancing. They had both floors. They were just dancing all over the new floor. I was like, get down on my floor, people. Jesus. That's my son and his wife, his wannabe wife. They were cracking me up dancing on the floors. I said, "Here, go take a book and read." I said, "Go take one of these L. Ron's books and go sit down and read." Like, whatever. That's the only thing he's going to read is if it's online. That's reading no other way. But I did let him. He was listening to something I had, something I got from y'all. It might have been Fear, actually. You know what? With the 2 lightsabers we're giving away tonight, I'm going to give one of y'all, whoever doesn't get the second saber is going to get a copy of Fear.
That's a good book.
That's an amazing book.
So I think I got 1 CD left and 3 books, 3 books. And that's it on that one, guys. Y'all just too bad. You better get them while you can get them. No, I'm going to give the rest of them away this probably Wednesday.
Well, John Newman's going to come back and join us. Somebody to go to our website and buy it too.
Yes, it is. Well, because
you can get your holiday gifts.
Yeah, so whatever's left of Fear, I'm going to give away on Wednesday, and that's it. So go get some. Actually, it's better for y'all to go over. No, it's better to go over to the website, galaxypress.com, and look around. Yeah, because Fear is there, and all the books you see behind me is there, but there's a lot of other stuff there.
Yeah,
a lot of other stuff. And if you know you have a little bit more flush in money, there are several types of pads you can get, or HD plugins, not HD, USB plugins, stuff like that. Yeah, you can get a lot of material on it. Mm-hmm. Or you can go for the big pad and get all the stuff on it. Mm-hmm. Well, no, it's not.
Pad there?
What is this? No, I got some black thing behind me. Yeah, I got a pad, not the one y'all want to see though. That's an Amazon Fire pad. Y'all don't want to see that thing. That's how I can control my bitchin' Alexas that want to talk to each other. I'm telling you, I got some problem with Alexa and Siri talking to each other. And today, my son and I are driving. Siri just starts talking to both of us. We're like, what? Just out of the blue. Oh, that's not the right place to go. You should be going with my son's like, what did you ask? I didn't program anything. It just, and now sometimes if Siri's in either room with Alexa, they'll start talking to each other. Or sometimes Alexa will just start talking to me out of the blue. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I called him and asked. He said, "Oh, it just does that sometimes." I'm like, it's weird stuff. The thing is weird. I don't even know what to think about it. That's very weird. It's
turn the Siri off on my phone. All the voice activated.
Actually, you know what, Samantha? Well, I got enough time to get it right now, but on the next show, I'll have it out so y'all can see it. Yeah, it's been on with me before. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had it before.
Yeah, basically, you get all the books, the other stories, and the iPad's free. The device.
Yeah, actually, that's true. That's true because you're getting $3,000 worth of stories. No, they got a lot of good stuff on there. I spent a lot of time when I first got it. I spent a lot of time. Well, what I was doing was I'd plug it in and swipe it to my phone or swipe it to my car. A lot of them I read in my car when I had to go like Florida, places like that. I didn't think about it. I should have brought it with me to Salt Lake because I could have listened on the way up to Salt Lake. And, no, it ain't traveling with me no more. It got lost once. We ain't going through that shit again. It's staying at the house. No, that's the one you begged me for, John. No, you ain't getting that. John was trying to bribe me for it. I'm like, go buy it. I said, give me $5,000. He's like, really? I said, give me $5,000. I'll send it to you. I said, John, he's like, what? They cheaper than that? I'm like, yeah, they're cheaper than that. Go ahead and get you one, doofus. Yeah. This picture behind me is constantly. People are constantly trying to get me to give the picture. Y'all can't see it right now, guys, but there's a picture of, is it Turley? Who is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is, right there.
The people are constantly,
That's an autograph, Frank Frazetta.
Yes, it's numbered, autograph, signed, guys. You're not getting your hands on it. Matter of fact, when we read you the studio, it's going in a different place so I can see it better. It's going to go up there with a couple other pictures I got that are signed and limited. Matter of fact, that thing right there, the paddle wheeler that's stuck in the swamp, melting down. You want to know how much that picture's worth. It's signed, numbered as well. It's I try to collect good stuff, people. I got to leave my kids something. I was trying to give him my house. Got to get something out of it. No, Jesse. No, y'all don't know my son. I try to get him good and come on with me all the time. He's just no, he's not into this. He doesn't have his daddy's ego yet. Give him some time. He's only 36. Give him some time. Give him a little time. That'll change. He's got to deal with me all the time. I made him a partner about Me and his brother made him a partner about 8 years ago. Now that his brother's retired, he's starting to figure out, oh, it's not quite as easy as I thought. Yeah, because there's a lot more stuff going on now. You got to learn a lot more. What we giving away? No, she's not giving away her jacket. Y'all learn, man. Y'all too much eggnog tonight, as I can.
I think they're ready for you to give a book away.
YouTube is working. Y'all can go watch this on YouTube. And if you're in YouTube, you come on here. You seen that 69 sex guy came on here just a few minutes ago. Alexa, what is that? Cinema was on here a few minutes ago. Let's see. Where's my email at? Let me see if we can find my email. Okay, so. But I still didn't ask the question. How can y'all get a book if I don't ask a question? See, I'm playing dirty tonight. Yes. I'm going to make this easy because I feel like I'm in a good mood. How much did George Lucas sell Star Wars to Disney for? See, that's an easy one. Since I got the answer right here in front of my face. Look at all y'all writing me emails already. I got to quit this, people. It's just my email's going. Yes, I just asked a question, but that's not for the lightsaber. That's for the books. That's the 48 books we're giving away. Yes, I was going to ask something about Elrond, but y'all would never get it, so I decided to do something easy. No, maybe Wednesday we will. You mean the dark saber? I told you it was Ray and the one like mine. Yeah, so there's two of these that are being given away. One is an extra, and then there's Ray's sword lightsaber. This is the one when I go to LA, I'm gonna beat Emily up with.
But you got that short blade you're gonna be giving to her.
Oh yeah, I'm bringing her a special present after they try to kick me off the plane for keeping it with me. I haven't shown you. What is it in here? No, it's in the hallway where it belongs. It's I got her. It's Chinese. I forget which kind it is now. If it's a samurai or if it's the other one. It's a gorgeous 440 stainless steel. It's sharp as hell too. I said, Johnny, you better watch out. She just cut your clothes right off, or you're running. 2.2 billion. Where did you come up with that? George would have fell over and laughed at that. 2. Did you look it up? We're on the internet, people. Look it up. Ooh, yeah. Look it up. Michelle the other night, one of my friends was trying to get a lightsaber. She said, I'll have my sister call. I said, no, I know who your sister is. These are for regular listeners. That's why we're giving them away. Now, the lightsaber question is going to be easier. Who was the biggest star in The Final Hope, or The Hope, whatever it's called, the Star Wars first one? The Hope. Good Hope. I can't remember that. Who was the most famous star in there? No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about who was the biggest star in the movie. And it wasn't Luke Skywalker, and it sure wasn't his sister. So, look, I'm helping y'all out right there. He went on to be a way bigger star than any of them. Matter of fact, they made a movie out of him. Y'all will figure it out sooner or later. Well, I didn't even tell you who was going to win yet. So this is how this is going to work.
What's number of a person calling in or something? So
I got my email open up, and I can see how many there's open. So on the books, it's going to be 21, 22, 23, and 24, unless they don't get it right, and then it'll go down. I mean, it'll just scroll further down to the next person. And on the lightsaber, it's going to be 4 and 5. Yeah, there'll be new ones coming up. Yeah, because I'm double counting. Who? Morgan Le Fay, really? Now you know I can't mail. If that's not your real name, I can't mail the books to you. I love your email. I think it's great, and you got the right answer. But what's your real name and location? You really live in Salem, really? Because I mean, you're gonna have to give me a location if you. No, I believe my son was just in Salem just recently. So that's your witch name for your coven, and you do live in Salem, Mass. All right, well that's cool. Just make sure re-email me in a minute because I don't see your address in here. So you got to re-mail me and make sure you get me the address. Yeah. $25 billion. Hey, nobody would have paid $25 billion. Come on, y'all are on crack tonight. Look it up. We got 3 winners. I want to see the last one. I'll even help you. It has a 4 in it. I can't believe I just want to look it up on the internet. Kathy, how are you doing? Kathy, where are you from? Wisconsin. You're in Cheeseland. Mail me some cheese. I'll send you some extra books. Well, I always try to get my friend Amelia. They run a cheese factory up in Canada, but it costs too much to ship it down here.
I'll have to go visit.
Yeah, you got the right answer. So, Mass, huh? So we got one in Mass, one in. What is this one? Christopher Morgan from American Airlines. Okay. I don't know why you had to include your American Airline thing. Is that like you wanted a free plug or something? I'll be nice because I got like 80,000. I got like 80,000 points with y'all, so I'll be nice and give you a free plug. Nope, you didn't get the right answer. No, you left a 5 out of it. Wasn't just 4 or 0. Nope. You better get on because. Let's see who else is in here. William Christopher Carey. Well, that sounds like a nice New Hampshire name. No, you got it right. We got one left, people. So, William Carey, are y'all freezing your you-know-what's off up there yet? I mean, we will be next weekend. I know y'all got our storm that came through yesterday. It's been dumping buttloads of snow on top of all y'all. See, y'all making me use poor grammar tonight. Jerry Kahn, I work at HBO Max. What people? Y'all just want to plug this. I'm gonna start sending y'all a bill for this now. Yeah, I'm gonna want to cut out of this free advertisement here. Besides, it was 3.5 anyway now. Michael Wentz, where I know that name from? I know that name. Los Angeles, California. Well, hey, you can go over there and buy him in cash. No, you didn't get it right either. You went 500,000 too much. Yeah, if you can get back before somebody else doesn't get it. Stephanie Antoinette, really? What's your last name? Is it Kennedy? Because that's my sister. Don't even. Look, somebody.
Takes 2 seconds to Google it.
I know. So, Kirill Housing, Morris Housing. Did I say that right or close? Kirill Moore Housing from Britain. Oh no, okay, from Britain. Yeah, you got Britain on there, so I'm assuming you're in London. Yes, you got the first lightsaber. So that's going to be the one I was showing, the blue one, and you'll get a copy of Fear with it. Yes. Hey. Natalie posted 3305. Natalie Woods. That sounds, another name sounds familiar. We got like rock stars and movie stars or something. Oh, you got it. So that's all 4 of our book winners, and I will get that out to you. Actually, I'll be at the place. Some other books going out tomorrow, so I will send them out tomorrow. Make sure everybody who won those sent me that. Now, on the people who won, well, we haven't given away the other 2 yet, but for the people who won the lightsabers, you have to send me your address. Make sure it's correct, because I'm not the one mailing it. He is. Yeah, so he usually mails them within 2 days of me sending them to him. I haven't seen anybody have to wait more than 4 days to get their lightsaber. Yeah, I know it's close to the holidays right now, and I know you're overseas, so that may be a little bit longer on you. But even the ones overseas, I was talking to a guy, got his in Australia in 7 days.
Wow,
I was stunned. Fast. I know, I was stunned. The girl in Spain got hers in, I think, six days. Yeah, we gave a lot away overseas for some reason.
Because they answered the questions right.
Yeah, well, that's true too. That helps. Guys, I'm giving y'all easy questions. Okay. He was in Indiana Jones. Does that help y'all any? Nope. All right.
Come on.
I mean, Star Wars and Indiana Jones. I mean, Really, people could. Oh man, I might just keep these two for myself. How's that? I mean, just two of them up for grabs here. Who is this? Let's see. We've seen 3 emails come in. Let's see. No, all the books have been given away. You should have sent me the answer on the thing. No, John Goodwin, you can't have one. I see your name in there, man. John's trying to. No, that's when he emailed me earlier.
Yeah, that was the last time you were on the show. I emailed you.
I know. Lisa Greer. Hello, Lisa Greer. And where are you at, Lisa Greer? St. Louis. Whoa, how you doing up there in St. Louis? Y'all cold yet up there? Y'all got a lot of rain. I know that.
What's the email?
My car.
My car?
You got it? You got it right? All right. All right. So Lisa, yeah, no, you got to just be sure you make your correct email, make sure everything's correct, because he's going to mail it out. And if there's a problem, I'll have to contact him, or you'll have to contact him in there. Who you work for? Keesler, like the credit union? Oh, you're on vacation. You're from Mississippi. Well, no, it's still he'll have to mail it to you. It doesn't help you be here by me. It doesn't now.
I just emailed you a picture of the answer.
It's evil time. I know, that's what I should have put up, was a picture and maybe give him a better chance. Guys, I've never seen anybody take that long to get that answer right. I mean, that was crazy. Look at it. Oh, look, see, Amelia, Emily knows her. She said, right, I wonder if I can share this. No, it won't let me do it on here, will it? Come on out of there. No, it's in my email. I'm going to bring it out. Guys.
You want to put it on there?
So many of y'all wrote and didn't get it right. I mean, the Indiana Jones should have been a dead giveaway. Harrison Ford is, I mean, that should have been a dead giveaway. Well, even back then, he was still a bigger star than his 2 co-stars. Yeah, he was already starting to make it in the world. As far as what's his name that played Luke, I really never seen him do anything after that. And the princess didn't do all that much after that. I mean, she did some, but not as much. Oh, I tell you what, I will throw in a lightsaber if y'all can guess what my favorite Star Wars was. You ain't never gonna get it. So yeah, I'll tell you this: it wasn't one of the movies. Ooh, that made it even harder on y'all two now. No. Actually, no. Come Wednesday, I might. If I'm feeling a terrible mood, I might give this stack away behind me. Now they're all different. What is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So all 8 of these books are different. And the reason why is I know, and then there's, I might give those away with it. That's 24. Because I know coming in a couple of days, a lady's sending me, I think it's a 5 or 6 book set that John and Emily had on sale. It's, now I can't remember which set of books it was. See, my brain is fried. I need to take like a vacation in the Bahamas and go hang out with what's his name? What's his name that's in jail?
Oh, yeah,
I don't want to hang out in jail with him. He's going to be news for quite some time to come. But you know what? Since it's Wednesday, but that's only 4 days before. I will ask him tonight when I talk to him, when I send him this information for this, because we have. He originally it was going to be 12. I think we're up to almost 18 now, or 20. He pitched in at least another 10. Well, one of them he's sending me for a personal thing, but so at least another 9. So we'll give away 3 of them on Wednesday. Yes,
and I'll do this thing too as well. Anybody who's listening here, like if they go to Galaxy Press and then they email me at, I think it's info at galaxypress.com. And they just say that you heard me on your show, whatever they buy, I'll throw in another special book on their order, on top of the order. They go in, whatever they order, just email me at info at galaxypress.com, say that you heard about it on the Centralist with you, and then I'll make sure another book is added into the order at no charge, free.
There you go, Carol. You should jump on that right there. Well, no, we're done for giving away stuff tonight, but we'll be giving away stuff Wednesday too. I got to go through what books I got left. because I got to give some away for the New Year's. But I think we're still holding pretty good. I had John and them sent me a good amount, and then I had two other people send me a good amount. And Borders sent not Borders. What's the other one? Sent me a random 12 box. Yeah, Barnes and Noble sent me a random 12 box set, just random books. Some of them are cookbooks. I mean, it's just weird stuff. Some are cookbooks, some are good stories, some are just weird stuff. There's even a book in there, How to Learn Tarot. I mean, it was like whatever was left over, stuck in a box and sent them. But so y'all will find out when I find out what we're sending out. So at the same time as I'm pulling them out of boxes. But Friday we're going to Wednesday we're going to really just go on the lightsabers and the books I've got left over from Writers of the Future. Well, I want y'all to get in these stories because I want people out there to read the stories and realize what it is that you can be doing for yourself. I mean, these days on the internet, if you're an excellent writer or a good illustrator, you can be making buku. And if you win Writers of the Future, that's a big step to getting you there. Well, I didn't know in the beginning, but after knowing John and Emily for as long as I have now and being involved, I've got to talk to all the judges and they really do want to help you out. Plus, they have a pretty good workload themselves, and I have seen some of them refer people for jobs or help them get jobs or stuff like that, or even go work for them. So you just never know what's going to come out of this until you win, and you can't win unless you what submit. Just hit the button, hit the button, hit the button, hit the button. Yes, this will come from an archive tomorrow. Sometimes it'll post archive and it will stay up permanently. I will put on there later tonight. I will put on that book giveaway coming up on Wednesday, and at Wednesday and Friday we'll be on next Friday before Christmas. Oh yeah, I'll probably be dressed up like a freaking reindeer or something. But I gotta watch my family get crazy, and my two little elves. I'll have my two dogs dressed up as elves, and then we'll have helpers.
Aww.
If they wouldn't slime on the books, I'd let them bring them over to. Man, that much. She couldn't keep her mouth on any of these. Lola's mouth only opens about that much. She's growling at me dancing. And you're a real threat. I'm scared. Stay away from my toes. That's all I'm worried about. There and what are y'all? Last week of April, second week of April. Where are y'all this year for the gala?
April 28th.
Yeah, so last week of April, they're gonna have the gala. So y'all can't get into this year; it's too late. But you can submit for next year.
That's right. But you can watch the gala event live online. It'll be streaming at 7 p.m. live.
And if you want to get an idea, last year's is on my home site at uprn.com, uprntalkradio.com. You can go over and take a listen to it there, or take a view of it there, actually. It's streamed through YouTube, so you can watch it on YouTube as well. But you can go over to YouTube for Writers of the Future, and they have last year's and this year's, or last year's and the year before last. And there's a lot of great stuff in there. Y'all should go watch it and see. But it gives you an idea if you win how you're going to be treated. Yeah, you get the red carpet treatment. And some of you bums don't deserve it.
And just using it as a bridge. We're coming into the holiday season. Some people are on vacation too. So we've got that online writing course that people can take and get through in the time that you're going to be off, to be able to learn from the best of the best on how to write short stories, to be able to submit a story to the contest. It's free to take the course, free to enter, and if you've got the time, we've got the wherewithal to help you do it.
Donna, the course isn't hard. I'm just not patient. Go ahead, Amy. Let me cut you off.
I was just saying, just go to writersofthefuture.com and it's right there.
Yeah. So, no, it's a good course. It teaches stuff. Let me tell you, I've been real lucky with this because I've taken the course, 2/3 of the course. I don't want to lie, and I got to sit. So it was weird. So the year before last, I spent a lot of time with the illustrators, which I still can't draw, but I learned a lot. But this year I spent a lot of time with the writers. And I got to say, I pumped out 12,000 words. Y'all been on me about a novel forever. And I got 12,000 words that last time I was up there. So I learned a lot. Now, granted, it probably needs a lot of editing and a lot of stuff and a lot of spell check and things like that. But I think
that's secondary.
Yeah. And well, no, I'll cheat. I'll send it to Emily and say, Emily, fix this damn thing. It's not cheating. I can't help it if I know them. And look, y'all know my editing is not real good. So it's but the point being is, by being there, my goofy ass who ain't been to write anything other than essays on, when I was in school. I learned a lot from it. And if I can learn a lot, God, anybody who writes can learn, 5 times as much as I did. Because I wouldn't always pay attention. Sometimes I was harassing somebody like Sarah or John or somebody. Or Emily. She put you to work too. It's but I don't know how to really explain it. I mean, the 2 years I was there's a real good. Everybody's really comfortable. And I know the people who came there are nervous. I understand that. But even they feel more relaxed. After like day 2, I noticed everybody was kind of relaxing and getting to know each other. I didn't see any real big spats or anything like that. Now, I'm not privy to everything, people, but I will tell you this. Everybody who works for Writers of the Future and Author Services, I had access to all of them. Unfeathered access. John and Kid, just go ask them whatever you want. And none of them hesitated to ask me. So, one thing when people lie is when they got to stop and think about what they're going to say. There wasn't no stopping. They just told me what they were doing or what was on their mind or whatever. So all I can tell you is you'll be treated really well. It gives you a step up. I mean, if you go into any job and say, hey, I want Writers of the Future, boom, you're already up 1 level. The guy's going, really? Okay, you might be up 2 levels. It might help you to get the job over the next guy that's coming in or the guy who just came in before you. So try. Again, it never hurts to try. You never know who's going to win. You just don't know until you try it.
That's right.
What do you mean how much they pay me? About $100,000 a year. How's that? Baby. No, man, it doesn't work that way. Because I know I've told the story a million times, but I was on John's ass for a while. And as a matter of fact, when Jeff and I were talking about that last night, that, it's just when you hear stuff, you just got to make sure, because we sponsor a lot of different people, and they're exactly what they say they are. There's no funky monkey business going on. There's no harassment of any kind. They take really good care of y'all, which it's got to be aggravating because some of y'all are aggravating. So John and Emily have way more patience than I've ever had. And not just them. I mean, Joni, the whole bunch of them. There's just a great crew over there that work really well together. And if there are problems, you don't get to see them. Okay? That's how well they work together. It stays wherever it needs to stay. It doesn't get drug out in the middle of everything. It doesn't any drama. And by the way, there wasn't any drama. Not me knock on wood. I shouldn't have said that out loud. But there's not. It just, for me, for y'all to win with them, I think you'll be much better off in so many ways that I can't mention than if you submit it to any other publishing company out there. Other publishing companies do this. And I've interviewed with a few of the other ones, and a lot of them were just like, it's kind of sketchy, and there was always some kind of something involved, or they wanted to keep your material, or they either wanted you to pay something, or they wanted to keep having rights over your material or whatever. These guys weren't like that. As far as I know, the only thing you got to pay for is your dinner, and that's a good thing because I know some of you people can eat. I'm just saying, and see, that's a question I just asked somebody, and like I said, they just answered without thinking about it or anything. It's just these kind of things you need to know, because when you're going to submit anything to anybody, you need to know it's the right people to go to and guide people. How many people I endorse in my life? 3. Let's be honest. I'm not easily swayed to do it. I really like them. Emily and John are great people. Everybody I've met over there at both places are great people. Yeah, I mean, they're all nice people. What can I say? They're nice and good looking at the same time. You can't ask for better. I mean,
yeah, look at her.
I know. Well, I was talking about you, but we all know she's good looking. But that's a given. Yeah, they all work their butts off. Let's just put it like that. I mean, they literally work their butts off. It's a nonstop thing for the whole week. Everybody's there, and I'm not going to lie to you. If you're an illustrator or if you're a writer, you're going to work while you're there, but you're going to learn things you're just not going to learn anywhere else. My all-time favorite is the 24-hour story. I shouldn't say that online because I might scare people.
Yeah.
That's still my favorite by far.
They get prepped for it. Yeah,
they do. And, they got excellent illustrators there. I've met several top-of-the-line illustrators there. All of them doing quite well for themselves. And as far as the judges go, as far as the writer judges go, you can't ask for better judges. Well, they're going to probably rotate judges from time to time. That's what happens when you do this. But still, win is all I can tell you. You can't win if you don't plug it in. I'll tell you a little secret. What I would do is I would go cruise around both their sites, Galaxy Press and Writers of the Future, take a look around, see what you do. If you want to get a little cheap, maybe read a little L. Ron stuff, put you in the right kind of mood to write. But you need to write from you, from your soul, your heart, whatever it is, your brain, however you write. That's where you need to write from. You don't need to copy anybody. And again, the worst thing that's happened is you won't win. And nobody's going to come shoot you. Men in Black are not going to show up at your house, I promise. It's not going to be that way.
No.
I wouldn't endorse them otherwise. Wait, you broke up right just said that.
Oh, I said it's a blind judge contest, so your name won't even be connected to what the judges see.
Yes, and that's the whole thing I wanted to go see people, and that's exactly why I'm so disappointed. I thought I had their asses. But hey, it's exactly what it seems. That's all I can tell y'all. But again, you can't win if you don't submit. So submit, right. Win, and then you get to meet John and Emily. Yes, they're nice people, good people. Hey, they're just good people. So you'll get to meet them. My favorite is Joni, though. That woman is just like the whirlwind. She's like the whirlwind on dude. That woman is just, and then Emily's right over there. It's like two whirlwinds going up. I should have videotaped y'all. I was moving around so much. It's great to watch them. They are workaholics, and they put on a really good show. They take care of all of y'all. Anybody who wins and makes it there, they take really good care of y'all. They really put on a top 100 event. The gala is fabulous. It's just like any other gala in Hollywood. You can look for yourselves. Just go watch the gala. You're going to be in there. You're going to get on stage and talk and the whole 9 yards. Yes. Denise is like, I just passed out. I just fainted. Well, if you don't submit your book, you can't faint. How's that? My rule about if you don't vote, you can't bitch. Well, if you don't submit, you can't faint. So y'all get over there and do it. But any other words from them, guys, since I've been yapping for the last 10 minutes?
No, just the main thing is it's the happy holidays. And for anybody that's into reading, if you know people that like to read, these are great stories. They're really good for middle school on up. And like I said, anybody that goes to Galaxy Press to check out the books, gets any books, if you also then email me at info@galaxypress.com and just say you heard of me tonight on The Centralist, I'll send you another book on top of that for free of whatever you order. And so you'll get it as a gift for whoever you've got that likes to read. And if you know somebody that's an inspiring writer or artist, like Emily said, and you've been saying, Joe, too, it's free to enter. It's open to anybody that's not professionally published. And you can't win if you don't enter. And it's just the only way a writer writes is the only way that he becomes better is by writing. So you can learn from the, here comes the lightsaber. The only way
I was just about to say happy holidays and be safe, and Joe whips out a lightsaber.
By the way, all the lightsabers come with the fighting blade. So in case you want to whack your husband, your spouse, your friend, your wife, whoever it may be, you can whack them with it. My stepdaughter tries to attack me with hers all the time. I'm like, we have saber fights down the hallway. my wife threatened to videotape it, so we said we'll go somewhere else. It's just, running down the hallway in my shorts and my socks is not what the world needs to see. Trust me. It's what is that, Marcia? Who? No, they're going to come back and visit, hang out with us a little while. We just ended up running over late because I was babbling, but. Now I want to see everybody. The more people submit, the better. And look, if you don't win this year, submit. Okay, I'm going to say this real quick. You can submit 4 times a year. 4. Not once, but 4. And, you might get a letter back saying maybe if you do this, this, or that with your book and then resubmit it. Or you might just submit something new. But it does go to the judges with a number. So, yep. And then you just hope you win.
Yeah, maximum 17,000 words.
Say what, Jeff? What was I talking? Oh, you mean his daughters? No, they came on camera after we got off the air. Yeah, well, they were cooking or cleaning or something. I don't know what they're also whirlwinds. Them two, holy cow!
Oh yeah.
It's great because they have opposite points of views on politics. I was talking to both of them, so it was great. I was trying to know how to kill it. Don't kill each other. No, they're bright young ladies. Yes. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with their dad. I'll smack you upside your head. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he doesn't look like he's gonna have much patience with y'all. But no, they were great. I know. Y'all caught them. Wait, where were they? They must have been on one of the videos we did somewhere along the line. They must have been on one. But no, they're fun too. The whole, like I said, everybody associated with this is just fun people. Is Todd a judge? Somebody just asked me if Todd was a judge. Oh, yes, I think I should have known that.
He became a judge
a lot of
after
fun.
the podcast. Yeah.
Todd's a lot of fun. Him and I crack out. We were cracking each other up this year, man. It was ridiculous. And then poor students thought, the poor winners thought we were cracking up at them. Had nothing to do with them. There was like 6 of them sitting over here, and him and I were just laughing. We were looking at something behind them. I guess they just thought, why are these two laughing at us? The little skinny guy, little guy who works with Tom Wood, came over and asked, why are y'all laughing? I said, we're not laughing at you. We was laughing at the guy that fell out the door coming in the door. That's what we were laughing at. Had nothing to do with y'all whatsoever. It was great. No booze allowed. I'm sorry. No, nobody drinks these things. What are you talking about? No, we're not even going there. That's shame on all y'all people even thinking that. LA don't serve booze, right, people? Midnight, they ain't no booze. 2 a.m., they ain't no booze. It's not like the rest of the country where there's booze everywhere. It's no, really. I'm gonna say this last time. I'm gonna get out of here. The good ones are great. If you get to ever meet them, you're gonna really enjoy them. They're really hardworking people. They put on an event that really helps literacy around our country. Actually, nowadays around the world, and we need to all help literacy. Really. I meet people sometimes that have 3rd grade, 4th grade reading skills. I'm like, really? You know that I can't read a novel because their skills aren't going to let them do it. No, I read better than I talk when I'm reading, yeah. But it's just, go out, buy a book, share a book. I prefer if you buy one from galaxypress.com. Oh, you can get their stuff on Amazon, but I would rather you go to John's site and get it. They're all over the place. Yeah, it's not just,
we're at Amazon, we're at Barnes & Noble, we're at...
Books A Million.
Yeah, Books A Million down there.
They're all over the place. So go out and buy a book. Like I said, again, I'd rather you go to galaxypress.com, but feel free. But buy a book, share a book. Put it in your little library in your corner. Share the book, give it around. Yeah. Actually, if you're going to do that, you need to buy one for yourself and one for the share. Really, you really want to be reading. It's COVID, people. I knew I was going to get in trouble when I said that. Anyway, we got to get out of here, everybody. I want to thank everyone for driving me crazy in the sweet messenger thing. Again, y'all do know you can talk to us on Facebook, on YouTube, on LinkedIn. That's why we have them. I don't know how the Roku thing's going to work. That's what. That's going to be a question next week. What's going to be the name of the Roku channel? That's going to be for all 3 of the lightsabers we give away. That's going to be the question next week. What is the name of the Roku channel? So it may or may not be published by then. So if it's not, you're going to have to get creative. That's all I can tell you. Remember, the email is always icar@cox.net. You can find us there anytime. You can write to us there anytime. And I always got to give a shout out for Michelle DeRoche because she's been working her happy buns off. She's brought in, I think, 4 new shows in the last week. So we're going to have I think our morning shows are going to end up being from the UK and Australia. Now, that's great. I'll have to put them on an FM tower because they'll just love that accent. Yeah. I'll make money off of that one. But yes, as soon as I know about Roku, it will be posted on all of our Facebook pages and all of our other pages, so you can find it. Everybody will be on television now, so you got to be pretty when you're on TV. I'm just scared of children now, but that works for me. No, that's not. Don't go with the name. Let's just stop. We're going to leave now. Y'all can work on a name Wednesday. Just make you a list of names. Y'all know what the name of this station is. So, is it this or is it something else? Or did I add something into this name? Yes. You better hope I got Rupert going. On that note, guys and girls, we're going to get out of here. Please stay tuned for Bill Scott. Oh my God, for Spaced Out Radio, and I'll see y'all all next week.
Good night.
When you were a kid, did you want to be an astronaut? A crossing guard? Sometimes our dreams feel a little all over the place, but we're not alone. In fact, McDonald's created an education platform, APA Next, with all the resources Asian Pacific American students like us need to navigate the next steps, or even figure out what they are. With streaming workshops on college admissions and more, a lot of the work is done for us. Come take a look at apanext.com and decide what's next for you.
That way we could get Bill WD-40 into the Spreaker chat so he could lube us up for tonight's show. Jeff Swenson, thank you for joining us. Hi, Kathy Evans and Lily Pond and Social Dig. How you doing? I heard you got a good show going on over there, Social Dig. That's awesome. Congratulations. And let's see, Invisible Tracker. Body Tech, good morning to you. 405er, how you doing, buddy? Chris. Teen, nice to have you here. All right. We're caught up on people. 20 seconds away. Super Chat is open. Remember, it's a good way to support what we do on this show. And, of course, do a little shopping at spacedoutradio.com. It's a great place to get some swag, especially that woo kind of swag. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Hey, do me a favor, everyone. It's that time. Let's get our horns up. Let's start this thing. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do Old Navy the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, and check out our swag as well. Tonight's show brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a great show for you tonight. It's all about the experience. Colin Ekstrand is here. We're going to talk about his lifelong experiences with his brand new book, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. Good BC kid. We're going to like him tonight, definitely. Then, in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp, where Swamp Dweller has a spooky story for us. Then, Terry Hall will fill in for Tim Senor, who's vacationing in Washington State this weekend. And we'll have the UFO report for you like we normally do. All right, let's kick things off, shall we? Colin Ekstrand shares his magical experiences with us tonight. He's a small-town boy growing up on the island of Vancouver Island here in British Columbia, and these incredible events began when he was a young kid. Now, he did everything that other kids should do, playing sports like hockey, baseball, softball, volleyball. He was very successful at track and field and football in the small town, a working town called Powell River. But over the years, some fantastic situations started happening, and they became more frequent. Now, you can find his book by going on Amazon.com and typing in My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. So we're going to learn all about it tonight as we bring in Colin right now. Colin Ekstrand, thank you so much for coming on Spaced Out Radio tonight. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. It's splendiferous to be here, Dave. It's a word I used in my book, and it is a real word, and it's a real positive word, and again, it's a real honor to be here. Thank you.
Excellent. We're glad to have you here. And a fellow BC guy like myself, you know, it's always good. I started my radio career on Vancouver Island in Parksville and then over to Nanaimo, then back to Parksville. Same owners. They just pushed me up the highway and down the highway before smartening up and heading back to the mainland where the sharks couldn't get me. You know, so, I mean, it's a beautiful area where you live. And the one thing about Vancouver Island that a lot of people don't know is that there are a lot of weird and strange things that happen there. It's very haunted. There's sea monsters all around and inland on the island that have been reported. There's mermaids that have been reported, Sasquatch that's been reported, and, of course, UFOs and aliens. I mean, you got the real gamut there.
Well, I wish I would have seen a few more.
Well, that's just the way it is, man. That's just the way it is. But, I mean, explain to people because we have listeners literally all around the world. Vancouver Island is on the west coast of British Columbia, Canada, and it is literally the next stop is Japan. And so,
Yeah.
And it was one of the areas that was, one of the final areas of the West Coast Passage that was actually found by explorers here. Captain George Vancouver is the one who found it. So for you, living in that little piece of paradise there, I mean, what was it like growing up in that area?
Well, Pearl River actually is not part of Vancouver Island, yet it takes ferries to get to it, whether you're traveling from Vancouver on the mainland to Pearl River or on Vancouver Island from Courtney Comox over to Pearl River, due to the very large, wide inlets on the mainland. And it's more cost effective right now to have ferries running the show there than building roads. But you asked me what it was like growing up in Pearl River. So I explained it's sort of isolated. So number one, you're always taking ferries to go play sports against other teams. So that's a common denominator amongst everybody in Pearl River is ferries. So now beyond that, very close-knit community. If you didn't know the person by name, you certainly recognized them because you would see them fairly frequently. Now, as it turns out, Pearl River has actually become a city since then, but it's sort of like a small town. We'll call it a small town, and it's good for the title. But so it's very more intimate, close-knit community due to the isolation. Very friendly, hardworking. There's a lot of outdoor activities, a lot of camping, a lot of hiking, a lot of fishing, a lot of outdoor activities.
For sure. Now, growing up in an area like that where Powell River, back in the day before, the Vancouverites all decided to start exploring the provinces when real estate shot up right across. I mean, what was it like growing up there where you knew everybody? I mean, you were isolated. It's an isolated town, right on the coastline. It's known for its fishing. It's known for its logging. And if you weren't involved in one or the other, you had family who were. And like you said, everybody kind of knew who everybody was. So when strange things started happening to you, and we'll get into what happened here in a little bit, were other people involved in what was happening?
Not necessarily, no. It was more or less, I think, of a individual personal thing than it was collective. But I'll say this, I believe the things that I did, anybody can do. And therefore, striving for goals, whether they be athletic or career goals, you'd be surprised how much in common they have, the tools to strive to achieve the goal in mind. So again, your question, were there other people involved? Other than teammates, but in regards to my own personal experiences, it was sort of a individual thing.
All right, well, let's take the time here to learn about your magical experiences. When did these start for you?
Well, 5 years old. When I first, now remember, between the ages of 5 and 20, a lot of my magical experiences were connected to my athletics. But I was always a very reflective, introverted person who just ask me that again.
Well, so just in regards to when things started happening for you.
Yeah, I was 5. And okay, so again, I was mentioning most of them when I was younger were athletic. So again, when I was 5, I put six, I hardly ever held a hockey stick in my hand, and I put 6 pucks in a row in the center slot at an elementary school's festival where there was arts and crafts and games. And that was the first stirrings of something extraordinary. Now, I didn't think too much of it then, but as things materialized later in life, I look back and say, oh yeah, that's probably where it started.
Okay, so you had the gift of the hockey stick, which is something that is very Canadian. Very Canadian, by the way. And, you know, as going forward...
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void or prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Hey there, I'm David Novak. I ran Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut. And like you, I'm always learning so I can be the best leader I can be. That's why I started How Leaders Lead, the first leader-to-leader podcast with CEOs from Target, Pepsi, and Adobe, and greats like Tom Brady, Jim Nantz, and Jack Nicklaus. You'll learn how to win, how to bounce back, and how to lead. So listen to How Leaders Lead wherever you listen to podcasts. It's the best podcast on leadership you'll ever listen to.
Or did this all revolve around sports? Did it revolve around your own personal abilities?
Well, in the beginning, it was sports. But as I refer to my reflective nature, that in the beginning it was sports, but there was always inspiration and grace there, right from the beginning and right to the present. So even though it was sports, I make that connection because as I got older and grew up, it became more evident in my life. My own personal philosophy would be used more than just in sports when I was young. It would transfer over to one's career, one's family, adult life. But as a young person, mainly they were athletic achievements. But reflecting back upon them, I sort of see the kind of tools that I used, mental tools of goal setting and focus and concentration and planning. So yes, in the beginning, mainly they were athletic.
That's really interesting. Very interesting. And did you ever think that they were some sort of paranormal experience or just supernatural type experiences? When did you start thinking that it was something a little bit different?
Well, I knew by the time I was 20, I already had at least 24 peak athletic experiences. And to my recollection and observation, that's fairly unusual. I think most people might have 2, 3, 4, or 5 by that stage in their life. But I had more than that. And it kept on going even after my youth, into my adulthood and my family life. The grace and benefits that I utilized toward my athletics, I used in adulthood and wound up benefiting my family members. I believe it rubbed off on them, and I see them succeeding, and I hope I'm a little part of that as well.
Okay, so you had an athletic gift regarding sports coming across very easily, and me being a former sports guy, I'm very, very intrigued by this because dealing with professional athletes the way I did, it was very much watching people be able to do things that I know I struggled with on the ice or on the ball field or whatever. You know, to some people it just came like a supernatural sixth sense.
Yes, well, that certainly was a gift I had. But I think you will know that even a gifted athlete who does not strive to improve themselves will soon be surpassed by those that are striving to improve themselves. So even if one is given a certain amount of ability, if one does not exercise it and improve upon it, you will be passed by others that are continuing to work at their craft, whether it be athletics or otherwise.
Okay, so what did you excel in?
Okay, well, I have stories in there about hockey, baseball, softball, track and field, volleyball, and Canadian football. 6 sports with stories in the book from athletics.
Okay, so let's go to the hockey rink because our American listeners would like to see there. I mean, how long did you play hockey for? Did you ever get offered any scholarships in regards to any of this?
No scholarships, but it was certainly something I was aiming for in junior hockey. But as you'll read in my book, the junior coach had it out for me, Dave, from the first meeting I had in the office with him and the scouts and the New Westminster Bruin. Ernie Punch McLean was in the office. They're the team that drafted me and signed me to their protected list when they were winning Memorial Cups. So I was 15 at the time when they signed me. And that's in the book, and that's a big thrill. And there's some stories there in the book around that as well. But regarding my junior career, I mentioned that unfortunately I was the coach's whipping boy, and I didn't stand a chance to get a scholarship once I got there because of the playing time he gave me. But it was certainly something I had in mind, but it didn't work out.
So for you being very promising in the athletic form, I mean, what made it easy for you? Were you just a naturally gifted athlete?
Yes, I was, but as I mentioned before, unless I strove to improve myself, I would be surpassed. Now, I always like to set goals and achieve, set them higher than where I'm at to make life interesting and see what I can accomplish. And so I would find that I would need to work at the craft to improve upon it. It wouldn't just improve by itself.
Okay, so fill me in here. I mean, how many different sports were you playing competitively at that time?
Well, as I mentioned, there were the 6, so I was a very busy young man, and my schooling suffered for it at the time. But by grade 9, I started to study more, and I picked that up where it was very respectable grades for entering university if necessary. But again, like there were the 6 sports, and the Canadian football was a one-time event when I was 11. It was a pass, punt, and kick contest that the PE teacher, physical education teacher, asked us to, all the athletes who wanted to participate. I had never played football. And as it turns out, when the Powell River boys were competing, I actually finished second. But a minute later, the officials recognized that the person who won that event was too old for that age category. And they came back to explain to all the athletes of this error and that I had actually, therefore, finished first. Then got to go to Nanaimo for the Vancouver Island Championship and beat the boys from Nanaimo and Victoria. And they played football, and I'd never played football. So that was quite a story. And then I got to go to the BC Lion Edmonton Eskimo or Elks game at they're the Elks now. They changed their name. And yeah, I got to go and compete amongst 28,000 fans. The BC Lions and Edmonton were fighting for first place and top spot for the home field advantage for the playoffs, and the stands were full. And it was my throwing arm. I couldn't kick and punt very well. The soccer players did better, but my throwing arm is something I did inherit from my dad, and he was quite a good athlete. And my throwing arm, in the very end, had me finish third and with the furthest throw. And I got an ovation from all the fans in the stands because it was that impressive. I'll never forget it, and it's in the book.
All right. Now, what do you do to spend your time today? Like, what do you do today? Are you a motivational speaker? Or is the book about trying to help people find their own path?
Yes, it's about people trying to help them find their own path, to inspire them. The book is filled with grace and inspiration. I think the world could use a lot more inspiration. So nowadays, I am not done so much public speaking, but I tend to spend a lot of time learning now in my adult life. Like, I'm a home share provider. I'm at home more often than most people. So I can find 3 or 4 hours a day to learn, and often it's on YouTube and in the internet, and I find what I can learn on the internet usually far more interesting and educational than what's on TV. So I'm a learner. I love to learn.
Well, yeah, I think all of us love to have that habit of learning something new. I mean, the idea that you have kind of pushed yourself to try and better who you are. What
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void or prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Vacations are supposed to be easy, right? Lots of stress-free time spent on the beach with a drink in hand, making memories that will last a lifetime. So booking a vacation should be easy too, right? That's where Apple Vacations comes in. They offer easily bookable vacation packages with exclusive nonstop vacation flights to your favorite vacation destinations. Explore deals to top-rated resorts like Ryu Hotels and Resorts and plan your vacation with ease. It's like turning on easy mode. Get started at applevacations.com today.
You're all about, I mean, how is that rubbed off on people?
Well, I'm sort of subtle. I'm not in anybody's face. I'm not a disciplinarian. My method would be lead by example and hope it rubs off, and hope that those that I care about the most, even my friends, succeed in life and are happy. And it's not easy to succeed in life or be necessarily content or happy. So those are wonderful things to strive for, and those are meaningful to me, and I would hope they're meaningful to others as well.
Now, you have an invention that you kind of created here, and we're going to get into that more in the second half hour of the show here. So, what made you start to inquire within yourself about what this was all about?
Well, that's a good question, but I can say that it started at a fairly early age. I think I started reading books seriously at about 15 years or 16 years of age, and certainly 17. I recall at 17 years old being interested in spirituality and religion, and I wanted to know more about different religions, not just one, not just the Christian religion, even though I love Jesus and I always will. Nevertheless, I still want to learn about other religions. So I would say, I went to church when I was even a young kid, and I recall having feelings of, yeah, God's real, and want to make him personal. So, that spiritual side of me was there early on in life. And I don't know if the traumatic experience of my mother leaving our family when I just turned 7, had anything to do with that, because you start to question life, even as a 7-year-old.
Colin, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. We are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Colin Ekstrand is our guest. He's got a book out on Amazon, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. We will return on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Stay tuned. All right, we are clear. Now our YouTube audience can still hear us. But so far, so good, my friend.
Thank you, Dave. Doing my best.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, so far it's a lot of good. A lot of fun. All right. Let us...
Yeah, keep asking the questions.
I will.
There's a lot to probe here.
I will, don't worry.
Right on. I prefer that.
You do a lot of fishing over there?
They do. People do. I particularly don't. I don't have a boat. But I know it's big.
Can you not fish off the shore there? Because
I
it's so
think
deep.
one can, but you will need a fishing license, yes.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. All right. Colin, I'm going to try something because apparently there is a little bit of clicking. I cannot hear it, but many people on our chat room are talking about it. So I'm just going to reboot my audio here and see if it's on my end, okay? Hold on. All right. Like I said, audience, I can't hear in the YouTube chat. I can't hear a thing on any sort of clicking whatsoever. I'm going to see if I can hear it on my YouTube here. One second, Colin.
Yeah, no worries.
Don't need a commercial. Let's just get to it. Don't need a commercial. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Why am I not hearing that then?
I don't hear it.
No, it's like a ticking sound. I don't hear it on my end. I hear it on the YouTube side. I don't know, guys, if this is a Do you have a fan or anything going behind you?
No, I don't. Like, this is the laptop. I mean,
no, I understand, but like, I don't hear it, but I know it's on our YouTube channel, and I don't know if that's your signal or if that's a YouTube thing that is happening. So I really don't know. I don't know what's going on. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with our good friend Colin Ekstrand. He's from British Columbia here, right where we are, and he has a book out. You can find it on Amazon. My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. And we're going to get right into it right now. And thank you so much, Colin, for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here.
Okay, let's start off with you recently created some sort of invention.
Well, it wasn't recently. It was actually when I was 19 years old. It was when I was 19 years old that I drew up a UFO Frisbee that could be illuminated in the middle, and took it to a patent lawyer in Vancouver. And we sent it off to the patent office and received a reply back saying that there were a few other patents that are similar enough that they couldn't just
Lucky Land Casino, asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess?
Aha, in my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kids' PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere, playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Vacations are supposed to be easy, right? Lots of stress-free time spent on the beach with a drink in hand, making memories that will last a lifetime. So, booking a vacation should be easy too, right? That's where Apple Vacations comes in. They offer easily bookable vacation packages with exclusive non-stop vacation flights to your favorite vacation destinations. Explore deals to top-rated resorts like Riu Hotels and Resorts and plan your vacation with ease. It's like turning on easy mode. Get started at applevacations.com today.
Accept it or give it a patent. And so the patent lawyer said that more work would be needed to make changes. And it would take a lot more work to get that done. And at the time, I had gotten a good job and didn't have the expertise to follow through on it. So that's as far as it got. But it was a UFO Frisbee, and I was inspired by Star Trek as a young guy, and I was right into, the woo and spirituality and space and all that stuff. And I did take a shot at it, but unfortunately I didn't get it done. And I still have it. I still do have it. And I still could do work on it, but I really don't have the expertise. And if I come across somebody who's an acquaintance of mine who does, I'll probably tap them on the shoulder or her and discuss it with them. That's where it stands right now.
Right. Okay. So, had you ever seen a UFO before?
Not to my knowledge, Dave. I wish maybe I would, but I see, I saw one strange thing, but in the sky one time where like two satellites are going by, one behind another, fairly close at the same speed. I've never seen that before. So, but I've heard since then, that there are some synchronicity done with some satellites where they will follow each other. So now I'm starting to wonder if it, was man-made or what. I couldn't explain it. I haven't seen anything UFO up close or anything extraordinary other than what I just explained on that front.
So what made you create this UFO Frisbee, and what did it look like?
Well, it looked like a traditional Frisbee, except it had a kind of light bulb in the middle and a dome on top. And you could turn it on and light it up and play with it at night, too. So, a Frisbee with a traditional UFO dome on it. That's what it looked like.
Oh, yeah? Well, that sounds like a lot of fun.
It would have been. I wish I would have been able to complete it. That would have been, and it was done right across on the tennis courts is when I thought of it, across from Wellington Beach, which is a great big wide open area that would have been perfect for this Frisbee. So that was the setting, and with my interest in space and Star Trek as a young boy, I went for it. I was always setting goals of one sort or another, meant most of them athletic. But this time I took a shot at being an inventor.
Well, hey, I mean, it worked for you. Well, almost worked for you. One sec here. Yeah, I'm starting to hear that ticking too. Colin, when the fact that you've had in your aspects an extraordinary life where you've had some very joyous and eventful experiences, would you say it's the power of positivity that is what's really been your focus for your new book?
Yes. I've at the end of each chapter, I would even put in like words of wisdom. For example, I'll give you an example. The end of one chapter, I would state, for older youth or adults, to keep in mind that for younger people, that an encouraging word could possibly change their life and have a meaningful effect in their lives if given that positive reinforcement and recognition. You're quite right about that.
Mm-hmm. And how have people responded to you around that?
I think most people respond positively. Like, I have sold 177 in the first 5 months, a lot of them to people who had lived in Powell River. Many do not anymore, but it seems that it's common that it's our roots, and it's a common denominator we all share, and we all take pride in. Now, beyond that, the positive message which I'm trying to convey, hoping to convey, I've received some very positive feedback so far, yes.
Okay, so what is that message you're trying to convey?
Persevere. Life has disappointments and challenges. We all face them. Now, I don't leave out God in this book, and faith and grace and inspiration. Sometimes those things become very personal and help a person gain inner strength. That's my view. That's what it's done for me. For example, the more I have faith, it seems the less I worry about life's concerns, thinking that I've got somebody, an omnipotent divine creator, also looking out after me, assisting along the way for us all. That's my view, and so I don't feel I'm on this path alone. I feel that the divine creator is definitely a big part of my life, always has been, even as a child. Not formally, but informally within my mind and within my heart.
And what has been the reaction from your family, your children regarding this?
My girls are very encouraging of this. They're the ones that when I turned 60 about a year or so ago, that reminded me that I had this journal that I talked about turning into a book. They're the ones that reminded me that when I turned 60, that, you know, what am I waiting for? Now's a good time to do it. So they've been very supportive and encouraging.
And, you know, do they kind of follow in Pop's footsteps with the divine message?
Yes, they do. Like I mentioned, well, in the book anyway, I happen to be a member of the Baha'i faith. I became a Baha'i at the age of 20 through my investigations and research. And as it turns out, my daughters are Baha'is. And the way this works is when the children turn 15, they will determine on their own free will if they want to continue on that path or choose a different path. And I'm grateful because it's been meaningful and beneficial to me to be a Baha'i. They have continued on that path. So yes, it's they're doing that, and it's a good feeling.
All right, that's perfect. You know, you are of the Baha'i faith. For people who do not understand what it's all about, could you explain that?
Yeah. The Baha'i faith started 178 years ago. Some of the principles are progressive revelation, where every 500 to 1,000 years, God sends a prophet or messenger like Jesus, Abraham, Moses, Zoroaster, Mohammed. And so 178 years ago, actually, 2 prophets were sent. One was a herald of the latter one. Baha'u'llah came 9 years or thereabouts after the Bab was executed, which happens to many of the, or all of the, I don't know all the prophets, but many of the prophets wind up getting martyred. He got the Bab got martyred shortly thereafter. He was foretelling the coming of Baha'u'llah. That was his mission. The other prophet that came after him 178 years ago, and the principles are equality of men and women. The really unity is the prime purpose of the coming of the last prophet, to help unify the world with democratic, free-thinking people and without war and every.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Want to stop engine problems before they start? Pick up a can of Seafoam Motor Treatment. Seafoam helps engines start easier, run smoother, and last longer. Trusted by millions every day, Seafoam is safe and easy to use in any engine. Just pour it in your fuel tank. Make the proven choice with Seafoam. Available everywhere automotive products are sold. Seafoam!
Everybody hopefully cooperating and getting along and living life to the fullest. That's just a little bit about it.
So, as someone who is completely blind to this type of faith, we're looking at equality of men and women, and that everyone is equal. Yes.
But I don't think we're quite there yet. It's one thing to say it. It's one thing to accept it and support it. But I think in my mind, there's still steps that need to be done to bring the equality to fruition and actualize it. But we're getting there.
Oh, we're definitely getting there. Now the idea behind the Baha'i faith, do you believe in reincarnation or life on other planets?
Reincarnation, our writings state that when we come into this world, it's our first time, but that we are eternal beings. And when we leave this world, we will eventually be reincarnated, I believe, but not necessarily to this world. We're told there's many other different places that a soul could go to, depending on circumstances. Right. Now, whether there's life on other planets, yes, our writings state that there is life on other planets. Not that it's developed at the same rate, because there's the early universe and there's still more to come. And it makes mention that the life on other planets will reflect the environment that the planet has. It could be very different from us. And it will be very different from us in a lot of circumstances. There will be life there.
Have you experienced life on other planets?
Only in my dreams. Or not so, well, yes, that's hard to say. But I did have some alien contact in my dreams. I can say that.
Well, that's good. I mean, everybody's got to have a little bit of aliens in their life.
Yeah, mine's in my dreams. I got to fly a craft. And funny, it was back in the days, I believe it was a Star Trek, one of the shows, and they had those short guy at the bar, big ears, and he was always in business, and he was always trying to get the better of everybody on deals. And it was two of those characters in my dream that invited me to fly their craft. And then I woke up, darn it.
So you don't actually remember flying the craft? Because,
correct.
Oh, you're killing me.
I know.
You're killing me here.
But there was one other dream where I was later in life, where I was having a real problem with a disc, a pinched nerve. And I had a dream where there were like 4 tall grays operating on me because it was a concern I had. I knew what was going on there, but it was not, I was seeing them from a third person viewpoint where I was like 10 feet away watching them. Funny enough, after that dream, when I woke up, my back was a whole lot better, and it's been better ever since. So I sort of connect those two things.
So what makes you think that they're dreams? Why are you describing them as dreams?
That's a good question, because some of the dreams I've had have been cognitive dreams. And therefore, you start to wonder if one is consciously aware in a different domain. You know what I'm talking about? Different dimension, different reality, whether it be an astral plane, whatever. But a cognitive dream can seem very, very, very real. And I've had some of those. So yes. And you wonder, definitely, Dave, not all dreams are imaginary.
Right.
Correct.
No. I have had weird dreams about aliens myself. And I have been able to juxtapose that into knowing that that's when I've had an experience, and I find it very keen and very interesting that you're still relating some major woo here that you've been hiding from us as dreams.
It's in the book, though. It's all in the book, both.
But here's the thing: most people haven't read the book yet.
Oh, I know.
So we got
talking about it.
We got to get it out there, and So I mean, when did you start noticing these dreams?
Well, I've always been interested in dreams, but I've never been able to make heads nor tails out of most of them. But some of them I have, where they're cognitive dreams. They're very vivid. I've had, I've flown through the universe at maybe light speed, and having experiences in dreams. One time I woke up for a split second encompassed by a bright, loving light for a split second before I woke up. And I've only experienced that once, and it felt divine. And, Dave, we're sort of alluding to some woo here and things that can go on, and there's many different things that can go on in the world that are woo factors.
Oh, very true. Very true. But I mean, look, you don't consider yourself a contactee, though, do you?
No, not directly speaking. I'm not aware of that, Dave. Correct.
All right, but the dreams are vivid enough. Do you think that there could be something cognizant going on?
I think there's always something cognizant going on. We're all interconnected. There isn't a time where there isn't something going on. Yes, there's always something going on. Now, because some of the dreams are so hard to define, I'll leave them out. But the cognitive dreams, I would agree. There's something going on there. And it's part of life experience, being awake and also dreaming, in my view, particularly the cognitive dreams that we really remember.
We got 2.5 minutes before we got to go to break here at the top of the hour. Author Colin Ekstrand is our guest tonight, and we've broken the seal on the woo factor. And, you know, that's where I get excited, and I know most of our audience gets excited as well, Colin, regarding this. So, I mean, the idea that you sat down, these beings told you to sit down, and that they wanted you to fly the craft. What kind of craft were you on when that happened?
Well, it didn't seem large. I'll tell you what happened in the dream, though. I'll be quick because we only got 2 minutes. I was afraid at first. I was down on the ground. I was hiding from them. I hid behind a big rock. They must have come around in their craft and seen me. They popped me into their craft. They wanted to show that they were friendly and invite me to fly the craft because I was a bit scared. They showed me there was no need to fear them. That was the gist of the dream for me.
So they just came right up to you, though, and said, hey, you want to fly our craft?
Apparently, I was glad because I thought they were going to do some nasty things.
Oh.
You know, who knows? You know, you hear all these crazy things out there. You don't want to be one of them. But no, they were very friendly and wanted me to fly the craft. I was happy about that.
Do they just throw you keys, or do they say, hey, come sit in the hot seat?
They basically, you put your hands down on the pads and you become one with it.
So it's like biological and consciousness wrapped into one.
Yes.
So what's that like to
sit?
sit?
Yes.
Now, with the seat, when you sat down in that seat, Colin.
Yes.
Now, these beings that were there, were they little gray dudes? I mean, because... they
were short brown, remember, short brown dudes, big ears, the great big-eared guys in... I'm trying to think of the Star Trek episode series it was. Something 9, you know, I can't recall. Can't recall it, but... they just invited me in and invited me to fly the craft. And they were friendly.
Son of a gun. I got to find out more about this when we come back from our break here at the top of the hour. Out of all the aliens that I've experienced, never once have them little bastards asked me to fly a craft. I'm kind of jealous of Colin right now. Spaced Out
There's
Radio.
There's still time for you yet.
Spaced Out Radio continues when we return with hour number 2 next.
I'm glad you're getting into the woo.
Yeah,
because
man.
There is that with this book.
Oh, we're gonna pull in the next hour, man. We're gonna pull all sorts of woo out of you. I found my direction.
Right on.
All right,
you're doing great.
Thank you, man. But I'm gonna turn this over to Dirty Filth here for a quick second because we always like to see what kind of cartoons he's drawing. So, Filthy, it's all up to you, man. I'll be right back.
It's all up to Dirty Filth.
Good.
Hi, Colin. How's your night going so far?
Not too bad. You?
Oh, pretty good. I had some butter chicken for supper and did some life drawing, snuck out early.
Is this Klaus?
Yes.
How are the kittens?
The gremlin and the gargoyle, they're doing pretty good. I have no idea where they went. I think Mrs. Filth actually abducted them and
Yes.
She's probably downstairs reading a book.
She can be the pin cushion now.
Oh, definitely.
The claw cushion. They're sharp.
I forgot how sharp their little tiny stabbing utensils are.
Yeah.
Imagine
I know.
Some kind of smarter entity of the universe goes, I'm going to create these little tiny fuzz balls, and I'm going to put the sharpest things at the end of their feet and hands. And
well, that's to balance off how cute they are. They need some defense.
Yeah, look at how cute it is. Oh, my hands have been shredded to bits.
Yes, of course.
And my older cats, Whiskey and Blob, they're taking it pretty good.
All right.
So in this drawing, I just decided I was going to draw a couple UFOs and some cryptids cruising around at nighttime.
Excellent.
But I'm definitely glad it's Friday.
Right on.
This was the drawing from the other day. I created this crazy evil snowman that goes around and strangles people. Way back when I was like 16, because I've been drawing cartoons for, I don't know, 1,000 years or so now.
Oh, right on. Oh.
Get a little Sasquatch there, and a little tiny California nightcrawler. But I'd like to have a dog, but I don't have enough space for a dog.
I've got a small dog.
Is that the one on your book?
Pardon me? Yes. That's Princess.
So you ever seen a Sasquatch or anything like that?
No, I have not.
You're out on the islands. Apparently,
I mean, we know all about this stuff, but I haven't seen much of that. But yet every day I'm on the, YouTube, seeing all the films, the recent filming of people capturing them on their cell phones, and the like. And I'm glad, because now we've seen, at least on film, maybe 6 or a dozen Sasquatches. So it's not just like seeing the one anymore. Now they're, showing up more often because of cell phones, I think.
And I seen
just inadvertently.
One of these days they might catch one on a trail cam.
Yeah.
I had seen that. Somewhere, it was Africa or something, and they caught a trail cam picture of this bird that they haven't seen for something like 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember what it was. I was just flipping through Twitter and I seen it. I'll have to dig it out, but thinking, it's like when they found the coelacanth. They're like, oh, that doesn't exist anymore. Oh, there it is. So, and then not only that, but people that have interactions with them all the time. I've seen some fairly convincing photos. People that are trustworthy about the subject.
Oh, all right. Yeah, they're out there. They don't like us much. Trying
I'm
to
kind of
avoid
partial to
us.
humans.
I don't blame them.
I'd rather hang out with the dogs and the cats.
Yes, me too. Generally speaking, me too.
We get a dog at work. There's at least a dog every day at work, so it works out. It's pretty good.
Right on.
Hi, Dirty.
Hello, Dave. How's your night going so far?
All right. I'll try something here.
Dave, I figured out what those aliens were. They were the Ferengi.
Nice.
Do you remember the Ferengi?
I have never watched a single episode of Star Trek.
Okay. Busy man.
I don't think Dave owns a TV.
No, I own a couple of TVs. I just never got into Star Trek. Jorgen Johansson, number 16 in your program, number one in your hearts. He's starting on right wing tonight. Yep. All we need is Lars Jansson in net. We need four more Swedes to join us. Mennonite Abe, how you doing, buddy? Thank you to Thomas, Tim, and Pascal for the super chats tonight. And here we go with hour number 2, everyone.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do Old Navy the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Faience. Faience is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. You can read the Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. All right, we're going to turn up the woo here. And yes, people, I will admit, I have never seen an episode of Star Trek, and I'm damn proud of it. Never seen X-Files. I've never seen anything weird on TV. Why? I don't know. I'm not that guy. But our guest is Colin Ekstrand, and he's got some serious woo that he's going to open up here, and it's all in his book, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. You can find it on Amazon as we speak. Colin, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Great. I remembered the name of the aliens now. It's the Ferengi. Now, so you wouldn't know what they are because you didn't watch Star Trek, but the Ferengi one was a guy at the bar and he had a brother, and they didn't look too good, but they had UFOs.
Hey, I want to because we are getting a little bit of ringing for some audience members on your. Does your laptop that you're running on right now have a computer drive on it, like a disk drive?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. No.
All right. I just wanted to check up on that because I don't hear it personally. I thought I was in the last half hour, but I don't hear it. But nonetheless, we're going to continue on here on the show. But Colin, right before the break, we were talking about the fact that these big-eared brown dudes who were on a UFO, they came over you. How old were you when this happened?
That was, it was around when I was about 16, when they were playing it on TV. It was coincidentally, that dream happened the same time the episodes were playing on TV. So I was about 16 for that one.
Wow. So you're 16 years old. They basically tell you to sit in this seat. What was that seat like?
It was like a pilot and co-pilot. Now remember, I woke up before I got to
Lucky Land Casino, asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess?
Aha, in my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kids' PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere, playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Hey there, I'm David Novak. I ran Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut. And like you, I'm always learning so I can be the best leader I can be. That's why I started How Leaders Lead, the first leader-to-leader podcast with CEOs from Adobe, Pepsi, and Home Depot, and greats like Tom Brady, Jim Nantz, and Jack Nicklaus. You'll learn how to win, how to bounce back, and how to lead. Listen to this insight from Stanley Druckenmiller, the greatest investor of all time.
If you love what you do, first of all, your work ethic's going to be fantastic. You're just going to be better at something if you enjoy it than if you don't enjoy it.
And this from Brian Cornell, the CEO of Target.
I think you've got to balance short-term with long-term. And you've got to have a conviction that the things you're doing, your investments, your strategy, over time, you're making the right investments and right decisions for your brand and your business.
So listen to How Leaders Lead wherever you listen to podcasts. It's the best podcast on leadership you'll ever listen to.
Fly the darn thing. So, what was the seat like? It was a fairly normal seat, but what was interesting, what was in front of the seat? You know, some dials, and this is how you fly the craft. That's as far as I got, was the hand thing. It wasn't like a steering wheel or a stick to go up and down. It was, the one thing I got to find out was that this is how you fly the craft. You put your hands on these platforms on the dashboard in front of you. That's as far as I got. But I've heard that before because I follow you guys a lot in my life. I've heard this before, so it's a fairly common thing one will hear about these craft and the way they're flown.
Were you on the ground when they asked you to fly the ship, or were you already up in the air?
They had got me into the ship by that time. You know, and then there was that other dream where 4 tall grays were operating on my back, it looked like. And the next day I woke up, thankfully, much better and have been ever since. So, interesting.
Okay, so the idea that you're sitting in this craft and they tell you to sit down and fly the ship before you black out. What were you
wake up
or whatever?
Yeah.
What were you looking at?
Initially, I was scared, right? Trying to flee them, hoping they wouldn't see me because I just fear of the unknown. I didn't know. But once I got in the craft, they conveyed a very friendly attitude. So I relaxed a lot upon seeing that they were friendly to me. So I was in the craft at the time. Yeah, they got a hold of me, and I don't know how I got in the craft, but dreams can be strange anyway. But I did find myself on the craft having this experience.
Okay, so the next time you had one of these wild encounter dreams, you ran into some grays. What did they look like?
They were dressed in doctor's gowns. I couldn't see much of them because they had the caps on and the gowns on, and their backs were, 3 of the backs or 2 of the backs were turned to me. There might have been one facing me and one at the head of a table, operating table. So they were covered like doctors would be covered. So it's really hard for me to tell you. I couldn't see their faces because they were all ready for surgery.
And you said that they operated on your back.
Yes.
Were you having back issues at the time?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. Yes. Yes, I was. And I didn't after that, strangely enough.
So they healed you.
And I'm grateful. Whatever, I'm grateful.
What was causing your back pain previous to this?
I had gone for an eye examination, and when they start poking at my eyes, I had actually fainted in their chair and fell out of their chair and injured my back. That's how I injured it.
Okay. So all of a sudden these Greys bring you on, different from the crew that wanted you to give you the keys to the craft. And now they are working on your back and healing you. I mean, this just sounds incredible.
Well, it does sound incredible, but I do happen to follow quite a few channels, YouTube channels, and it doesn't seem that uncommon for the experiencers. Like, they may be in the minority, but the majority of experiencers seem to be repeating similar stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that sort of makes me think there's more validity to it when you hear it from more than one person.
Oh, absolutely. And I would agree with that. Okay. The idea, though, that, I mean, so many people have these wild encounters with extraterrestrials, and
I followed them.
You rarely hear of those who are actually being healed by beings. Why do you think these beings were healing you?
Well, I pray every day, and I don't particularly. I'm not prejudiced against beings from other planets either. So maybe that was the best way to get the job done. But in all seriousness, I do pray, and maybe that was part of the answered prayer. Who knows? You know, it does make one think seriously about it.
No, that it does, and that is very true. I mean, did you think these creatures were godly in some way, or some sort of angel, or? No. Just an evolved human consciousness from their own planet. So not godlike, no. Maybe advanced, maybe more informed in some areas, but our souls are powerful. Even though we may not have some of the technology and knowledge some advanced older civilizations might have, our souls are powerful and they're eternal. And this may be early in our journey, and we have the potential throughout eternity, or even as humans, to develop our spiritual capacities, and wonderful things will result from that. And I would agree with you. Going back to these Greys that took you for a few minutes here. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Were they talking to you telepathically?
No.
Were they giving you any
nothing.
messages of what they were doing?
No, just the visual. I think the message was visual, and that's what I saw, and that's what the operating on my back, and then the next day waking up much better, noticeably from there onward. So there was no communication, just the visual. And again, I got healed much better. So just gratitude. Yeah, absolutely.
And how did you wake up on the table when this happened?
No, it seemed I was cognitive of the dream when I was already on the table and they were midway through the operation, and somehow my consciousness at that point became aware that I'm standing about 10 feet away watching all of this.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So
so no communication, just the visual.
So you had an out-of-body experience watching yourself get operated on by the Greys.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay, so from your angle out of body watching this, what are you seeing take place?
Them operating on my back. That's what I see.
Okay, but where on your back? Your
Now,
upper
now
back,
at the
your lower
time-
back?
Now, it was lower back. And now at the time, I wasn't sure what was going on until I woke up in the morning and my back was better, felt better. And it's been since then. So, yeah, it was when I woke up, I figured that there might have been way more to that dream than met the eye.
Okay. Were they using any instruments
Yes.
or what did those look like?
Like a straw with a light at the end. Frequencies, laser frequencies, a long straw-like thing. And it just, like there was an open incision, or I think there was, and they were placing it on my back where the injury was, and it looked like a long straw with a light at the end of it.
Wow.
Yeah. So they did use an instrument that I could tell. And I was curious because I'm asking myself, why are there 4? Maybe 2 to do the job, or maybe 3. But there were 4 tall Greys. Now I associate tall Greys with the smarter ones, more in control, more freedom. And so I'll tell you, I think they healed me for a reason. They wanted me to be healthy in my later years so I could do what I'm doing now, write the book and share that story in the book as well. So, yeah. So it's strange that way, but the more I think about it, and I'll be honest, that's what I think. I think that there's a reason, and I think this book and the path and project that I started with this book to help inspire others, particularly youth, because most of the book was written as a youth, could serve them well in this world.
How long did this surgery last, do you think?
That's hard to say because I was only there for a short time before I woke up, yes. So that's hard for me to say, Dave, because of that. Because I wasn't there for I wasn't aware for the whole procedure.
Okay.
So, now you say, how long do I think it was? That's hard to say. I would say quick. They work quick, Dave. They work quick. I don't think I was on the table very long. That's what I think, but I don't know for sure. Because I was mobile. I was mobile the next morning when I woke up. I don't know, but
I mean,
yeah.
Was there any scarring afterwards?
No, nothing like that.
Okay, so now we have you on one craft trying to fly the ship, but you chickened out, and I'm real jealous of you right now.
No, I woke up. I didn't chicken out. I walked up to the front saying, yeah, I'm ready.
Well, I know, but I'm going to call it that because I'm jealous, Colin. I'm going to call it that totally.
I know.
You have no idea how jealous I am of that.
I really wish I could have flown it and remembered. But have you not had any dreams where you're flying through the air, like levitating and going places?
Oh yeah,
a cognitive dream where it's really clear.
Yeah, but they haven't let me fly the ship yet.
Yeah.
That's what I'm waiting for. I want to fly the ship.
That's the big one. That's the big one.
You know,
everybody wants to fly the ship.
Exactly. So, and then you got the second experience. You get the second experience where you get healed by 4 alien greys. Now, did you ever get a good look at the craft? Were they similar? Were they different?
No, they would have been different. The one with the greys was bigger. But it was bigger. Yeah. Like the Ferengi one was a 12-foot typical UFO kind of thing, what you would imagine. But of course, you hear these stories about people going inside craft that looks like it's 20 feet wide. You get in there and all of a sudden it's 200 feet wide or 200 yards wide or bigger. There's so much going on that you're probably aware of that by listening to your associates that explain experiences like that. I'm reiterating that. So it's pretty fascinating. The gray ship was bigger. It was dark. The only thing that was lighted was around the operating table. That was really bright. And then around that was darker. Not a lot of light. It seemed to be focused on the operating table at the time. It was a bigger ship. But all I can say, it was bigger because the Ferengi ship looked like it was a 20-foot, typical smaller UAP, but the operating room was much bigger than what was the Ferengi smaller craft.
Okay, so getting back to your own physical body, you wake up the next morning, you're in bed, you have recall of what's happened, you don't have any scarring. Did you have any marks on you whatsoever?
No, not that I'm aware of, just healed and again, grateful.
My goodness.
So, no marks. Like, not that I'm aware of. No marks that I'm aware of.
Huh. Now, after these two experiences, what kind of dreams regarding aliens have you had since then?
Not too many, you know. Most of my flying dreams, levitating dreams, cognitive dreams happen more in my youth than they do now. I wish I had more dreams where I'm flying through the universe, you know, and levitating and thinking to the left of my head, and I go to the left, and think to my nose, and I go that way, and think to my right, and then I go right, you know. Those were wonderful cognitive dreams where I am in control of levitating and at times see other people down below me, watching me up in the air with their eyes as big as saucers, like we would if we saw somebody here doing that. But that was a dream. So yeah, dreams can be pretty wild for sure. But that's where all the good stuff seems to happen, Dave.
Oh, true. It's all about the good stuff, you know, as we got about 1 minute to go here before we have to go to break at the bottom of the hour here. We got another 30 minutes with you tonight, Colin. But, I mean, do you call it dreams just out of your own safety?
No, they're different. It's a cognitive dream. That's different than a dream. Very different. Absolutely. And those with the aliens, those were cognitive dreams. Clearly remember. That's different from a normal dream that is just helter-skelter, don't know what to make of it. And, you know, yeah, the big difference. Cognitive dream.
Colin, I'm going to get back to you when we come back from the break about cognitive dreams, because I think that's important to talk to next. And I'm so jealous. You flew the ship.
Don't you have dreams with aliens?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
You met one, I heard.
Yes, I have met aliens. We'll get into that a little bit more here when we return from the break on Spaced Out Radio. Author Colin Ekstrand, his book on Amazon, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. Spaced Out Radio continues when we return. All right, we are clear. And let's give a shout out here. Daniela, my grandma played with little people all her life. Oh, my gosh. That is story time I would love to hear. I so believe in the little people. The AR Perspective, how you doing? Good to have you back. D. Swiger, good to see you. The Michael Leger, nice to have you back. Oh, hey, Clam. Crystal J, nice to see you. YJ, you're probably right again. A backup for the fighters. Yeah, I know. Let's see. Who else do we have? I don't think I've flown the craft, Chris Teen. I don't think I have. I think they'd give me that one. I really think they'd give me that one. I like the social dig. I'm awesome in my dreams. That's great.
Good.
I'm awesome in my dreams. I woke up on the table my first time that I know of.
Was it a good experience or not so good?
Well, to this day, I don't know. I know they got me back real quickly because I was going to piss all over their table. Right?
Yeah. And then you woke up and went to the bathroom.
Yeah. And
I know that always ruins it. Maybe that's why I don't get as many dreams, is because I'm up every 2 hours now. But maybe we should dream more, because I understand dreaming happens best just as we're falling asleep or as we're about to wake up. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, I wish I had more of them.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Vacations are supposed to be easy, right? Lots of stress-free time spent on the beach with a drink in hand, making memories that will last a lifetime. So booking a vacation should be easy too, right? That's where Apple Vacations comes in. They offer easily bookable vacation packages with exclusive nonstop vacation flights to your favorite vacation destinations. Explore deals to top-rated resorts like Ryu Hotels and Resorts and plan your vacation with ease. It's like turning on easy mode. Get started at applevacations.com today.
1 second. A little siren going off there?
It's my wife cooking.
Oh, no.
They can hear that.
Hey, Clam, could you check your Facebook Messenger, please? Hey, Scowling Greg O'Brien.
Mix master.
Oh, gotcha.
Baking.
Oh.
I think it's chiffon cake.
Oh. You tell wifey to just bring that up here. Just bring it on up here to 100 Mile.
She's got a bunch there, yeah.
Yeah, Davey will take some of that.
There.
Davey will take some of that.
I'd share it. There's lots here. looking through my notes to see if I can find any more woo for you. Oh, maybe my meditation experience. That's a short chapter in the book. It's not a very long one, but it might be worth going over.
Sure.
Meditation experience. I wonder, Dave, when I was 19, I started a curriculum called Body, Mind, and Soul. Never completed it, but it was interesting. 19 years later, my daughters wind up getting scholarships, full scholarship to Maxwell International Baha'i School with the same spiritual principles. And they wound up winning their most prestigious awards.
Nice.
This all took place 19 years later after I wrote that. We should maybe cover that. That's a good story.
Well, we'll try and sneak it in
if you have time. If you have time. If you don't, that's okay. It's just a good story to throw your way if you want. Yeah, it's a really good one. There's some woo in there. Definite woo. But you only if we have time. You might have it already planned out.
We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. We continue on. We got till the top of the hour. Author Colin Ekstrand talking some serious alien woo with us tonight, and his book, which can be found on Amazon, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. Colin, thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate it. Oh, let me get my microphone back on. There you go. There you go. I want to ask.
Thanks for having me.
I want to ask you before we get into anything deeper here. Let's talk about the cognitive dreams. For people who may not understand what a cognitive dream is, explain that.
It's waking up in a dream, fully aware and in control of your faculties. And when you're in control of your faculties in your dream, you can do things like levitate and fly and go places by thought. For me, when I'm in that situation, I can think to the top of my head and I go up. I can think to my nose and I go forward. I can think to my left and I go left. My right ear or something, my head, right ear, go right. I flew through the universe one time. It was incredible. So that's just one example, but it's like you're fully aware in your dream and you can do things that you can't do in other dreams. You're more fully in control of your environment and yourself.
So the idea that these seem extremely realistic, and you yourself have proof that your back was healed, why not just believe that it happened, man?
Again, I'm just, strange, but grateful. They were kind to me. Why not? we need more kindness in the universe.
Oh, 100%. 100% correct on that. You know, we definitely do.
I'm glad they were nice to me. You hear some pretty unsettling stories about abduction and tests and stuff that would scare anybody. And luckily, my experiences in my cognitive dreams weren't anything like that. They were all both positive.
Now, you also have done a little bit of meditation, and you've had some experiences through meditation as well.
Yeah. I found I was able to meditate more as a younger person, but the one interesting experience I did have at around 19 years of age was while laying on my back, trying to relax and meditate and clear my mind. Finding, well, what sometimes I would strive to astral travel in my meditations when I was young, but I never really was able to do that. But it was beneficial because you relax your whole body and bring down your blood pressure and clear your mind. But the one experience that was noteworthy was while I was lying down, a beam of energy came from above through the ceiling of my bedroom, down through my forehead, and down into the ground. I even heard the ceiling above me crack as this happened, as the energy was coming down, just like, heat and cold. Sometimes heat and cold can make a roof crack a little bit, but it happened right at that time. It lasted for about 4 or 5 seconds, this energy going through my forehead, and then it stopped. And I've never experienced it again, but it's in my book. Because for me, I've always been interested in the, maybe call it supernatural. It's different than normal. It's paranormal. It's a little different than the normal 6 senses. And the soul has so much potential that we're just scratching the surface of it. And cognitive dreams and are as part of the evolution. I think the more we evolve spiritually, the more we'll be able to utilize those psychic spiritual gifts, but maybe not until we're more developed spiritually. But yes, so there was this beam of energy that came through my head above and through the ground for about 5 seconds. I don't recall receiving any information, but who knows? I tell myself, who knows? Because the spiritual world can be so strange and different than our waking lives. I think there's a whole lot more possibilities that go on in the spiritual realm than in the physical realm. And sometimes we experience those spiritual things like cognitive dreams. I think that shows how real other dimensions are for us as souls. It confirms the existence of other worlds other than this world, other worlds that are spiritual that we sometimes go to in our dreams, or maybe always do when we don't remember it.
Are all dreams spiritual that way?
Not mine. Remember, the cognitive dreams are way more meaningful for me. Other dreams, Dave, I can't make heads nor tail of them. So when you say are all dreams spiritual, I don't know whether you mean the crazy dreams or the cognitive dreams. They're more spiritual to me. I think there's purpose behind cognitive dreams. Whereas other dreams, Dave, I can't sometimes find any purpose in them.
Well, there are a lot of people.
Cognitive dreams, yes.
There are a lot of people out there who do not remember their dreams at all.
That's right.
That's
right.
And you were asking me about my own with extraterrestrials, and I can tell you point blank that unless it is a dream about ETs, I know I'm dreaming, but I sure as heck don't remember anything.
Yeah. Well, I often don't remember things, but when I do, and the cognitive dreams are very easy to remember. Dave, do you have cognitive dreams where there's a great difference between the scattered dream and something that, whoa, you're in control here? Have you had one where you've been able to levitate and fly and go anywhere, or do something like in your dream where you're aware and of what you're doing?
In a way, I would say the only time I remember levitating was when I had a dream about going up on a craft, and I was trying to run away and get into my house, but every step I took, I started rising into the air.
That was with the Ferengi. I was hiding behind a big rock. They still got me. Yeah, so you did have one then, Dave.
Yes.
At least one.
Yes.
Good. I don't have them often enough, so they don't happen too often. I wish they happened more often.
I got a couple questions from Nicole. She is asking, Colin, what are your thoughts on CE5 and HEIS?
I'm not familiar with HEIS, but CE5, it's very interesting to me that people, I believe the CE5 is when you get together with other people and you sort of are there with the intention of summoning UFOs. Am I correct, Dave?
Yes.
Is that CE? Yeah.
Trying to make a connection experience.
Yeah. So, generally my viewpoint is, since they don't seem to interact with the generality of people on Earth too much, I being one of them, I'm thinking that these are entities showing us that there's far more to the world than meets the eye, and having us think about that and learning what it is more that meets the eye. And for me, that's an inward journey, spiritual journey. All the spiritual power we possess is within us. It's not out there, it's in us. So we explore our own potentials.
Well, and so have you been able to control your own potentials and your own explorations through this journey?
I'm always trying to develop myself. Self-improvement, I believe, is the path for enlightenment and with knowledge and wisdom. It's an inner journey. And as we discover more about ourselves, and I'm speaking on a soul level here, we can then start to utilize those attributes more and develop them more. But it seems that a lot of those spiritual attributes are almost veiled to us so that we can come to this earth and be challenged by all of life's challenges. And there's many of them for everybody. But I do believe that part of the purpose of being here is to discover those spiritual qualities within us.
That makes a lot of sense. It really does. Let's go back to back with Nicole here. Have you ever tried to make contact with a group of people regarding this?
In my younger days, I was with a bunch of people and we hit the beach at night, and we were hoping to have a rendezvous. Didn't happen. All we got was a lot of dogs barking at us out on the beach in the middle of the night. No, as a rule, I have not, Dave. I've left it. Now, in the Baha'i writings, they speak of, life on other planets basically being left to the scientists, not the spiritualists. Okay, so my spiritual journey is an inner journey, and the UFO factor is probably both an inner journey and out there, but would require rigorous scientific investigation on a multi-level spectrum to make headway into understanding what some of these paranormal phenomena are.
Okay.
It's a scientific study. But it may be spiritual too. We may find it's very spiritual.
And that's the $1 million question. What is it all about? What is it all about? What does it mean? How do we find a direction and continue down that pointed direction regarding this type of contact? That's difficult. That's very difficult to understand.
You know what I keep hearing, Dave? I keep hearing that they're waiting for us to grow up spiritually. So let's do it. I'm working on it. I think that, that is the answer to your question. You asked, how do we do it? My answer would be, we each work on self-improvement to be a better human being. And I think as we evolve spiritually, they will be more open to us. They're waiting for that. They're waiting for us to stop treating each other or the world with disrespect.
That I understand. A lot of contactees are getting that. Let's go to another question here. This one comes from Michael. Does our physical nervous system have any relevance in these realms that you're traveling to?
I believe not. I believe we're more soul and astral body in these experiences. But what our nervous system is like in our astral body or in our soul body, I couldn't exactly tell you. But we can sense things in our astral body and our soul bodies. So there's definitely a sensory capacity there in these subtle energies called astral bodies or souls that we have. Beyond that, I couldn't tell you what the connection would be from our nervous system to those experiences, other than you certainly can feel when you're having those experiences, just like you could here. But you're not in your body. You're probably some ball of light, possibly flying and witnessing these things, and you don't even know what your own body is. It might be a ball of light, for all you know, that's looking out, and you think you're yourself, and you're moving around and doing things, and your body's sleeping somewhere.
It could very well be. So do you astral project then as well?
No, I don't. I wish I could. I really wish I could. I really wish. I can't sleep on my back. When I had that meditation experience when I was 19, I was on my back. I find it very difficult to relax on my back. I'll be turning over on my side after 5 minutes. I think to astral travel, one needs to be on one's back.
You can do it sitting up.
To relax.
You can do it sitting up. Not that I would know or anything, but yeah, it can be done.
Yeah, I think one could. I think one could do it sitting up, but I'm not practicing that. But maybe I should, eh?
Never know.
Never know. I did try it sitting up. I tried it every way because I really wanted to astral travel, but is not that easy. So maybe that's for the next world. The good Lord's just telling me, no, Colin, you'll get plenty of astral traveling when you die.
Astral Woo is the way to go.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Want to stop engine problems before they start? Pick up a can of Seafoam Motor Treatment. Seafoam helps engines start easier, run smoother, and last longer. Trusted by millions every day, Seafoam is safe and easy to use in any engine. Just pour it in your fuel tank. Make the proven choice with Seafoam. Available everywhere automotive products are sold. Seafoam!
Totally the way to go.
I'd like to experience more before then, but so far it's just been a little bit.
What would you like to experience?
I'd like to experience. I would like to experience associating with other entities from other planets, cooperating, sharing, caring. Yeah, learning. We all have something to contribute and accomplish. So, but I think things happen at the right time and place. And sometimes what we want, we don't get. For example, I like to astral travel. But what would I like to do? I'd like to go and meet other civilizations and learn.
I can see that.
From them.
Yeah, I can totally see that.
Mainly. Learn from their culture. I want to see what their culture's like. What's their religion? What's their spirituality? What's their belief system? What's their food? As much as possible, those things would interest me, and I would also hope to be able to share our way of life with them or our insights and just be friends and learn from each other and support each other in a universal way.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? Sure.
Oh, yeah. We've got about 3.5 minutes with you tonight, Colin, and I want to just give a shout out that you can find Colin Eckford's book, or pardon me, Ekstrand's book, pardon me, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy on Amazon. What do you want the world to know about what you're going through?
I'm going through a process of rising above challenges and disappointments in life. Through my faith, through striving, through planning, through persevering. Those are the things that are in my book. Those are the things I've done many times, continue to do. So it's don't lose hope when things are down. Faith can be a very valuable tool. For me, with faith, I worry less and I feel supported. Now, through all of this, I've received through my life many confirmations or successes that sort of make me think that, the good Lord is helping me, because a lot of these successes were beyond my own expectation. So I'm not only using my own faculties, but I'm putting faith in God's faculties to assist me too. And we're a team. Everybody should be a team with the good Lord. And I think one can accomplish more in life that way. I've done it. That's been my experience. That's my main message is don't lose hope. There's a lot of value in the faith. And if you need it, seek it. And if you seek it, you'll find it.
Do you put out to the universe that you want more contact?
Only if God wills it. Dave, all I want is to fulfill my role in life to the very best of my ability, and it only be so much. So when I pray, I rarely pray for myself. I'm usually praying for the people of the world to raise their level of consciousness so that we can have communication and more open contact with beings from other civilizations. It's all through self-improvement. Again, the main message is faith. Believe in yourself. One has to have a strong belief in their nobility to put out a lot of effort. See, if I'm noble, I'm going to strive my very best. And seemingly with that attitude and the good Lord helping me, I've accomplished a lot for a rather ordinary person. And it's all in my book. There's probably 2 or 3 dozen stories that are beyond the usual that caught my interest, that made it into the book, that confirmed to me that this is a good path and that there is a divine power there to assist us if we wish to utilize it.
Right.
The more we reach out to it, the more it can help us.
Colin, that's a great place for us to end tonight. And I want to say a big thank you, Colin Ekstrand, for coming on Spaced Out Radio tonight. What a pleasure to get to know you, your incredible experiences. You can find Colin's book on Amazon, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on a spooky journey. Then we have Terry Hall filling in on the UFO report tonight. Great job, Colin. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Dave. Dave, you made it pretty painless.
Well, I try.
I prefer the the ad lib and discussion format than reading quotations.
Perfect,
Yeah.
my friend. Well,
hopefully I haven't. Hopefully I did the job for you, Dave. It's my
great.
first attempt, and I'm hoping I didn't let you down. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. You were fantastic. Thank you so much for delivering some serious Friday night woo, man.
Right on.
Take care.
Right on. Okay, you too.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
What a nice guy. What a nice guy. There we go. Very kind man. All right. I will be right back, guys. I'm just going to do something. I don't know. I'll be right back. If you see Terry, tell him to hold on. All right. Charge. Hi, Ronnie. Hi, Jennifer on Spreaker. Thank you tonight to Thomas, Tim, and Pascal for the super chats. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, I think it was his computer, something about that, but that's okay. Terry, we need you back in the green room, my man. I know you're listening. We need you back in the green room. Here we go.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Faience. Faience is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight as we head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. At the time of this, I was a 15-year-old boy. Keep this in context that I live in a small town in southern Ontario, and crime wasn't very widespread. This happened in February 2022. There was lots of snow this year. I was excited because of the week school break. So, while my younger siblings were at school, I wasn't because I had no exams for COVID canceling them and all that good stuff. So I was sitting at home and I decided that I wanted to go to Tim Hortons since I was craving one of their hot coffees. So I grabbed my earbuds and put on a podcast while I started walking. I believe it was either Swamp Dweller or something along those lines. So I got off my street, which keep in mind is this small road. Hence, I walked onto a longer road which took about 20 minutes to walk down to get to the main street I had to get to. Getting to Main Street, I now had to walk another 20 minutes to get to the Tim Hortons I was going to. So I continued down the road. I wasn't thinking about much, I was kinda just lost in my own head when suddenly a man in his young 20s stopped me about halfway down the road by touching my shoulder, and I was kinda shocked. I took my earbud out and looked at him. He then asked me questions that started innocently like, "Do you know where a cannabis place is?" I said no. They then asked how old I was and I lied, saying I was 16. He then asked me if I had a phone. I said I did, but it was low battery. He asked me if I had a lighter, where I was going, and if I knew the bus schedule, which I lied about most things, especially where I was going. I just pointed in a direction and saying I was going over there. And then he said okay and crossed the street. I was so shocked, I took note of the guy just in case something happened to me. He was in his young 20s. He was wearing a flannel shirt, blue jeans, wearing a backpack, and he was African American, about 5'10". I kept looking across the street periodically, and there he was, always walking in the same direction as me, following me from the distance, always staring at me with this weird look on his face. I then saw him go near an apartment building, so I thought I overreacted because I couldn't see him anymore. The apartment building was near Tim Hortons, so I went inside and ordered a drink. But before I got my drink, I turned around and the guy was all of a sudden there, staring at me from behind a pillar. I tried to just not freak out. Once he noticed that I saw him, he walked to the bathroom. I grabbed my drink and I walked as fast as possible into a Sobeys nearby so I could lose him. I then took extra measures, walking behind a home hardware store and walking farther because I was so scared that I didn't want them to follow me home, know where I lived, or any weird stuff like that. I've listened to way too many Scary Story podcasts. I went to a no-frills nearby so he would never be able to find me. I was very cautious on my way back and looked at all the possibilities that could have happened. I reflected on myself and I only told close friends and family this story. You're probably wondering, why didn't you call the police? Well, that's because I didn't want to cause a problem if I needed to. And this was not necessarily a crime, it's not like it's really against the law to stare at people and freak them out and follow them into establishments. I'm just lucky I got away before it got any worse.
Well, we thank the Swamp Dweller for another spooky story here on Spaced Out Radio. We appreciate the love and support that we get from Swamp Dweller each and every night right here on the Mighty SOR. Hey, if you want to listen to thousands of stories, all you got to do is go to his YouTube channel, youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads, and you're going to be able to get right into it right off the bat. Swamp Dweller kicks off the third hour of Spaced Out Radio each Monday through Friday night. From the swamp to the skies, let's get to the UFO report.
Nobody's going to know. They're going to know.
Good evening, boss.
Good evening, Terry Hall, filling in for the vacationing Tim Senor on the UFO report tonight. Terry, your mustache and goatee on par as per usual.
And yours as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's kind of odd. I had everything set up, ready to rock and roll, ready to go. 2 minutes before airtime, the wind kicked up, internet went down. I had to swap over to my phone.
Hey, that's all right. You're still looking good. You're still sounding good. And that's all that matters as we continue on. Terry, it's been a year where we've wondered ups and downs of the UFO world here, and we're still waiting for the report to come out on whether or not we're going to get a report. It's looking that way. We're hopeful that this UFO report that was supposed to come out on Halloween was going to be right around the corner. It looks like it might finally be that way.
Well, Chris Mellon kind of dropped something about that the other day, but then again, Danny Sheehan just said they don't even have the office put together yet. So that's half a dozen of one, six of the other. I mean, what do you think about it?
Well, according to D. Dean Johnson, a journalist who has been covering this story, we seem to be very closer than ever to finally getting this report. I mean, heck, it's almost 2 months late, but there was a lot of dragging going on regarding this subject. There was a lot of different types of political arguing going on behind the scenes on what should be allowed and what shouldn't be allowed. And, it's one of those things where I'm really hoping, man, that we're finally at this point where we can get to a report. Now, what's going to be in that report, I really don't know. I don't believe in the amnesty. I don't believe that we are going to get whistleblowers being safe to come out and finally talk about what the government is hiding. I think that has been taken off the table. One of my sources has told me earlier today that indeed, in fact, the government cowered to the Pentagon's demands about whether or not they're going to allow their people to talk freely, either on camera or behind the closed curtain, about this subject. So, I mean, are you getting sick and tired of the games, Terry?
What I'm wondering about, as far as the NDAA thing goes, is everybody who has a security clearance and
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Vacations are supposed to be easy, right? Lots of stress-free time spent on the beach with a drink in hand, making memories that will last a lifetime. So booking a vacation should be easy too, right? That's where Apple Vacations comes in. They offer easily bookable vacation packages with exclusive nonstop vacation flights to your favorite vacation destinations. Explore deals to top-rated resorts like Ryu Hotels and Resorts and plan your vacation with ease. It's like turning on easy mode. Get started at applevacations.com today.
has been written into a program. And Grant Cameron made it clear with the aviary that they're not allowed to talk about this kind of stuff. And if they are, they can't continue on getting their security clearance thing. Well, with them being able to talk, quote unquote, it just doesn't make sense to me. How are they going to continue on with getting their security clearances if they're breaking oaths? It just seems, like you said, it just seems like a game. And then they have the loophole at the reporting office to, if it's too sensitive, they only have to report it to the chairman of the office. It just seems like we're not going to, it doesn't seem like you're trying to push the football down the field to me.
No, and I understand that, but we need them to be pushing it. We need them to be opening up, but we're not going to get it. And I think we are seeing, like I've talked to people like Nicole Sackett recently who have stated that it's almost like the second round of the Condon report, where it's a whole lot of nothing and there's a whole lot of cover-ups going on, and it's not about truth. It's about how quickly can we get this subject right back under the carpet where it belongs. I mean, there's a lot riding on the line, Terry, regarding the UFO topic, and I am just, I'm kind of blown away at all of these promises that we knew weren't going to be kept. I don't think are going to be kept, and I think we're going to be disappointed again.
I think we are too. I do know some people that are scheduled to go before Congress, and one of the things that one of the people's trying to push for is public service announcements on television, regular public service announcements about UFO, UAP, to kind of prep people for when true disclosure really does happen. People as well as I do that when they have an experience, it just messes them up. They have a hard time functioning in life because you go from a black and white world to an all gray world. And for some people, it causes PTSD. For some people that we know, it completely makes them change their life 100%.
Oh, you're exactly right. I mean, listen to our guest tonight.
Yeah. And it just so happens that another member of your staff is another experiencer like that. They went through life in black and white. Their parents were scientists and teachers, and then all of a sudden, everything's gray. And when that happens, you got to stop and think for a second, because they've been told, and we've been told, UFOs aren't real. Well, we've also been told that Bigfoot isn't real, and cryptids aren't real, and Dracula and the werewolves and the mummy isn't real either. So what are you supposed to think?
No, that's very true. We're hopefully it might be next week. It might be after Christmas. We knew that it would happen after the announcement of the B-21, the United States Air Force's new long-range nuclear-capable bomber that apparently they need. Okay, so final thoughts on the report. When do you see it coming out?
Recently I've been told it could be as late as May. I'm hoping before the new year, but I seriously doubt it. I'm looking towards 2023 before we see a report.
I think you're right on that. I think we're too close to Christmas. Or what they'll end up doing, because this is a famous media yarn that the politicos like to play, I think what we could see is the Friday before Christmas at like 4 o'clock. That's when it's going to come out. And it's going to be buried. Yep. And it's going to send people on a whole cat chase, and nobody's going to be able to get a hold of anybody on the phone or via email because it's Christmas time. And I think that's the game that's going to be played.
Then they're going to watch Twitter explode when it happens.
As always. All right. Trending on Twitter, speaking of Twitter, such a healthy environment these days. All day, the last couple of days, Bob Lazar has been trending again. Now, this has to do with a John Greenwald Black Vault type of story once again, where he really digs into whether or not there is any truth. And he called it the Bob Lazar Deep Dive, where he took it on to the public. Like, why do you believe? And to quote John, he says, I want you all to steer me a bit with your beliefs and or disbeliefs, both pro and con, and I'll see what I come up with. Here's a thread I want you to take part in if you care about this. And then John continues to say, first, I tried to contact Bob Lazar. He was too busy when the documentary first came out. I am trying again, but zero response as of yet. I will continue to try. I'd much rather an interview. Assuming, however, that won't happen, I want you all to participate below. So the third tweet says, respond to this tweet if you believe the Bob Lazar story. And what is the most compelling, real, true evidence to you that makes you believe him and his story? But if you don't, respond to this tweet, which is number 4. If you don't believe and post the most damning evidence against his story and credibility after a bit, I'll put something together which I will aim to be a reference video for all, complete with sources and references. So that sent Twitter into a frenzy in the UFO world. You know, we are 33 years since Bob Lazar came out. And this argument is still going on faster, bigger, stronger than ever. What's your thoughts, Terry, on Bob Lazar?
When Bob first came out, the world was a different place. It just so happens that the first time he was on Channel 8 News in Las Vegas, I lived in Las Vegas. I was a high-rise construction worker, and I was building a casino there. And I've believed him ever since he came out. I was raised in a military family. I know how the military works. I know how, behind closed doors things work. And the guy just seemed scared for his life to me when he came out. And there's been so many other small things, maybe not so much his education, like Stanton Freeman always said that he couldn't prove his education, but so many small things that's come out that's kind of proved his story more or less, vindication more or less. So I've always been a believer about Lazar.
I believe Bob Lazar's story on a couple of fronts. Number one, on a journalistic side, George Knapp or KLAS Channel 8 TV in Las Vegas has never retracted the story. Now, I know there are people out there saying, well, you can't trust any media outlet. Well, I disagree with that because in the end, media is run by lawyers. Every media outlet has a team of lawyers that are protecting everything that goes on the air. And those lawyers, when a story like this comes out, this is how it plays out. All right? It's not that George Knapp all of a sudden went, hey, I'm going to put this guy on the air. That's not how it works. It was a feature story where he would have had to go to his news director and editor of the station and told them what this was about, and then immediately they would have contacted the lawyers of the station to make sure that the station could not get into any hot water. And to this day, KLAS has never, ever retracted that story. That's number one. Number two, and I'll get to you back here in a second, Terry. Number two for me happened a year and a half ago, where Bob Lazar literally, if you believe his story, believes that his education and his background was wiped clean by the U.S. government for becoming a whistleblower about Area 51. But here's the interesting part for me and how I tie it together. We recently saw, about a year and a half ago, the same damn thing start to happen to Lou Elizondo before he lawyered up with Danny Sheehan and got the inspector generals involved, where they were starting to erase all of Lou's emails regarding his time at ATIP and other programs. The eraser effect was in play once again. So this made me think that gave the Lazar story a lot more credence about being truthful, about his education being wiped and many other things being wiped. All right? I want to get your thoughts on that, Terry.
I'm in total agreement with that, 100%. First thing you got to remember is George Knapp, when he reported to begin with about Bob Lazar, wasn't a joke journalist. He wasn't the kind of guy that you sent out to the zoo and had cover Shamu, right? He was a hard-hitting, no-joke journalist. He went after the mob. He was a serious guy, and he was the man in Vegas, 100%. And I don't think that he would do anything to jeopardize that. He also had Lear, who was John Lear, who helped corroborate the story. They went out in the desert when Lazar told them to go out in the desert. And, of course, they just had a high-8 camera back then, but they filmed things, doing things that we still can't do. So, yeah, I'm in complete agreement with that, Dave. 100%. And the thing is, Lazar's never tried to make, as far as I know, and the story goes, he's never tried to make any money off this. And as far as I know, he never has tried to make any money off this. So how did this benefit him for 33 years to be just hounded and basically have tomatoes thrown at him? It's never benefited him, but he's never changed his story, and it's always been consistent.
But, that is the way to the world. I mean, to switch topics here, but it parallels exactly what you just said. You take Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin from the famous, the famous Sasquatch video out of Bluff Creek in 1967. Okay,
I met Bob Patterson.
You just mixed both names up there. Did you meet Bob or did you?
No,
meet
I'm
Roger.
I met Bob. I met Bob at a conference. Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
That's okay. Got me confused there for a quick second. But the point that I'm getting at is this: they were in a no-win situation. No-win situation. Nobody believed them when the video first came out, and after the death threats, the harassment that not only Patterson and Gimlin took, but their families and friends as well, They decided to come out, yeah, no, we didn't see a thing. You're right, guys. We made it all up. Aha, gotcha. Told you made it up. You finally admitted it. And then they went back to, well, we're damned if we do or we're damned if we don't. They never made a dime off the video. They never did. Terry, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. We're going to continue the Bob Lazar talk when we return on Spaced Out Radio. Hey, it's trending on Twitter, so it must be true. Bob Lazar, did he work at Area 51? Did he not? Did he reverse engineer spacecraft at S4? We'll find out more when we come back on Spaced Out Radio. Terry Hall on the UFO Report filling in for the Tim Bit, Tim Senor. We'll be back right after this. We're clear.
Yeah, I think as far as disclosure go, Dave's, I think it's going to be somebody in the public's going to come out with something that just can't be denied.
Very true. Very true.
I think Avi Loeb had it right when he said, don't wait for the government, go out and get your own evidence. And with everything that the public had available to it now, I mean, why not? Everything from radar to night vision to all kinds of stuff.
1 second here. There we go.
Yeah, I heard we had a death in the community today as well.
Yeah, it's a gentleman from Brazil or Mexico. Brazil, I think.
Brazil. He was like Brazil's Jaime.
Yeah. He was young. He was
AJ.
He was only 59?
Yeah. Oh. I met another gentleman, I'm having trouble recalling his name right now, who was a journalist out of Mexico, a UAP, UFO journalist out of Mexico for a long time. Man, he had some good stories.
The only one I know is Jaime.
Oh. I'll have to look back at my. I've got him in my Rolodex. Matter of fact, I should put him in. I should put you in touch with him. I think you'd enjoy having a conversation with him, because he's a longtime guy, an OG in the field. Matter of fact, I think he even said he worked with Jaime.
Maybe. Atlantis is found. Welcome to SOR Chat. Have we found you yet?
We've got a lot of new people in the chat room, I've been noticing.
Oh, yeah, we're getting more and more, dude. There's Mystic's Walk coming on in.
You've got the coolest chat family.
Yeah.
They come from everywhere.
I think last night with Grant, I think we had about 10 different countries.
Really?
Yeah.
SOR around the world, huh?
It's pretty cool.
Technology's amazing today.
Right? It's pretty freaking wild. It's pretty wild.
You are a promoter of unity in the community. You've got a couple people that come over here. Got Disclosure tonight, Thomas Fessler, and then you got the Social Dig, Rob G and his crew's in the chat tonight. everybody comes to see Dave. Of course, we all go to see them too. So,
well, don't forget. Where is it here? I am Pam.
Well, I am UFO disclosure.
I am Pam.
I even have a picture of my property, other property right here, UFO and everything included.
Nice. We got about 1 minute here.
10 bits got me that.
Well, that's nice. Kanga, thank you for the congrats. We are actually up to, right now, 20,142. 20,142. My goodness, if we keep at this pace, we'll hit like 21,000 before the end of the year. Hi, Devin. How you doing, buddy?
Well, that'd be a nice Christmas present.
Big thank you to Pascal, the Timbit, Little Tommy Fessler, and the scowling Greg O'Brien for the amazing super chats tonight. Very much appreciate earning your trust and faith on the air, and thank you for supporting us. And thank you to all our new subscribers who are checking us on out. We're here 7 days a week for your listening entertainment. Here we go. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on talking Bob Lazar tonight, filling in for the vacationing Tim Senor. We have Terry Hall hanging on out for the UFO report. Terry, thank you so much for joining us. And right before the break, I was mentioning to you, about Bob Lazar's records being scrubbed and how it seemed to start happening to Lou Elizondo with his emails. I find that more people haven't really taken off on that. Even though that happened a couple years ago, I'm surprised many people haven't put the two together.
Well, Whitley Strieber just came out not too long ago and said that the government has some sort of hypno spray or something that can erase memories. I mean, who knows? But you putting the Lou Elizondo scrub and the...
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Want an easy way to start saving and investing? All you need is Acorns and your spare change. Acorns will invest in an expert-built, diversified portfolio for you. On average, Acorns users invest $166 in 4 months from just their spare change. Plans start at just $3 a month with no hidden fees ever. To sign up and view disclosures, visit acorns.com/audio. That's acorns.com/audio.
Investing involves risk, including the loss of principal. Investment advisory services offered by Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Bob Lazar scrubbed together. That's a new way of thinking. And how many times has this happened? Well, how many times did it take somebody and put them in witness protection, then they disappear, and then they're a brand new person?
Right? We'll never know. We will never know.
But as far as Bob Lazar goes, like I said, I've always believed him. But it was a different time back then. And the guy, when he when I first saw him the first time on the news, not when he was in the van and he was in the blackout, but when he was acting, you could tell the guy was scared to death. And he was just trying to protect himself back then. Like I said, as far as that goes, if it was a story, it would have been a lot easier on him back then just to say, I lied, and just have been forgotten. But he said, I don't know how many times that he wished he would have just shut up so he could have kept working.
Well, I mean, we just don't know, okay? Like when Tim and I earlier this year ran into our I don't want to call him a friend, but when we had that meeting in Las Vegas with the person who worked a dozen years at Area 51, he said one of the biggest laughing stocks in Area 51 when he went in there, and he did ask other people who had been working there 25, 30 years, about Bob Lazar and of whether or not that he actually worked there. And apparently, Lazar's name is a running joke at Area 51. Okay? But I also do believe that we have to understand that when it comes to Lazar, he only worked there for a few weeks. He wasn't there years. He wasn't there months. We're talking maybe 4 to 6 weeks, maybe 9 weeks at most, that he was there working on these craft. So the idea that hundreds of people would get to know him is slim to none. There might be a few, which George Knapp believes that he actually interviewed people who did work with Lazar, but they were threatened that if they went public, that they would, lose their jobs, lose their pension, and plus more. Okay? So, but there are, I do understand the arguments on the other side. If he did work there on alien craft and he did sign an NDA, why didn't they arrest him? Could they not have arrested him because of the topic of discussion? They didn't want to get it out in public? Probably why. If you believe the fact that they were trying to murder him, well, that's a different story altogether. And it's amazing how those death threats and everything stopped after he went into business with Robert Bigelow, who happened to be Senator Harry Reid's best friend and campaign contributor.
And no bid contractor.
Yes. And so, I mean, there are a lot of pieces of the puzzle that do add together. But, like, getting back to what I was saying, at Area 51, allegedly, Lazar's name is a joke. Because nobody there would break their NDA over what they're getting to play with. And there are still people working at Area 51 today that would have been there during Lazar's tenure, albeit short tenure.
Well, if you worked at Area 51, would you want Bob Lazar to be a joke, or would you want it to be the God's honest truth and then have to worry about your own security and safety afterwards? I'd turn it into a running joke. I wouldn't want my employees to think that if they open their mouth that the worst of the worst could happen to them.
Well, I mean, that's also a very strong point. That's a very strong point. Why not downplay it? Why not downplay it to the point where we don't need to have those type of people hanging out with us? Right?
Well, you already had the 70-year story in place, the tinfoil hat. Everybody's crazy. Some farmer out in the middle of the field saw swamp gas, right? So Bob Lazar coming out and telling him his woo story, it wouldn't have been hard for him to derail it, just like they've done, and then downplay it.
Well, I mean, and once again, that's a great point, Because at Area 51, see, we all think that all these people who go there, they're all working together. Okay? It's not that way whatsoever. Boeing has their section. Lockheed Martin and Skunk Works have their section. Raytheon has their section. And any other manufacturing or defense contractor has their own section. And it is true, because we asked the question, it is true that when, let's say, Boeing wants to test an aircraft or test their technology, the employees for every other company have to go into the shadows, into the building, and cannot be out there during testing times. That's one of the respects that they do, because there is competition for billions of dollars, of defense dollars. Now, those employees, the only contact they would have likely had with any sort of Bob Lazar incident, I'm assuming, would have only been on the Janet jets flying in and out. Because if we are to believe Lazar, after he landed, he jumped on a bus, drove the 15 miles or so out to S4, where these craft were allegedly stored.
Well, I can't imagine anybody on a Janet flight sitting there having pleasant conversation about what employee A is doing with employee B. The military is so compartmentalized that the right hand doesn't know that it has a left hand, much less that it's supposed to wash the left hand. That's why a lot of things get turned over to civilian contractors, because the military takes it as far as it can with as compartmental as it is, and then they hand it off to somebody else who has better or more ideas. But once again, going back to Lazar and the story at Area 51, I wouldn't want my employees to feel like they had a gun to their head. And so I would have downplayed it just like it's been done.
Well, the other issue that I do have troubles in believing Bob Lazar is where he allegedly smuggled Element 115 out of Area 51. This is one of the long base rumors that is out there, is whether or not he did that or not. Okay, and look, these are people who had to go through scanners each and every day. And for them to go through scanners, before you leave your facility to go back to the dorms, or you leave your facility to head back home, because you would fly in for 7 days or 14 days or 21 days and then get a number of days off. It does make me wonder how he was able to do that, even if he did it the old prison route.
The thing about Element 115 is that on the periodic table, I can say Element 123, because they're working towards that every day. New elements all the time. So, but how, in the quantity that he said, and George Knapp said he saw, I don't understand how he could have done it. But I will say this, that the hand scanners that they used were used during the stealth fighter program. And everybody that used them said that they were junk, that was the one piece of tech that just didn't want to work correctly. So maybe on some of those days, instead of having to go through a scanner and the security, when the scanner was broke, he just kind of skated on through and he had it in his lunchbox. I don't know. But George Knapp did say he saw it. And he also said he saw the experiments that Lazar did with it. He's got the one short piece of film that really just shows a swirl of I don't know if it's smoke from dry ice or what it is, but apparently it's one of the actions that they were doing for this experiment. What I'd like to see is somebody digitize everything George Knapp has so they could find the one tape that he said he had that has 115 on it. Maybe that would be the smoking gun.
That's exactly it. I mean, that's where it gets very, very difficult to truly understand. You know, where did it come from? How did he get it out? You know, and those are legitimate questions that I think Bob Lazar, you know, needs to answer. But he has kind of been able to deflect that one over the years.
Well, what kind of trouble would Lazar get into if he actually had this element 115 and made it public and showed it? What would happen?
Well, that would also mean, too, that Moscovium, which is element 115, allegedly is so delicate that they can only get it to react for a couple of seconds. That would mean that
nanoseconds, really.
Yeah. And that would mean, though, that it would be very difficult for it to actually be out of its own element, no pun intended, you know, be out of its environment. So for Lazar to hide it and it to go through an absolute beating going on an aircraft, going at altitude, because who knows how that would react at altitude, and then landing and then driving it home, stopping and starting, because there is no fast way out of the airport in Las Vegas, as much as they try to make it there, because once you, especially where the Janet jets fly into, because
coming out of McCarran Airport is a nightmare.
Well, exactly, but coming out of where the Janet jets are is even more of a nightmare, because you step right onto Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yep.
So
past the three high security fences with concertina wire on top and the 2 guard posts. But once again, element 115 could be just what they were calling element 115 on our planet. May not be the same thing that they were calling this stable stuff that came from another planet, as far as we know. They could have just called it element 115.
Could be. It's more logic right there. Way more logic right there. But, you know, it still comes the question of whether or not, you know, he would be able to actually get it out.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, because I've seen where the Janet flights come in on. As a matter of fact, I've sat across the road and watched them. I know how they go in and out of that place, and I can't see you throwing it over a fence and picking it up later, or going back after the guards go home, because the guards never go home. So, like I said, it goes back to the prison wallet, I guess, right, boss?
Well, but wouldn't that? but I understand. Okay, you know, let's have some fun with this. Let's have some fun with this. With 4 minutes to go,
does Bob's butthole glow in the dark?
Well, you know, if by chance he did store that rectally to get out, even in a glass container, if he has to go through an X-ray machine, which we believe that they did at the time, or any other sort of body scanner, it would be noted.
Actually, the scanners that they were used were bone density scanners, and they basically what it did was it shined a really bright light through your skin to show the bone. It wasn't an X-ray machine, because your bones are individual, just like your fingerprints are. So it wasn't an X-ray machine like we have at the airport now, right? To where you stand there and you do this, and it shows everything but your chonies. So it was a bone density scanner. It wasn't an X-ray machine. And who knows if it would have set off a metal detector? Who knows if it's metal or not?
That I don't know. None of us know.
But
I do know, okay, and
if it's supposed to be, is it supposed to be radioactive? So if it is, that kind of shuts that whole idea off. Because Bob Lazar, as far as I know, has never contracted any kind of cancer or had any kind of radiation sickness that I know of. He's always had a full head of hair that I know of.
Well, I mean, the other part to that too, though, is this, and I know it's a far off contrast, but I've known people who've worked in diamond mines up here in Canada, and you go up north to one of these diamond mines in northern British Columbia or into the Yukon or Northwest Territories, it is like Fort Knox there. The mine is surrounded. They have armed security guards all over the place. When you go in to the mine, they scan you going in, and they do a full body scan on you coming up, because people would, if you find a diamond, they'd swallow it or insert it. And that way people weren't getting away with tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars worth of diamonds. Now, I could only assume that would be almost the equivalent of what would be working down on Area 51. Or it would probably be a hell of a lot more advanced at Area 51, even in 1989, rather than the 2007s to 8s when I heard that diamond story.
Well, I have a friend who used to work in the gold mines in Wyoming. Same basic principle as the diamond mine. They scan them going in, going out. However, he was a maintenance worker, and they had these pucks of gold about that big, maybe about that thick. And he, at one point in time, he slipped it in a glove, put it on his maintenance cart, and wheeled it out. So there are exceptions to the rule. And he could have had a compatriot too as well. Could have had somebody else that was working with him that helped him do something like that to save his keister. We don't know. I don't think we ever will. I know the guy's taken lie detector tests. He's passed his lie detector tests. People tend to believe Travis Walton and his friends after they've passed the lie detector test. Why is Bob Lazar so different?
Could be. But it is a story that is going to go way, way on. There is no end to the Lazar story. There is no end to anything about this. And that's just what makes it very, very interesting about where we're going in ufology. Terry Hall, I want to say a big thank you for filling in for our resident Timbit, little Timmy Senor, on the UFO report tonight. I really appreciate you, man.
Thanks for having me in, and great conversation. See you later, Cat Fam. And Greg, if you're still in the audience, I'm sitting in our summer residence that we spent in the Uinta Basin.
Thanks, buddy.
Good night, all.
Appreciate that. Terry, you can stick around for the, I guess not. He's not going to stick around for the after hours show. And, one thing that I want to say is a big thank you for Terry stepping on in tonight. A big thank you to Colin Ekstrand for coming on in for the big show tonight. Took him a while to get warmed up, but once he did, man, there was a lot tonight. And, of course, the Swamp Dweller for another spooky story. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Spreaker, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at #SpacedOutRadio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Have a great night. Good night.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Moms are amazing at tracking down hard-to-find items. Library books, socks, you name it. But sometimes help is welcomed. Care.com makes it easy to find babysitters near you. Sitters with the experience and skills your family needs, like after-school pickup and homework help. You just post a job for qualified sitters to apply. And since all Care.com caregivers are background checked, you can feel confident about interviewing and hiring. To get the child care help you need, sign up now at Care.com.
Getting the job done right is job one. You need construction equipment that's built right. From compact track loaders to the world's #1 selling compact excavator, the Kubota construction lineup features durable Kubota engines, more comfort, and the versatility to do it all and do it right. Kubota dealer today. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Lee Tractor Company. On the web at LeeTractor.net.
Radio side here. Good to have you back, Glenn. And we had to open up the radio side for Bill WD-40 to enter the Spreaker rooms to lube us up for tonight's show. Bobby Farron, welcome to SOR Chat. Huckleberry Charles, good to see you. Margie O, United We Stand. Digger Dog, thank you for coming on in. Verpine, welcome back. Midwest Night Watchers, thank you for joining us. And where are we here? Doc from Wyoming, Wes H, Search and Destroy. Xanos, welcome to SOR Chat. Thank you for coming on in. We are caught up there. The Super Chat is open. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. And if you're new, hit subscribe. We are now on our way to 50,000 subscribers. We just hit 20,000 last night. So if you haven't hit subscribe and rang that bell yet, we are here 7 days a week for your listening ears, and that's where we love to be. And, Grant Cameron coming up right around the corner. Hi, Cliff Sy. How are you? And it's good to have you all here. We're going to have one hell of a show. Starts now. Horns up. The mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world. This, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We have a power show for you tonight. Grant Cameron is in to talk about there is no threat narrative when it comes to UFOs. Then in hour 3, we'll kick off with the Swamp Dweller. Super Duke will be back with the Cryptid Report. I've got the Dave 101, and we got the news as well. All right, let's get right to it. One of our favorite guests on this show, and one of my heroes and mentors in this field, is legendary researcher Grant Cameron. He started studying ufology in 1975 after a personal sighting with Charlie Red Star in Carmen, Manitoba, the home of the great goaltender, Eddie the Eagle. Yeah. In the past few years, Grant has turned his research and interest into different involvements, from music to orbs, and of course, his legendary work with the presidents of the United States and what they know about UFOs and UFO craft, and crash retrievals, aliens, you name it. Grant's website is presidentialufos.com. And you can find all of his books on Amazon. Let's bring the legend in right now. There he is, the man, the myth, and the legend all wrapped into one, Mr. Grant Cameron. It is always a pleasure to have you here on Spaced Out Radio. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fine, Dave. Thank you very much. At my age, I'm happy to be anywhere and doing anything.
Oh, come on. You're not that old. You're not that old. You got to see
there we go.
You got to see the Jets win the Stanley Cup before that happens.
There you go. We're doing pretty good, eh?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
I tell you, that just proves there's a God.
It would take my Canucks and Oilers combined to pass the Jets. I don't understand what's with my Oilers, man. I don't understand what's with them. I mean, we got two of the best hockey players in the world, in Draisaitl and McDavid, and we've got a great set of defensemen. And I don't believe it. I can't believe we are.
It's. I think it would still be worth. Wouldn't you say it's still worth the price of admission to watch McDavid play? Oh my goodness, that guy's unreal.
You know what, Grant? I'll tell you a Gretzky story here. In the old Pacific Coliseum in Vancouver, when the boards were, aren't what they are today. They weren't as forgiving, but there used to be a little opening between the glass and the boards. So during warm up, I'm at the end of a line, and I'm like 7 years old, and I'm watching all the players, 8 years old, and I'm watching all the players do warm-up because I love Gretzky, I love Edmonton, and I'm like, oh, God, there's Yari Curry, and there's Glenn Anderson, and Mark Messier, and Kevin Lowe, and all these guys that I just idolized. And Gretzky all of a sudden drops his gloves and starts signing autographs, taking the programs from underneath the glass. I was the last one, and he skated away from me. He didn't.
Oh no,
he didn't see. I was just heartbroken.
Oh shit!
But he scored 3 goals. He scored 3 goals that night. So that's all that really matters. Hey, we could make this a hockey show very easily.
Yeah, when the Americans are wondering what the heck are they talking about here.
Well, you know what? You know what we're going to do one night, honestly, and I do plan on doing this. I want to bring you on, and I'm going to bring David Politis on, and we're just going to have a hockey chat. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Grant, you have been at the forefront of so much research over the years, and the one thing I've always admired about you is you let the path go to where it needs to go before you move on to the next section. You have taken a lot of criticism over the years from other ufologists and people who follow you. Why does Grant do that? Has he gone crazy? Why is he following orbs? Why is he talking to people who claim to have flown the craft? Why have you chosen your research to go down all of these different paths to investigate?
Well, all these things are just things that synchronistically happen to me, and you just sort of go with it, where you sort of figure like, this is the way you got to go. Like I had the 2012 experience with the consciousness, which I keep telling people that unless you've had one of these download experiences, you simply cannot understand what it is. It comes with this absolute certainty. And I remember I was listening to an interview that Gary Nolan had done a couple of days ago, and he talked about this, about the intuition and knowing that it's right. And that's the hardest part for people to explain is where you absolutely know this, there's no questioning this is the way it works. And I've had 2 of those experiences in my life. I had the one in 2012, And then I'll give you the idea how the book for Sky Pilot started. And that was that in 2013, I was giving a lecture to the MUFON group, which is one of the biggest MUFON groups in the United States in Phoenix. And Stacy Wright runs it. And she said, "Oh, are you still going to talk to Pam Dupuis?" And I said, "Yeah, I guess so." I had no idea what she's talking about. And I figured I must have agreed to talk to this woman. And what happened was she said, "Okay, Stacy, Pam Dupuis coming to my house on Monday. You can chat with her." And so Pam Dupuis comes to the house. And then Pam says, "So what did Stacy tell you about me?" And I said, "I don't know. I'm supposed to talk to you. That's all." And she comes in and she starts, "I was abducted and I remote viewed for the government and this and that." And you've heard all this sort of stuff. And she's talking away. And this is like almost 40 years into my career. And then she says at one point, she's in her 70s. And then at one point she says to me, "Oh, and I was flying the craft last night." And I went, "You were what?" I was ready to throw her out of the house. I could not believe she had said it. It was like, come on. I mean, you think I'm that stupid? I'm going to believe they let you fly the craft. I was thinking, Saudi Arabian women at that point, they weren't allowed at that point, they weren't allowed to drive a car unless there was a man inside the car. And I couldn't believe it. I said, "They let you fly the craft." And she said, "Well, yeah, I flew the craft." And I said, "They let you fly the flying saucer?" I was horrified. And then she said, yeah, I've flown 3 different models. And I go, "Oh, yeah." I said, "So how do you fly a flying saucer?" She says, "Oh, you do it with your mind." And as soon as she said that, I realized, oh, that's what it is. And what happened was, you will not find these witnesses on the internet. You'll find the odd one. I think David Jacobs had one that he referenced in a lecture. And he thought it was a test, that this woman was being given a test. They were just sort of playing with her. But you won't find this. These people started coming to me almost synchronistically. They would appear to me. And even at the very end, when we did the book, we got the book all ready. And then suddenly I'm talking to Desta, and she said, "Oh, yeah, I was flying the craft too." And I said, "You too? You were flying the craft too? Come on." And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "Well, I told you that. You didn't listen to me." And I said, "You did tell me that?" And she said, "Yeah, I told you that." And I said, "Well, we got it in the book. You were going to put it in the book. Come on." And that was like at the very end, she had told me this. And it was just like these people were coming, like Chris Bledsoe. I'm talking to him about something else. And then suddenly he mentions he's flying the craft. And I said, "You flew the craft too?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, hang on. Don't tell me anything. I want to phone you up on Skype and I want to record the whole thing. And don't say anything." And basically what it was these people just came one after another. And the only thing that was really on the internet was the Free Foundation, which was the big group that Edgar Mitchell and Ray Hernandez and all these people. They had 3,000 experiencers, and they questioned these people, and they asked them 650 questions, and all these very bizarre questions. And one of the questions was, "Have you ever flown the craft?" And 14% of the people who answered the question said yes. So I actually went to Free, and I said, "Hey, I've got these people who are flying the craft." They said, 14% of the people said in the survey, "Can we send out another survey, a secondary survey, to these people who've flown the craft and ask them what's going on?" And what I was told was, "Well, people see lots of stuff on the craft, when they're on there." And I said, "Well, yeah, then you see lots of stuff on the craft. But when they start flying the thing, don't you think we should be talking to them? Because that's what everybody wants. How do they get here? What's the propulsion system?" And you have these people who are all basically telling you exactly what's going on and how it works. And Gary Nolan says 1 case is anecdotal, 2 cases is evidence, and I say 36 cases needs to be explored, no matter what your impression is. I mean, this is what Jacques Vallée used to call absurd. This is an absolutely absurd question. This is not something you're going to make up if you're going to make up a story that you're on board a craft. "Oh, they let me fly the craft." Yeah, sure they did. And so I had these 36 people, and I just thought this was so significant. In fact, I think it's maybe the most important book I've ever written, because it basically gets down to this confirmation of my 2012 consciousness download. That's what it describes. It basically says consciousness is fundamental. If you take a look at this and you believe that these people are actually telling the story, that's what they're saying. They're saying it's all telepathic. All the conversations are telepathic, and they'll say that there's actually sort of a weird kind of a spiritual component, which I heard Jim Semivan talk about yesterday, and I never caught on. A number of the people would say, when I'm standing on the ship, I just appear on the ship, and I'm standing there, and there's beings or there's humans behind me. I can't tell whether it's human beings or aliens behind me, and they tell me what to do. And last night, and then I'm listening to Jim Semivan a couple of days ago, and he said in his experience, he said, "I remember standing there with my wife, and he said there was this guardian thing going on behind me, And I'm thinking, wow, that's the same thing. That's this whole idea that Michael Newton talked about. When you have the life review, you have your guardian angel and it stands behind you and to the left. And so when I got that, then it made sense that these people didn't look around to see who was giving them the instructions. And basically what it was, and I had people, I had John Ramirez, who was the CIA guy, the top CIA guy. I had a guy who's a former 747 United Airlines pilot, that's who has a commercial pilot's license. And I had a guy out of LA, who's probably the most dramatic case. I was lecturing to the LA Orange County MUFON group, and I was talking about flying the craft, and this guy came after. He came to the restaurant after, and they said, David, oh, you should have been in Grant's lecture. He was talking about flying the craft. Tell him your story. And then David looks at me and he says, I think it was a dream. I said, well, everybody thinks it's a dream. Most people think this is a dream. And I said, did you fly the craft? And he said, well, I think it was a dream. I said, well, anyways, then they said, hey, David, tell them what you do. And I said, so what do you do? And he said, oh, I'm a pilot. And I said, oh, my son's a pilot. My father's a pilot. I said, what do you fly? And he starts rattling off this stuff. He's flying this and that. And then he says, F-16 jet fighters. And I go, you were flying F-16s? And he goes, yeah, I'm a retired U.S. Air Force colonel. I said, sit down and tell me your dream. And it's like they're reading off a cue card. Honest to God, it's like they're reading off a cue card. They're standing, they appear in the ship. They're standing in the ship. There's somebody behind them. They're telling them what to do. And he says, I'm standing there. And I hear this voice behind me and it says, go ahead and do it. And he says, I don't know what to do. And then the voice says, you know what to do. Just do it. And he looks over and there's this panel along the wall. So he goes and he puts his hands on this panel. And he says, suddenly he's flying the craft. And everybody says the same thing. You become one with the craft. The craft is alive, which is so important, because if the craft is alive, this is artificial intelligence. This is what it's going to look like 5,000 years from now or 1,000 years from now. Everybody always has this idea that consciousness, what we're going to do, we're going to get this big computer, and we're going to get consciousness, and we're going to grab it by the tail, and we're going to stick the consciousness into the computer, and then it's going to start to become conscious. And Max Planck, who invented quantum physics, said nothing gets behind conscious. That is part of the download I got in 2017 that says consciousness is primary. Consciousness first, matter second. You have the observer who breaks down the quantum wave potential, and that makes matter come into the world. And so the idea is that you're never going to have artificial intelligence until you have biological material. And one of the things I describe in the book is an experiment was done in 2004 at the University of Southern Florida that I'll guarantee you DARPA's working on. Because this is white world technology, and that's where they take the 20,000 neurons of a rat brain, and they take them out and they put them in this petri dish, a little tiny petri dish, and then they describe there's just these neurons floating around, and then after 3 days, the guy that's running it says, look at this, and it shows all these neurons are talking to each other. This little brain has started to form. Then they put wires on the bottom of this petri dish, and they learn to send signals in from a simulator for an F-22 Raptor fighter jet. And this thing is sending signals back, and they train this thing to fly an F-22 simulator. And I remember talking to Major, he's a major in the U.S. Air Force. His name is escaping me, on the East Coast. And I said, is it hard to fly an F-22 simulator? And he said, absolutely. And so they teach it to fly. And then what they do is they take the weather, and they make the worst weather and the wind and crosswinds and rain and all this kind of stuff, and this little 20,000 neurons continues to fly the F-22 simulator. And that's, if you remember back the story Firefox with Clint Eastwood. And that's the impression. That's where you get the idea. Oh, they knew already. They had this idea. That's how you fly it. You fly it with your mind. This whole idea that you're flying with your mind. So people say you put your hand on a panel, you put your hand on this a ball, you put it on a wall, and you become one with the craft, and whatever you think is what the craft does. And then the people will actually say to you, they'll say, okay, where do you want to go? And the person will say, like Ron Johnson, I'd like to see the Milky Way from a distance. And they say, okay, it's within you. Imagine where you want to go. It's within you. It's like the remote viewing thing. It's the target's inside you. You go inside. You don't go anywhere. And he says it's within you. And then he said in 1 second, he said it was like they went through he thought it was like they're going through the dimensions. They're like pages of a book. And he's going through in 1 second. He said he looked out the window and there was the Milky Way in the distance. And that simply is what Gary Nolan says. when you're looking at stuff, you want to see the 5% anomalies. You want to see the stuff that's outside the bell curve. And you want to say, why does this work? You want to look at the anomalies. And this is an anomaly. If the physical world was what, this wouldn't have happened. If this story is true, and Ron Johnson is a very truthful guy, he told me this story, and that is true. There's something seriously wrong with our idea of time and space. If you can go 50,000 light years in 1 second. And so this U.S. Air Force colonel told me, he says, I've got my hands on the panel. He said, I'm flying it. He said, it's like suction cups on an F-16, whatever that means. And he says, I'm flying this thing. And he says, I can't believe it. I'm flying this craft. And he says, it's doing whatever I'm thinking to do. And then he says, I take one hand off the panel, and he's waiting for the thing to stall, and he's going to put his hand back down. And then it doesn't stall, and then he takes his other hand off the panel by about 1 inch. He's ready to slam it back down, and nothing happens. He's got his hands off the panel, and he's flying this craft, and everybody describes the same thing. Whereas they describe that once you touch the panel, you can suddenly see in 360 degrees. And that, if you've ever talked to people who do OBEs, will tell you, as soon as they get out of their body, they can see into 360 degrees. And you start seeing these crossovers, this consciousness thing, that these people are able to do this. And I'll guarantee you that DARPA's working on it, and it'll go to, and you can ask a question after this. So you take a look at the Wilson leak document. In the Wilson leak document, it says, we have a craft, and we think it'll fly. Now, they have this intact craft, and they think it'll fly. So what does that mean? It means they got an intact craft, and they can't fly it. Why can't they fly it? Because it needs a consciousness interface. It needs your little thumbprint on the iPhone to make it turn on. It's the whole idea, and they don't have the consciousness interface. They can't turn the thing on, even though they've got the entire craft. So this consciousness thing, you got 36 people, and it's like you're just reading off a cue card. In there, the person behind it tells them to touch the ball, whatever. They become one with the craft. The craft is alive. They can actually give the craft a name. They're talking to the craft. They can go wherever they want instantaneously, and it's all consciousness. It's all driven by the mind. And everybody says exactly the same thing. All women and high-level CIA people, all basically like as if they're reading off a cue card, saying exactly the same thing.
Grant, I met a 12-year-old girl who flew the craft on my paranormal tour. Yeah. And, like she said, she didn't know how she did it, but these little gray dudes put her in the seat, and the next thing she knew, everywhere she wanted to go, she could go. Yeah. And, at 12 years old, that was quite a trip for her. I mean, how many children out there are experiencing this incredible technology of this AI or bio spacecraft, whatever you want to call it?
Okay, well, I didn't have in the book. I don't have any of those, but I do describe the fact that Pam Dupuis and a guy who used to help run the MUFON group in Phoenix both told me the same story, that they remember as children being in a circle, and they were in this circle with all these kids. They could see all these kids, and they could see some sort of being. They couldn't see from the waist up. They weren't allowed to look up. But what they were doing is they were teaching these kids to levitate balls. And there was 3 different colors of balls. And one was very hard to levitate. One was sort of medium. One was very easy to levitate. And they were being trained to levitate these balls. The same as you get this whole thing where Jim Semivan is talking about this thing that MILABs may be an overlay, that we're being given this thing that MILABs are actually them playing this game, that this is military when it's actually not. And what they're describing, I talked to 2 that told me the same story. They were both in the same MILAB experience, and they talked about being taken on board, and they were being told to levitate. One of them is Melinda Leslie, because it's pretty funny, because the first lady told me that she had done it, and they were told to levitate this ball, this little egg, in through a hoop that was above the table. And she said that she did it. And then Melinda came in, and she said, I could hear Melinda inside the room. And Melinda says, are you kidding me? I haven't slept for 2 days. You think I'm going to levitate that thing? You got another thing coming. Melinda's yelling at him. And they said they could actually see the people's names. And the key thing was that
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Want to stop engine problems before they start? Pick up a can of Seafoam Motor Treatment. Seafoam helps engines start easier, run smoother, and last longer. Trusted by millions every day, Seafoam is safe and easy to use in any engine. Just pour it in your fuel tank. Make the proven choice with Seafoam. Available everywhere automotive products are sold.
Melinda tells this story that they're brought in and they're given pieces of the craft. And if they can make this thing work, whatever the piece of the craft is, the person will say, oh, we got another one, which is another experience. This is another one can turn the craft on. And so the question is this actually military doing this? Because it appears everybody that I've talked to, all the high-level people, they seem to indicate we have jump room technology, but we cannot turn the craft on. We don't understand. Jim, you have Tom DeLong talking about the fact that the head scientist at Lockheed Skunk Works asked him how it worked, and at that point he was hanging out with Greer. So he said, I think consciousness is involved. This is 2015. And the head scientist said, now you're talking. And he said, that's all the guy wanted to talk about for 45 minutes. So all these guys like Semi-Van, Valet, all these guys will can confirm the fact that consciousness is involved, but that we can't do it. Or you have this thing, the other bizarre thing that happens with these experiences is they'll say that when they go inside the craft, it's way bigger on the inside than it is outside. And remember Hal Puthoff saying, boy, that's something I'd like to figure out. Even Len Stringfield had a case from 1973, and I just learned about this one a couple days ago, where a photographer Hawaii to Norton Air Force Base, he's taken 2 hours away to a hangar, and inside this hangar, there's this craft inside a netting hanging from a crane. And they go inside, and his job is to film the panels. And the panels, I actually have Chris Brazzo in the book. I have him draw the panels and with the different symbols on the panels. And this guy's job was to film these panels with the symbols on the panels. And he said he went in and he said you could take a football and you could throw it as hard as you want in any direction and not hit a wall. And I had one guy from New Zealand told me I was in. He said I looked one way, I couldn't see the end of the craft. I looked the other way, and I couldn't see the end of the craft, which goes back to Pam Dupuy when she first told me this story about flying the craft. And then she doubled it up with saying, oh, yeah, they have crafts that can make them as big as they want on the inside, and they have crafts as big as the solar system. The thing is, it can be the size of a rock. So the whole thing is, it can look like a rock on the outside, and it can be the biggest size of a solar system on the inside. And anybody that tells me they got the technology to make the craft like Terry Lovelace said, he went inside, it was the size of a football stadium on the inside of this thing. And that's the whole deal is that there's no way we have this technology. No way. It's way beyond what we're capable of doing.
All right, Grant Cameron will be with us for another 90 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio. And when we return from our break here at the bottom of the hour, we're going to talk about the threat narrative. So much we've heard in the last 5 years about UFOs being a threat. What if other countries are having differing opinions? We're going to find out all about this with the legendary Grant Cameron when we return on Spaced Out Radio. Stay tuned.
Beautiful.
We got 5 minutes, boss. 5 minutes.
Okay, good. I'm going to go get a drink of water.
You do that. With his Winnipeg Jets hoodie there. Look at that. That thing hasn't even seen a speck of dirt. There is not a single mosquito kill on that hoodie. Not a single one. All right, let's see who's here who I haven't said hello to yet. All right. Let's see. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hadley, how are you? Who else do we have here? Think I'm caught up. So we have 250 people watching right now. If this is your first time in our chat room or watching us, please, Apex, how are you? Please do us a favor. Hit that subscribe button. Ring that bell. We are pushing towards 50,000 subscribers. We're just under 30,000 away. Yeah, 30,000. Ed Clater, how you doing? But we are here 7 days a week for your entertainment. So the reason why we do take breaks here, guys, just so you know, is we have to time everything out with our radio stations who cover this show. And so at the top and bottom of the hour, there will be breaks I know you're not used to it, but we're not a podcast. We're not just a regular YouTube channel. We try and combine all three. So sometimes we're successful, sometimes we're not. But the main thing is we have fun through it all right now. So let's say hello here to Blue Cruz. Welcome in. And Susie B. Donovan Davies in the UK, good morning to you. Welcome to SOR Chat. Crypto Renegade, welcome to SOR Chat. Ed Clater, good to have you back. Super Duke. Hey, Marty Burback, how are you, man? Good to see you. All right, Badass Billy Gunn, one half of the New Age Outlaws right there. Want to say a big thank you to Maestro's Classic Beard Oil for sending me a gift pack. Really much appreciate that. Thank you, my wrestling phenomena, the Crazy Hot Morgan, for doing so. Yeah. I would never mess with Morgan and her husband. I'll tell you why. If I went and messed with Morgan and her husband, they're into like these strong men and strong women competitions. I think her husband like bench presses like 700, 800 pounds, something like that. I'm not even exaggerating. At least 700, 800 pounds. It's ridiculous watching them compete. It's, Navajo warrior. Yeah. Oh, it's ridiculous seeing the size of this dude. He's like 300 pounds. He lifts like 250, 300, one-armed right above his head. It's horrible.
How old?
He's over 50.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Usually my son was like that. My son was like Mr. Atlas. And then he stopped. He had both shoulders separated. So he eventually had to stop lifting. And now he's like Mr. Fat Man.
Well, he can join my club then. Hi, Theologians of Orion. Project Blue Book, how you doing? Zenzabil, Kurt M. Rose Brooks, that's Bill Hauser. Who else is here? Trace B, good to see you back. And let's see here. Pony Pong, welcome to SOR Chat. Do us a favor, too, if you don't mind. Give us a thumbs up, thumbs down, and after the show, leave something for the algorithms by leaving a comment after the show. We'd appreciate it. Aliens, UFOs, and Spiritual Space Warfare, welcome to SOR Chat again. That's a name. Video Game Zombie, I like that name. Thank you for joining us. And let's see. We know that we got a lot of cool people in here tonight. So thank you. We got about 45 seconds before we're going to go back here. And we'll get right into it. Has that hoodie ever seen outside, Grant? Be honest.
Outside?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
That's way too nice. You know, that's just way too nice. All right. Let's see. Cryptid Huntress. Hello, Jessica Jones. Brad Lomas, pardon me. Welcome to SOR Chat. Thank you to Pam and Dry Toast for the Super Chats. The Super Chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Hello, Constable D. Cohen. How are you? Welcome back again, my friend. And I think we are caught up. Here we go, everyone. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Legendary researcher, author, and man with aliens in his blood, Grant Cameron is here tonight on Spaced Out Radio. We're going to hit the main topic of the night tonight right now, Grant, because there is a number of stories going on, and we've heard it literally since the beginning of the To the Stars Academy in 2017, about this threat narrative of UFOs, UAP, whatever the hell you want to call them. We're going to call them UFOs around here because that's what people know and that's what people like. Okay? Right. So the point that I'm getting at here, Grant, is this. You know, I can understand the idea of a threat narrative that if something that shouldn't be in the sky is in some sort of U.S. military training ground, whether it's near Catalina Island in the Pacific Ocean or whether it's on land at Area 51 or some other Army or military base. But we haven't seen anything dangerous yet, as far as we know. We've been told different stories that we should fear these things, that there is an alien threat, much like President Ronald Reagan says right off the top of this show. What is your opinion on this threat narrative?
First, we have to tell people not to get upset, because people really get really upset when we start talking about this kind of stuff. And so I would say garbage. The universe is neutral. There is no good or bad people. It's I used to have this discussion with, there's so many things. I was going to write a book last year called The Evil Alien. I'm going to go through this whole thing. And then I usually don't travel to the States because of the Homeland Security situation. But then MUFON said, can you lecture at their big event in Cincinnati? And I said, well, I don't really lecture in the States anymore. And then I said, by the way, what's the topic? And she said, the good or evil. Are they good or evil? I went, put me down. I said, I've been thinking about this my whole life. I'm ready to go. And so I would say the universe is neutral. We're the ones that give it meaning. And so now Jim Semivan is actually saying, no, we never said it to the stars that it was a threat. Well, I can actually quote, and I was thinking the other day, I'd actually pull it from the interview. I think it was with George Knapp, where Tom DeLonge says, this is a hive mentality. We have to kill them, or something to this effect. And so they were pushing this threat narrative. And I call it in the United States, it's the national insecurity complex, where the more insecure you become, the more weapons you need, the more locks you need on your door. And so the U.S. military, you'll have Lou Elizondo say, well, we're only looking at it could be a potential threat. Well, in terms of that, anything could be a potential threat to the U.S. military. If it's going to get a budget, we'll make that into a threat. And he says, what about you have footprints going through your living room? Well, if you talk to Melinda Leslie, maybe that's Lou Elizondo's footprints going through the living room. Maybe it's MILABs that are in your room and not aliens. And so this is what it is. It's basically the threat narrative is coming from the military-industrial complex. And they'll even say, well, we know we don't really, we're not saying they're evil. We're just saying that there's a potential for evil, and we have to identify this first. And what you do is you get the military to present this, because if you were to go in front of Congress, and they've tried to do this forever, I point out that during the Clinton administration, Leslie Kean, as you know, was good friends with John Podesta, and John wrote the foreword to her book. And in there, if you're going back to her and look at her book, she says it's not a threat to the military. She says it's a threat to airline traffic. And I guess they tried to put this, Podesta tried to put this to Congress, and everybody just sort of laughed and went, yeah, right. Just like, get out of here. So what you have to do, it's like a business. You have to find a need and fill it. So what you do is you go in front of, as I said, you go in front of the Armed Services Committee, and you go in front of the Intelligence Committee. You don't go in front of the Science and Technology Committee. You go in front of the Armed Services and the Intelligence Committee, because that's in terms of national security. And what you do is you say, we could get eaten here. This could be really bad. And you scare the living daylights out of these poor senators and congressmen who don't know have no clue what's going on. And of course they say, okay, how much money do you need? I mean, you build up this threat narrative and you put it out there. And if they don't have the threat narrative, everybody's going to go like, get out of here. We don't want to do this. This is a stupid subject. This is for crazy people with tinfoil hats, and we're not going to do this kind of stuff. So you have to build this threat narrative in order to do it. Because if you go in like what's happening in Canada, and that's how you and I got this discussion. When I was in the negotiations, and Nicole Sackage was with me, and what we had done is you had started this ball rolling in Canada, and you had got Larry Maguire interested, and Larry Maguire came to me, and his assistant came to me, and they wanted files from the early Canadian stuff, and they started asking questions, and they were dealing with you, and you were bringing them up to speed. And behind the scenes, I didn't realize that Larry Maguire was also bringing like 10 MPs up to speed. He was briefing these MPs behind the scenes, people that didn't want to come forward right now, but they wanted to know what's going on, and he was giving them information from all three parties. So it wasn't just one party. And so what happened was, I know through you and through Larry that Lou Elizondo had actually talked to Larry Maguire on the phone, and I think there was Larry and one other person. Am I right? There was two MPs that were talking to Elizondo, right?
Yeah, there was one more who was the one of the critics of defense.
Okay, so they were talking to and Lou Elizondo was answering questions on the phone. So I got the idea. I said, hey, well, we can do this. I said, what we should do is I should get Larry Maguire, and let's do this publicly. Because Larry, I had said Larry should go in front of the House of Commons and just ask a question in the floor of the House of Commons. That's how you do it. Confront Trudeau and say, what are you doing about UFOs? And he didn't do that. So I put together this panel. I said, first of all, I went to Drew, who was Maguire's assistant, and I said, if I put together a panel, would you be able to bring Larry and whoever else who's interested, and they can ask questions of these top experts? I can get these top experts from the United States. And he said, oh, that's actually what we were kind of thinking of doing. So I said, oh, great. So then I phoned up Lou Elizondo. I contacted Lou Elizondo, and I said, you gave this talk to these guys. You answered questions for them. Can you do it again, except this time do it publicly? And Larry's going to bring some other people in, other MPs and stuff like that, and we'll put other people on. So what we had as a panel, we had Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, Gary Nolan, and Avi Loeb. We're going to be on this panel. And these MPs, and that's when I discovered there's possibly going to be 10 MPs, and that Maguire is going to invite these people, and we were going to have this panel, and these guys were going to answer questions. And Lou Elizondo was all excited about it, and he said, yeah, this is what we want to do. And what we're going to do is we're going to let you live broadcast it. We're going to live broadcast it. We're going to try to get as many stations as possible to live broadcast this thing and make a big, huge deal. And everybody in Canada would go, oh, my God, I didn't know my MP was interested in UFOs. And it would be all over the newspapers, and all these MPs would be able to come forward. And the idea that Maguire's assistant had given to me was the reason they wanted to do it this way was that it would provide cover for the science advisor to the prime minister who wanted to write a report. But she couldn't just write the report. So if this thing came out and made this all public, then she would have the cover to write a report and say to the prime minister, we need to investigate UFOs. So they wanted to do a scientific investigation that was going to be requested. And so when you had the conversation, the first one, and then we had the moderator. They didn't agree with the moderator. So we didn't replace the moderator. We had a second meeting, and they came on there, and it was Cahill who was, I think, really sort of stirring it up, and he was on this deal like, you have to do it like the Logan Act says that we can't tell you Canadians what to do. But this is how we did it. And they gave us this PowerPoint presentation thing, flowchart thing about how they had done it. And I was trying to get across to them that's not how the Canadian parliamentary system works. Our committees in the House of Commons can't spend money. They have no power whatsoever. The Prime Minister runs the whole show, and from there on down, and they don't have the power to spend and to order investigations and hearings like they have in the United States. And I said, that's not how it works. And they said, get some military witnesses and get them to identify, and then it's inside the Canadian airspace, and it's interfering with the Canadian military. And I said, well, we don't have any of these cases, military people. And if we had military people, then I've got to try to get these people to come forward. That could take forever. And they just kept insisting, well, no, the Logan Act says we can't tell you what to do. And basically what it came down to is They weren't going to tell us what to do, but until we did what we were told, they weren't going to help us. And then what happened in the second meeting was this whole thing about the scientific investigation. So in the United States, the way it's working is it goes in front of the Armed Services and the Intelligence Committee, which means it's all about weapons. It's about national defense, and Semi Van has actually admitted that. He said, if you're sitting there and waiting for this panel in Washington to have a philosophical discussion about UFOs and where they're from and what's going on, it's not going to happen. The only thing they're going to look at is national security, about is this a threat? That's all they're going to do. They're not going to do anything else. And so that's where they're at. And the Canadians just wanted to do this thing through the scientific investigation. And we kept saying, the Canadians want to do it through a scientific investigation. We don't have any military witnesses. We don't have any threat scenario where we can say they're interfering with our airspace and this sort of thing. And it's that point that Chris Mellon said, that's the poison pill. I'm gone. And I was floored. And that was it. It all sort of fell apart. Lou was still excited. He said, well, let's have another meeting. And then Nicole was going to schedule another meeting. I said, no, we don't need another meeting. Let's just the date. I said, August the 26th at 2:00. Who's against that? Nobody said anything. I said, okay, that's the date. And we set it. But Lou was ready to come back for a third meeting. He was all excited. And I think it was Cahill and Mellon who said this is the poison pill. So once we discussed the fact that it was going to be a scientific investigation and not a military threat investigation, he just said, no, we're not going there. And then we heard later through Sean Cahill that we were going to turn this thing into a spectacle. And damn right we were going to turn it into a spectacle. That was the whole point. And he said, we're not going to answer questions that people can look up on Google, which sort of means that if you've got an MP and he hasn't done anything on UFOs and this panel comes up, if this MP asks a stupid question, they're going to, embarrass the guy and tell him he's stupid and we're not going to answer your question because it's a stupid question. People who don't know anything about UFOs, they're going to ask stupid questions. And that's the whole point of bringing the experts in, is to answer the question. And these 10 MPs would have come forward. They would have outed themselves and said, yeah, we were into this thing, but it all fell apart because they wouldn't run the panel. And I think you tried to run a panel after that, and you can go from there. I don't know what happened when you tried to set it up again and do the same sort of thing that we tried the first time.
I just followed on your words.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize. Play
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Hey there, I'm David Novak. I ran Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut. And like you, I'm always learning so I can be the best leader I can be. That's why I started How Leaders Lead, the first leader-to-leader podcast with CEOs from Target, Pepsi, and Adobe, and greats like Tom Brady, Jim Nantz, and Jack Nicklaus. You'll learn how to win, how to bounce back, and how to lead. So listen to How Leaders Lead wherever you listen to podcasts. It's the best podcast on leadership you'll ever listen to.
Be able to attend, please let me know if this is something that would interest you. I could show you the text message. It was nice and simple like that. And that's when all hell broke loose.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between the Canadians and the Americans, where the Canadians just salute and do whatever we're told to do. So if we're told to buy F-35 strike fighters, and why we need a strike fighter, I don't know, but we just do what we're told, and they're sort of running the show in the United States. So I would imagine that the military is being, advised on the 5I thing, that they're getting some sort of information, but the people aren't getting anything. It's same as the United States. I mean, this stuff is, you see what's happened with the committee, is that, I've told people to warn them about what's happening, and that is that everybody's cheering this thing on. And so what happens, the first report comes back and it says, oh, we've got 144 cases and one of them has been identified. And then someone says, oh, so what's the shape? Oh, we can't tell you. It's classified. Where's the report? Oh, can't tell you. It's classified. So the Blue Book, which everybody slammed back in the 1960s, said this was a total PR put on. Actually, you had the sightings and you had the shapes. You don't even have that anymore. It's just going into this black hole, and everybody's going to provide all this information on these apps and stuff, and it's going to go in and they're going to do this sighting thing, and they're going to determine whether it's a threat to national security. And I'll guarantee you they'll say, yeah, it's a threat to national security, because if you don't say it's a threat to national security, that's the end of the budget. It's game over. You have to keep going. And it's almost what Eisenhower warned in the 1950s. He said, beware the military-industrial congressional complex. And at the last minute, they took congressional out of the speech because they didn't want to offend Congress in the last speech of the president. But it basically meant that once you get Congress involved, like the F-35 jet fighter, which is made in 46 different states, once every senator and congressman has got his hand in the pot and is getting money for his district, nobody's going to vote if there's suddenly a 100% overrun in the cost of whatever your bill. That's the way the thing works. It's just, first we got a $750 million insecurity defense budget, and then it's 825, and that's not enough, and we need $1 billion, and it just keeps going. And that's what Eisenhower warned, is this thing is just spiraling out of control, is we have these, whatever the threat is, whether it's Russians or Chinese, and now we're turning it into aliens. And I basically say that, people, I warn people, I say what Walker used to say to us back in the 1990s. He said, let me ask you a question. He said, why do you want to know? Admit it. You're just curious. Admit it. You're just curious. Why should we change the rules to satisfy your curiosity? And it was the old deal. Is we're using this for national security. We are going to get this thing. We're not giving it to the Russians. We're not giving it to the Chinese. We're not giving it to our other 645 enemies. And we're going to work on this thing. And we're not going to give it to you because if we say this is true, then you're just going to ask the next question. Then we're going to answer that question. You're going to ask another question. And it's just going to go downhill. And the Russians are just going to be sitting there and taking down notes. So they say we're not going to do that. And that's what Walker said to us at the end. He said, so when you figure this thing out, what are you going to do with it? And that's a big question that the UFO community's got to ask, because I say, do you seriously think that the United States of America is going to allow grays, reptilians, and mantids to walk the streets of America and to develop factories with free energy and free labor that they have, and they're going to compete against American business? That ain't happening. So why are we doing this? And basically it comes down to curiosity.
Grant, I see a lot of comments in our chat room. How can you say there's not 100%, nothing's 100%? We don't know if the aliens or whatever these are a threat or not. So to say that they're not, is not quite correct. However, we have some news out of Canada that we have briefly mentioned on this show previous, but the Department of National Defense has informed in Canada many members of Parliament regarding this subject that there is zero threat to Canadian airspace. Zero threat. We know, thank you to Daniel Otis, that CF-18s have been scrambled to try and intercept unidentified flying objects. We know that pilots of all nationalities have experienced unidentified flying objects flying across Canada, whether going to Europe or Asia or into the United States or South America. We know this is happening. I mean, how on one side of the border are we seeing a complete threat narrative, yet on the Canadian side of the border and many other countries' side of the borders, we're hearing that there is zero threat?
Yeah. Well, the phenomena of others, I mean, this thing has been around for 2,000 years. And if it wanted to take us, why is it waiting until we get all sorts of advanced weapons before it takes over? Could have done this like 1,000 years ago and taken over. And so that's the thing. I say the universe is neutral. I'm not a Greer person. I'm not saying that there's a threat. I'm not saying there's not a threat. I'm saying the universe is neutral, that everything is an experience that happens to us. For example, someone to say, I used to have this argument with Linda Howe all the time. We'd go for dinner and she'd always start on the aliens are having battles with each other in outer space, the good aliens and the bad aliens. And I said, Linda, how does this work? I mean, aliens are telepathic, aren't they? Yeah. Well, how do you sneak up on the guy? I mean, if you're going to fight a war in outer space, I mean, how do you sneak up on the other guy to win the war? And if you're precognitive, which aliens are, they know what's going to happen in the future, and they'll say there's no time space. Everything they can see in the future, they know who's going to win the war. So if you know you're going to lose the war, why would you start a war? And that goes to when she's always had this thing. She's been a main proponent of this thing, the good guys and bad guys. And she went to Bashar, and I always quote this thing where she went to Bashar and she said, these evil, and Bashar said, no. She goes, and she says, well, then who should we be afraid of? And then Bashar said, you. And that's true. I mean, I would say, if you say this is a threat, number one, if you say the grays are the threat. So if reincarnation is a fact, which there's as much evidence for reincarnation as there is for UFOs, if the grays are the threat, if you die and you are born tomorrow as a gray, are you now evil? And it gets to this race thing, that there's this race versus good and this race that's bad. And you can blow up a school bus full of gray alien children because they won't grow up to be evil like their parents and stuff. The universe is neutral, and we set it up where we establish us versus, like in hockey. You know how it works in hockey. It's like your team is the bad team and my team's a good team, and this little 10-year-old guy who's refereeing the little 6-year-old kids is a demon that's working for your side, and we play this us versus them. And it comes to this thing about we're so trained in religion for good and bad. There's good and there's bad people, and we're the good people, so those people have to be the bad, and it goes into this separation. And what I say when it comes to evil, I say the only thing that is evil in the modern world is one thing and one thing only: the mistaken belief in separation. If you suddenly realize that you are part of this whole thing, that it is all divine, it is all of God, and there's even this expression, what do you think you can say, I'm divine, but that person's not. That is just the darkness pretending to be the light. It is all divine, it is all made of God, and we have this, we it's how we deal with things. So you could have, like in a near-death experience, or the one story that they told was, the guy said he's coming down from heaven and he's talking to his buddies, and then the guy says, what are you going to do? He says, well, last time I worked on forgiveness, and it was at level 3 of forgiveness. So this time when I go onto earth, I want to have a level 10 forgiveness. I want to get right to the top, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my wife and my kids, and we're going to have a car accident, and they're all going to get killed, and I'm going to be paralyzed for life, and I'm going to forgive the person who did it to me. And they said, oh, that's so good of you. And he said, but before I get onto earth, he said, I need one of you to volunteer to be the drunken driver. And they all go, no, not me. And this is the whole idea, is that everything is an experience. So we say, this is good, this is bad. And of course, we do this division thing where we it's your team versus my team, and we play it like a football game where it's the ends justifies the means. And I basically say that every experience is going to be a teaching experience in the reincarnation thing. When you move into reincarnation, it's all experience. There's not like good experiences and bad experiences. It's all the same thing. That everything is we plan. For example, we plan to come into the world and to die. Well, did we plan that? Yeah, we probably planned that. Or you say that we're the only ones that believe in good and evil. If you take a look at spiders, they spend their whole day killing things in their spider web, and we say, well, that's just nature. That's okay. Or people will say, oh, there's these things they could actually. What's the worst thing they could do to us, David? They could kill us. So you say, okay, they could kill us. So what are we worried about? So in your human body, you have 300 billion cells die every day. So if we do a compassion meditation, is there anybody this morning on this broadcast that actually had a compassion meditation and said thank you to the cells, and I feel very sorry for you that you gave your life for me today? No, we the only time we worry about it is when it becomes the ego cell. It becomes the ego. Oh, the ego is going to die. Now we got to save ourselves. We don't really care anybody else that's dying, anybody else that's suffering. We just worry about the ego, and the ego is the separation. It's me versus you, my ego. And when you realize that it's all one thing, you're part of the whole thing, and you could come back as one of these aliens. You could, you could come back as your worst enemy. And I always warn people, whatever it is that you really hate, whatever race it is you really hate, if you actually believe there's evil races that are evil right from the word go, be careful, because the next time around, that's probably what you're coming back to be. And we have situations. I think you want to go to a break, but
yes, Grant, I'm going to cut you off right there. When we come back, more on the threat narrative. Is it out there? Does it really exist? Is it a cash cow? Grant Cameron on Spaced Out Radio tonight. A huge audience listening to us online. Thank you so much for tuning us in. Hour 2 of Spaced Out Radio is next. All right, Grant, we got 6 minutes. I just want to say we got a rather large audience. There's 312 watching on YouTube right now. I just want to say a big thank you and for staying awake with us. And if this is your first time here, we are a live radio show as well, along with YouTube and podcast. So we have to time everything out for our radio audiences, and that way that they get the show at the same time as we do. And they get to hear everything that we do. But we do take breaks. We do talk. Grant, I'm going to step out here for a quick second, and I'll take you out, put you in the green room. We're going to be right back, everyone. You're going to stare at... Well, I'll just leave my chair up here. You can stare at my chair, and the El Ovni Volador t-shirt. He's a jerk, by the way, but I will be right back, so stay tuned. All right. Thank you, everyone, for tuning us on in. We're going to get going here with hour number 2 here momentarily. And Runa, welcome. Susan Goes, time traveling. How are you? Good to see you. We'll bring Grant back in because Grant's always full of happiness and joy.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Got a lot of people tuned in, man. Holy cow.
There we go.
You are a draw. People want to hear what you're saying, boss.
Yeah. As long as they don't get upset by this, because that's what I said. A lot of people get upset by this whole debate thing.
Hi, SJ. How you doing, buddy? Oh, yeah. But it's a debate that needs to be had. You know, that's the big thing. It's a debate that needs to be had. You know, I mean, look, I'm not saying that every alien's a good alien. Not every human's a good human. But, you know, at some point, we do have to draw the line of what's about money and what's not. You know? And the public, I mean, especially the American public, that comes right out of their wallets.
Yeah. And it's it's a vicious circle. It's just going to get worse.
Oh, yeah. We do have a couple audience questions coming up here. Audience, we have about 45 seconds. I want to say a big thank you to our super chatters tonight: Dry Toast, Pam, Carl, or Human Carl, Red Panda. I will get to your question. Lori, D. Cohen, and Chris for the super chats. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you to everybody who has hit subscribe on our channel over the last few days, pushing us past 20,000 subscribers. We're on our way to 50,000 now. Thank you so much. And if you're new, give us a subscribe, ring the bell. We're here 7 days a week for you, and we love being here, and that's what we do. This is what we do each and every night on Spaced Out Radio. So thank you so much. Hi, Bad Cop. How you doing? We're going to get going in 3 seconds.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Echinacea. Echinacea is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on with legendary researcher Grant Cameron, and we're talking about the threat narrative. Is there a threat or not when it comes to UFOs, their conversions into U.S. areas of military action, whether it's war, whether it's training grounds, and yet other countries like Canada are saying there is no threat to sovereign skies. Grant, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me back. One other little thought I can maybe just add to sort of, because people probably still are wondering. Take World War II, end of World War II. Japanese were considered to be evil. Once the war was over, they started building cars. Now they're good guys. Did the evil evaporate? And when it came to the end of the war, we had the bombing missions. A lot of people may not remember this. They had the bombing missions by the 8th Air Force, which is the same group that recovered the Roswell craft. They did the fire bombings, which if people don't know what fire bombings are, they would drop and break the houses into little pieces in the center areas of Tokyo, all made out of wood, so the fire engines couldn't go around. Then they dropped the incendiary devices, created a 1,500-degree heat, and cremated people alive. People were jumping into boiling lakes and stuff like that. And we did this 900,000 people, and then we dropped the atomic bomb. And so we could say to the Japanese, was the Americans, the 8th Air Force, evil? Absolutely. And so but yet when it came to the pilots of the Enola Gay, when they land in the Philippines, they were given awards for saving the world. They were heroes. So it just depends on which side of the coin you're on, whether you're on the sending or the receiving side, that it can be, a very thin line that people will describe. And that's what I always say. So if whatever alien you think is really, really bad, I say when they drop the first atomic bomb, then I will look at the evil alien petition and I will sign it. Until then, we have met the enemy and he is us. That's what Bashar was saying. We have done more damage and killed more people and firebombed more people. And we can say, the aliens, they scared people, because that's what Ray Hernandez did when they had they did the survey, and only 9% of people that they surveyed of the 3,000 experiences believed that the aliens represented something evil.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Hey there, I'm David Novak. I ran Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut. And like you, I'm always learning so I can be the best leader I can be. That's why I started How Leaders Lead, the first leader-to-leader podcast with CEOs from Target, Pepsi, and Adobe, and greats like Tom Brady, Jim Nantz, and Jack Nicklaus. You'll learn how to win, how to bounce back, and how to lead. So listen to How Leaders Lead wherever you listen to podcasts. It's the best podcast on leadership you'll ever listen to.
And he went and he interviewed a lot of these people, and they had encounters with reptilians. And he said, why do you call them evil? Because they scared the living daylights out of him. He said, that's it. He said, that's it. Most of the people, that's what it was. And so we have a situation where everything is experience, and it's up to us that we go into an event. And so in grade 12, some people will think it's the greatest time of their life. Other people will commit suicide. It doesn't matter, whatever experience, we can have a hurricane, and some of us will lie down and become victims, and others will rise up and help other people, and it'll be a very fulfilling experience. It's all things that happen to you, and the idea that there is some sort of evil race. You may be somebody who makes a mistake or whatever. And the last thing I'll say is that the idea that I had in the UFO sky pilots was everybody identifies the fact that everything was one. They were connected to everything everything was one thing. Everything was alive, connected, and so what you get is a situation where you have the ship. And the way it gets here is to understand the question that Ben Rich was asked when Jan Hartson asked him, how did they get here, Ben? And he said, what do you know about ESP? And Jan Hartson said, means everything in time and space is connected. And Ben Rich said, that's how it works. They understand the oneness principle. They understand it's all one thing. There is no time. There is no space. There's no future. There's no past. It's all one thing. And that's the only way you get here is to understand the oneness principle. And the oneness principle comes with the fact that we're all God's children, as Ronald Reagan described. We're all parts of the divine, and we are all come in, and we're creating the universe ourselves. So if you encounter a negative force, you're encountering somebody who believes in separation. And that's where we go off the track in terms of evil, is that once you believe that you're separate from someone else and you're better than someone else, and you can steal that person's stuff and injure that person and kill that person, if you realize that person is part of you, to injure that person is to cut your arm off.
All right, let's get to some audience questions here as we continue on with Spaced Out Radio tonight. Let's go to Chris Moe, who's in Austria. He's asking, could some dreams, Grant, be stored and being tapped into again in the field of consciousness?
That's where we're going. My main effort right now is to look at what is nature, what is reality. And that's where you see this whole idea that the people on board the ship are told it is within you. Go within yourself, imagine. Same as Jesus was asked, where is the kingdom of heaven? And he said, it is you're going to search here, you're going to search there. The kingdom of God is within you. This is this idea of remote viewing, that when a remote viewer goes for the target, he doesn't say, hang on, I'm flying to the target, I'll be there in 30 seconds. He's like, I'm on the target. Instantaneously. This is this idea that dreams, even Copernicus, the guy who came up with the scientific method had said it's indistinguishable to tell between what is dream and what is real. And this is what you come down to in psychedelic experiences or lucid dreams, where people say it's more real than the real world. And that's when you start to realize, is this just a dream? Or I say, when you die, you'll suddenly discover that your life was just a dream. And when you go into your next life, this life will become a forgotten dream. And it's the whole idea that that we think this is real, and we don't realize that it's all consciousness. It's all made out of conscious material. We are the ones creating the heavens and the earth. God did not create the heavens and the earth, as far as I'm concerned. He created the sparks of the divine, and we are creating the universe with consciousness. So we build it, and dreams, people will describe dreams that it was as real as more real than the real world. Their UFO experience was more real than the real world. Their out-of-body experience is more real, and you start to wonder, what is actual reality? It may be that actual reality is just consciousness at various levels, and that all you're doing is changing vibrations and moving into a different level. Or when I did the contact modality book, that everything is in the field, all the answers, everything is in the field, and all you're doing is changing your vibration to get in the field through a dream or through whatever it is, and that anybody can do it. So dreams are, we say, well, that's just a dream. Well, what the heck does that mean? That's just the name. You're just changing the name, and you're not explaining it. You're using one unexplained to explain another unexplained. In the end, it's all consciousness. It's all made out of conscious material, whether it's dream, lucid dream, the physical world. We just think the physical world is physical, and we don't realize it's a dream as well. That the material is just a lower form of vibration of conscious material.
All right, let's move on to another question here from our audience. Let's go to Nikki in Seattle. Grant, have you ever discussed this with Susie Hansen from New Zealand, who claims to have flown craft since childhood?
Yeah, she's in the book. In terms of flying the craft, yeah, she describes that, and she was given the option. There was a joystick in her case, and she was also shown how to do it by her mind. And she said it was much easier to do it with her mind. And she also describes the fact that they took her through the world, which is on her way back. She said she thought she was in the Western Hemisphere, and that she was really afraid. And they said, "Don't worry about it." And it was the same idea. They sort of changed the frequency they were on, the vibration they were on, and they went right through the middle of the earth and popped out in New Zealand where she was. So she describes things that fit into this whole idea of levels, the Michael Newton idea. And Michael Newton brings up the idea that if you believe in reincarnation and karma, that you say if you kill somebody in this lifetime, then in the next lifetime you'll get killed by somebody else. Well, somebody has to volunteer for that. Well, that's Michael Newton stuff, where everybody's playing a role, and we are not the actor on the stage. We are watching ourselves playing a role on the stage, and that it's all a play. It's all an act. And we start to believe that we are actually King Henry VIII because we played King Henry. Now we're King Henry VIII. We aren't. We are watching. We are watching the person on the stage. We are not the actor on the stage.
All right, let's continue on. Let's go to Red Panda Koala, who has one heck of a YouTube channel about these subjects. And he says, "Cheers, everyone. Grant, what do you think of the Colares Brazil flap? Those UFOs did harm people. To me, it seems some harm, some don't. A lot of variance."
I write that up. It's escaping my mind. There's as Jacques Vallée said, you have to understand the mindset of the people. He said you've got to realize that these people go services in the morning and they do Mbanda at night. So when you get into witchcraft and Mbanda and all these kind of ceremonies, you got to realize you're manifesting what's happening around you. And the Colares Brazil thing, there is this idea that that the people that were doing the initial investigation at Colares got injured. But as soon as they turned it over to the army, nobody ever got injured again. And this comes to this idea of reflective. If you look at the Skinwalker Ranch, if you look at Brandon Fugel talks about the fact that the phenomena is reflective. So if you go on to Skinwalker Ranch with a bad attitude, get ready. You're about to have a bad experience. And that's what George Knapp said. Those who are the most aggressive to the phenomena at Skinwalker Ranch had the worst experiences. And I point out that when you take a look at the three guys that had the blue orbs. So, okay, the blue orbs, they're the meanies, the blue meanies, and the Skinwalker, and they play this whole thing up. They followed these guys home. And of course, my first question was, well, these three guys, I said, hey, were these guys armed? They had this encounter. And with the story I heard, that they heard the voice in their head, all three at the same time, and it said, leave, you are not welcome. and they hit this force field, and they all became petrified that they wouldn't go back. And of course, later on, I found out, yeah, they were special forces guys, and they were armed. So they were playing, let's hunt the Skinwalker, and they were armed. And the Skinwalker says, oh, want to play Hunt the Skinwalker? We can play that game. Oh yeah, no problem. And that's what Brandon Fugel says, is that you got to realize that it's reflective, that what the attitude. So when Brandon Fugel goes on to the site, he basically does he prays. So what you had is we had Bob Bigelow, who said nobody was injured when he had Skinwalker Ranch. Nobody was seriously injured when he had Skinwalker Ranch. Brandon Fugel says nobody's been injured except for that one guy who was sort of challenging the thing, and he had this brain thing where he was challenging, didn't believe it, and all this sort of stuff, and he was mouthing off, and then he got zapped. The only ones that were injured were the people with the armed guys. That were hunting the Skinwalker on there, that were the DIA guys. And then you say, well, okay, so the blue orbs are the bad guys. And if you see my orb stuff, I've got all these people. I say, hey, all these people are posting all their blue orb photographs, and they're saying there's nothing wrong with them. I got blue orbs all the time. They're not meanies. You have Betty Andreasen said the blue orbs were the ones that guided her through her experiences. There's 6 books written on Betty Andreasen. She said they were actually her guides were the blue orbs. So we can make this thing, and we could take one out of context, and we can say, oh, these blue orbs. The thing was that these guys were armed, and they took this thing back. And every paranormal phenomena is getting taken back. If you're doing ghost hunting, you know that if you don't do this protection thing, this thing can follow you back. Ron Johnson said he had this one encounter where he was forcing this thing to come out of a crypt, and this black thing came out. He photographed it, and that he said this thing followed around for 5 years through 3 different houses. He couldn't get rid of it. So the Skinwalker, the hitchhiker will follow you, but it's good or bad. Bob McGuire's was good. He brought the hitchhiker effect back from Chris Bledsoe's house, and he was healed, and his wife was healed. There was no evil stuff. It's when you get armed, when you have the Rendlesham Forest.
Lucky Land Casino, asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess?
Aha, in my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kids' PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere, playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Want to stop engine problems before they start? Pick up a can of Seafoam Motor Treatment. Seafoam helps engines easier, run smoother, and last longer. Trusted by millions every day, Seafoam is safe and easy to use in any engine. Just pour it in your fuel tank. Make the proven choice with Seafoam. Available everywhere automotive products are sold. Seafoam!
3 guys at Rendlesham Forest. What happened there? So I said to John numerous times, John, so how come, John, you were injured and the other 2 guys weren't injured? They were just as close as you were when this thing flared up, and never got an answer. And then you hear Kabanzak, who was the guy that was with Peniston and Burroughs. He said as soon as this thing flared up, Jim Peniston yelled, open fire. And John pulled his gun, and he got zapped by this beam. That's why John, I say, was injured. And I had one just a couple weeks ago, a friend of yours in Georgia, and she said, oh, these 2 guys get injured going through the portal. And I said, oh, they did? What happened? The one guy died, the other guy's cancer came back. And so I said, oh, can I ask you a question? Were they armed? And she said, well, yeah, we're all armed. We all bring guns because there's rattlesnakes and stuff in Georgia, whatever. And I said, and she said they were special forces guys, and they were armed when they went in the portal. So I say it's this reflective thing that if you don't take a gun to a CE5, or if you take the Cuban thing that I got out of the Stanton Friedman files. When I went to Stanton Friedman files, the first thing I wanted to find was the Cuban thing, where the Cubans got this UFO coming in over Cuba, and they scrambled, and they told it to land. It didn't land, and the U.S. Air Force or the U.S. Navy was monitoring this thing from a communications post in Florida. They were picking up this communication, and they heard the wingman, and the guy said, lock on, and the front guy locked onto this UFO, and they heard the back guy yell out, it's gone, he's gone, he's gone. The thing just evaporated. So if you're going to lock onto this thing, it's reflective. It can reflect back what you're putting out. and that's this part of the thing. But that was part of the thing that happened. And I was told if you touch a craft that's powered up, Chris Bledsoe told me that you can be injured. You're not allowed to touch the craft. Same as Steve Boucher was told when he went on the craft, do not touch the craft when you go on the craft. So you have that kind of stuff. But people say, well, you're within 100 meters. I was within 100 meters 5 times in the 1950s, but I wasn't armed and I wasn't injured. I had nothing wrong with me whatsoever and these people are saying, oh, if you're in 100 yards and stuff like that. I think it's got more to do with weapons. And that's why you're seeing the people that are injured. It's these military people, and you have to give me examples of people who weren't armed and weren't challenging the thing and weren't trying to go after it and stuff like that. Then, if you're talking military, then there's a whole other story that maybe is not even being told about why these people are being injured. And that's what I said. I said there had all these people were injured, that Kit Green and Nolan and these guys. And I said, well, how did these military people get within 100 yards of these things? Like, how did that happen? Everybody's dying to get within 100 yards. And it would indicate that they're trying to track these things. They're trying to capture one of these things. And good luck. I mean, it's the old idea that what goes around comes around. What you sow, you reap.
All right, let's get to Eugene's question here. Grant, what can you tell us of the duality of consciousness? Do you believe there is a duality? We got 4.5 minutes left.
No. It's all one thing. It's what we make out of it. That we can make heaven or hell. People believe that there's this good. We're so brought up in the Christian thing of good versus evil, of duality, as above, so below, and it may be as above, so below, but it's all consciousness. It's all the same thing, and we give it meaning. If you encounter, say, a bad being, as I did when I had the psychedelic experience, I had 5 bad experiences. If you're going to go in with a bad attitude, same as a near-death experience, you can have a very bad near-death experience, which doesn't mean that God's picking on you because he's giving you a bad near-death experience. You're trying to control the experience, and you're picking up bad. You have vibrations at different levels. So if somebody has bad vibration and they die, that vibration will stick, and you may pick up that vibration of that lower person who's not as highly evolved. The higher you go up, so yeah, you can pick up. But it's all like a tuning, like a radio. We're all on different frequencies, and it goes from the bottom to the top, and it's whatever you're tuned into. You get what you're tuned into.
All right, let's go to a different question here. Let's go to YJ in British Columbia. If we are a warring species as humans, would a peace narrative be construed by narrative builders as a threat narrative? Could the threat narrative be a psyop to keep the MIC in business? Men in charge.
Well, the threat narrative, I say, it's basically that's what it is. They need money, and unless you're going to present a need for the U.S. government to fulfill, and they tried it. They tried for years. Nobody wanted to touch the subject. And as soon as you give it a threat narrative and say that this is going to be bad and they're in our airspace, I even dispute that. I say it's not your airspace. If it's anybody's airspace, it's the natives' airspace. And then it was owned by Mexico, California, Texas, all these places. That was all Mexico until 1848 when the Americans took it. And it's not your airspace. We're here to protect the airspace. And it's this idea that it's in our airspace. Nobody owns the airspace. We just say you're in our airspace, and therefore we can kill you. And nobody owns the airspace. We're only here for a short time, and we don't own anything.
All right, let's continue on here. Let's sneak one more in here if we can. Lily Pond wants to know, do you believe that the ETs will eventually disclose themselves to us?
No, they can't. It's a gradual disclosure thing that they're doing that the more I look at it, the more I don't think it's even ET. There may be ETs on other planets, but I don't think they can actually get here off that planet. The same as we can't get to another star system unless you understand this oneness principle, that everything is one thing, that is all connected. It's all one thing. Because I believe they're going through portals. They're popping in and popping out. And so there may be ETs out there, but they can't get here unless they understand this idea of oneness, about how it works.
All right. Well, we might have time for one more here.
Okay.
Let's go to Lauren Middleton. Thank you for joining our chat room. Lauren is asking, or says, Grant, I loved it when you asked Dick Cheney if he had read into the UFO subject. Did you ever get a high-quality answer off of that?
Well, what he said to me, I asked him because I was following all the very important people, so I knew that he would know if anybody knew. So I said, in all your jobs in government, because he was chief of staff for Ford, he was the Secretary of Defense under Bush, and he was the vice president under the junior Bush. So I said, in all your jobs in government, have you ever been briefed on the subject of UFOs? If so, when was it, and what were you told? Which is what you want to ask. You want to say, were you briefed? You don't want to ask them, do you believe in UFOs, or what do you think about UFOs? Because they're just going to walk around the question. Did you ever get briefed? Did they ever tell you what was going on? And he said, if I had been briefed on that subject, it would probably be classified, and I wouldn't be talking about it.
Well, there you go. 20 seconds. We got Grant Cameron for another half hour here on Spaced Out Radio. We are going to take just a couple more questions, and then we're going to get into a brand new book that he has coming out called Tuned In, The Paranormal World of Music. We're going to go into his death, wisdom, and UFOs. Oh, this is Grant when he's at his best. Tearing things apart, finding that information, and running with it. That's why we love it when Grant comes on this show as much as he does. He is a hero and mentor to many of us in the UFO world. Grant Cameron, of course, can be found on YouTube, all over social media. We love him around here. We got him for another 30 minutes. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. Stay tuned. All right, we're clear. Hello, Yogi. Welcome. And
Yogi Berra.
Hopefully. And who else jumped in here? Philip Baca, good to see you. All right, we are caught up on everybody now. 330 people watching.
How many countries?
I don't know.
People identify your countries.
I don't know.
What kind of countries we got from here?
Identify.
You got Austria there.
I know we have Austria. I know we got the U.S. We got Canada. We got the United Kingdom. I know. Let's see here. I know we have Australia. And let us know where you're from. We want to know. And I'll read it out to Grant. Hey, Bones, how are you?
And whether your country thinks it's a threat narrative. Also, I was talking to the people from Sweden, and the one guy from the big archives there said he absolutely believes there's no abductions in Sweden. So that's where you start really getting into questions.
Right.
It's like, well, what's going on here? Like, is this just an American thing going on here? Or?
Oh, here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Check this out. So Wild Aloof is from New Zealand. And
there you go.
Pony Pong is from Holland. Dutch Henk is from the Netherlands. Thomas Kunas is from Germany. And let's see. Pixie Lars from New Mexico. California for Thurston Howell III. Midnight Sasquatchers is from Mars. Gailey is from Michigan. Louisiana. Michael Leger, British Columbia via Mars. ID Swagger, how are you? Hey, Bones. Let's see here. Red Panda Koala, California. And Nikki's from the U.S. Dirty Filth from Edmonton. Australia for Tombstone. Hi, Connor. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. And let's see. Who else do we have coming in? Marlena is from Australia. Iowa for Rose Brooks. Ohio for D. Swiger.
Lucky Land Casino, asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess?
Aha, in my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kids' PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere, playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Vacations are supposed to be easy, right? Lots of stress-free time spent on the beach with a drink in hand, making memories that will last a lifetime. So, booking a vacation should be easy too, right? That's where Apple Vacations comes in. They offer easily bookable, all-inclusive vacation packages with exclusive nonstop vacation flights to your favorite vacation destinations. Explore deals to AMR Collection Resorts and plan your luxury vacation with ease. It's like turning on easy mode. Get started at applevacations.com.
Yelm, Washington for Bad Cop. Lars Jansson's from Sweden.
There you go.
Yeah, he's from Pattaya, Sweden. Wears number 31 when he's in net. taking shots from Marcus Naslin and Peter Forsberg, And let's see, who else do we have here? Just Sam is from the Pacific Northwest, California, Maine, SoCal for Christine, Mississippi for Trace B, Idaho for Pam Harris, Jim Goodall from Area 51.
There you go.
Jay Burke, welcome to our chat room from Northeast Ohio. Lily Pond from Wyoming. Say hi to Lou for us if you don't mind. Oxnard, California for Obie Flett. Montana for Worsley. Let's see. Atlanta for Mennonite Abe. Gyro is in Pennsylvania. Trebor is from near a portal in Georgia. President Zaddy is from Houston. Montana for Super Duke. Liz Skywalker from Bakersfield, California. Oh, Marlene is from South Africa. I didn't know that.
Wow.
Very cool. Nicole Sakich from Winnipeg, Manitoba.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
All the Earthlings.
Let's see. Cliff Size from the Mid-Atlantic East Coast. W. David Page from Chicago. Shiro's from Central Illinois. Simply Coco is in North Carolina. And let's see, who else is here? I think we're all Great Britain for Tony. And
Tony.
Australia
Tony.
for Steam Train Mark. Mark, can you let Grant and I know if we are alive tomorrow? We'd appreciate that. Though they live in the future, so they know, right? Hilton is from New Zealand. Mark Sanchez, Route 66 on Fontana, California. Wales for Tony. And Central Missouri for the Doug Shelby. And, Marlene is from Cape Town. Yeah, that's the type of area where, you wake up in the morning and you want to go, just outside and enjoy the sun, and there's some giant cobra lying in your yard. That's what happens in Cape Town.
But they have good music there. They have real good with drums, and I like the music. Corruption
Czar is from Tampa, Florida. The Mac Geek from New York. Yeah, man, I got to get a map. I have to get a map. Have to. Steam Train Mark says, Grant, you and I are alive tomorrow.
There we go.
We are alive.
So we.
Tombstone also confirms it. So that's good. That is good. Let's see. Ohio for Jay Burke. And Marlena says it is true about the Cobras. Here we go, everyone. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate it. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight. We have until the top of the hour. Grant Cameron is with us, UFO Threat Narrative, and we're going through some audience questions where we'll continue on for right now, Grant, and then we're going to get to your brand new book that's about to come out. Let's start with, we've asked that one. Let's go to Armando here. Grant, is disclosure a techno scam like Jay Pandolfi says?
Well, Ron Pandolfi's supposed to go on camera. He's supposed to tell this story. I sort of think that he may be right, because what they're putting out is the portal story, and that's what I said, that I believe that the portal story has more backing than the anti-gravity story, and that's what Ron is saying, that this is a techno scam, that they're just trying to get money. And he says it's a bunch of, they used to go after billionaires that would rather invest in a stupid anti-gravity thing than pay their taxes. And now they've run out of billionaires, and so they're going after the U.S. Congress. He could be right. There's a claim that he's going to go on camera and he's going to tell this whole story. And he's told the same story right from the word go, because when the whole story broke with the New York Times, I immediately was online with Dan Smith. I said, "What's Ron's got to say?" And then it came out, it's a techno scam. These guys, I know all these guys, and they've been doing this for years, scamming people. And it's the whole idea that they don't have the technology, and they're trying to get everybody the idea that if you give us money, we're going to figure this thing out. And I guess Ron is saying this thing is so far beyond what you guys. You're just dragging money out of people. Which let me give you 30 seconds on that I forgot, which is an idea about the evil alien thing. Is you probably know that I'm with the portal thing. I'm very much into the Mission Rama thing. And there's 25,000 Mission Rama, and they've had all sorts of alien encounters over the years since 1974, and they have yet not one single reptilian and not one single mantid ever. All their beings are completely different, which has the thing which John Mack said to Bud Hopkins. He said, "Bud," he says, "it's really strange." He says, "I'm the psychiatrist here. You think I'd be getting all the real bad ones?" He said, "But," he says, "you're getting all the bad ones, and I'm getting all the spiritual seeking ones. And maybe that has more to do with you and I than it does with the aliens." And that's the thing, is it's this reflective quality that Bud had all these grays, and the Mission Rama people have never had a gray, and they've had all these beings and portals, and I've interviewed the people in the portals and stuff, and you start to wonder, why don't they get grays and reptilians if everybody else is getting them?
Right. Okay, let's go to another question here. This one from Chill Farm. Susie Hansen and Robert Salas talk about going to underwater bases. Did any of the others have a similar experience? Dual Soul is a must-read.
These people haven't. No, it was where do you want to go? So people were going to wherever they wanted. They wanted to go to the far side of the universe. They were gone there. Ron Johnson wanted to see the Milky Way from a distance. John Ramirez talks about this ice planet that he goes to. One guy, the guy from Liverpool, Pratt, he talked about the fact that he was on board the ship. There was a whole bunch of people, and they were all doing this. They're all practicing with this thing. And he said, "Can I have a go at it?" And they said, yeah, sure, you can have a go. And he put his hand on this panel, and he only lifted this thing 500 feet in the air and then brought it back down. So it was wherever they wanted to go. Nobody's asked to go there. And the thing about underground bases, they may have underground bases, but if they are etheric, if you get Leslie Kane telling you a story about the hand that appears and then disappears, and she's seen this 4 times and it was a real hand, that's what I think is happening. They're coming into the physical world and they're leaving again, and I'm not really sure they need underground bases to live in. They, even with Pam Dupuis saying they have ships that are as big as the solar system, that they can live out there, and they really don't need bases. And a lot of this stuff may just be that they're dealing with this at whatever level we're at. So in the 1890s, they told us they were from Mars, and they had wooden ships for propellers. And then they said they were from Venus and Uranus and stuff. And then suddenly we realized that wasn't true. Then they said, we're from Zeta Reticuli and the Pleiades. And then when we got into dimensions, then they said, we're from the 4th, the 5th, the 9th dimension, the 12th dimension. And it's almost like they're just one step ahead of us, and they're just dragging us along with breadcrumbs, and they just keep changing the story as they go along.
All right, let's continue on here with a couple more questions. Worsley is asking about the physical world being a dream. Do you think that this comes out in our stories? An example being H.P. Lovecraft with the idiot god?
I'm not sure with the Lovecraft thing what that is, but the dream thing it's becoming more and more. Now we're talking about simulated universes and holographic universes and stuff. I mean, when I started, nobody was talking about that kind of stuff. So now it's becoming more popular, where people are starting to realize, this may actually be a simulation, a video game type thing, and that we are the ones that are playing it. And we take when our character dies, then we go take another character and we play the game again, and we just keep playing this game over and over again. And what we do is we take in from the universe. So we take in with our senses, through our eyes and through our ears and whatever, and then we put out. So we put out stories and we put out inventions and we build buildings and stuff like that. And we leave the world as a better place than when we came. So the universe gets more elaborate, more information, more knowledge, more buildings. And that's how creation, I believe, is going, that we're playing this role. We just come in and we play the role, we go out. And so people are now accepting this may be the truth. And that's what Max Planck said. He said, you do not convince your opponent by convincing him that you're right. It's one funeral at a time, and the younger generation won't be offended with the idea, and they'll just pick it up. So you take a look at Nicole's son, who plays with his 3D glasses, and he's building stuff in these glasses and stuff. It's a totally different world. I mean, to these kids, sure, it's a video game. Sure, there's beings coming from everywhere else. Sure, and they believe all this kind of stuff. We just got to wait for all the old people to die for these new ideas to be adopted, and that's what's happening.
All right, let's continue on here. As Darius is asking, Grant, what are your thoughts about Alexander Crowley's seances when it comes to the other side and UFOs and ET contact?
Well, this is the deal, that anybody can do it. So if you may be familiar with the story about Philip, who was the ghost in Toronto, that in the 1970s, I think it was, these 8 parapsychologists decided they're going to make up a ghost. So they make up this ghost by the name of Philip, and he in the 16th century, and he played around on his wife, and then his wife finds out, and then he accuses his wife of witchcraft, and then she gets executed, and then he commits suicide. He feels so bad. They make up this whole story, and they couldn't get it to happen. And then they decided that somebody told them, well, you got to play it like a seance, and you got to get the vibration up. And so they started singing 99 bottles of beer on the wall, and they were all having a party thing, and suddenly this ghost appears, and they start talking to this ghost, and it's exactly what they were putting into this thing, and this ghost is talking to them. And so anybody can Crowley, anybody can tap into this. And what you're going to tap into, you may tap into a low vibration or high vibration. You can tap into whatever it is that you're building is what you're going to actually tap into. So yeah, I mean, this kind of stuff, it's all connected. That's what Ray Hernandez was told when he saw a consciousness lecture from me, and he went back and he was stuck in a traffic jam in Miami, and he did the free survey with Edgar Mitchell, and he said that he was pulled out of his car, and he was up and they had this wheel spinning, and the wheel had psychic phenomena and seances and remote viewing and UFOs and all this sort of stuff. And then the beings were saying to him, you got to quit parsing this stuff. It's all the same thing. It's all made out of this consciousness thing, and you guys keep separating it. And you've got seances are good, and this is bad, and this is good, and it's all the same thing. It's a different modality that you're using. So Crowley would have been able to get in there, and whatever his low vibration that he brought into it, he would pick up that kind of vibration from the other side, because there's all sorts of people on the other side who are quite willing to talk to you. They're low vibration people who may have committed suicide or whatever, or just want to talk to people, or lonely or whatever. And it's whatever you're tapping into, that we are, as John Wheeler, who was a successor to Einstein at Princeton, said, there's no out there. It's just a participatory universe. The idea that it's all within yourself, and you are creating this stuff, and you got to realize you're part of what you're creating. There's no separation. You are part of what's happening, and the physical world does not come in till there's an observer. We are part, and that's. People hate it because that's what Einstein said. I'd like to know the moon was behind me when I'm not looking. People want to have this world of separation, that the world is separate, because they want to play the victim. Oh, it's my mother-in-law. It's the dog ate my homework, and the government's doing this, and I'm the victim, and stuff like that. We refuse to take responsibility for the fact that we are creating our reality, and we want to blame someone else. And so we have us versus them, and the bad guys are doing this to us. And if it weren't for the bad guys, we'd be doing okay. And at the end of life, according to what Newton said from his 7,000 regressions, you only get asked one question, and the question is, how did it work out? And if you try to bring up my mother-in-law or the government or another race or whatever, they're going to go, time out, time out. This is not about anybody else. This is about you. So we have to worry about what we came into the world to do, and what everybody else is doing is totally irrelevant. We are playing this game on stage ourselves, and when we leave, we're going to reevaluate. We're going to come back on stage and play it again, and we just keep playing it. The world gets more magnificent and more elaborate and more smart, and that's the way it works as far as I see. But we are part of what is happening around us. We can't play the victim role all the time.
Very true. Very true. All right. Let's move on to final question from our audience. This one comes from Cliff. Are there underwater tunnels under UAS from Florida and the West Coast that leads hundreds of miles inland to secret bases?
I can only tell you one story that was told to me, and that was by John Lear. When I interviewed him at his place in Vegas, he told me the story that there was a tunnel base in the middle of Nevada, but it's possible because they talked about these underground machines, and we knew that because of nuclear weapons starting in the 1950s, everything was being built underground. So I would not be at all surprised. I'm not surprised about anything. Even disclosure. I used to always say disclosure would never going to happen. And now I say, is there ever going to be like a sort of a disclosure where it all falls apart? And I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it happened tomorrow, because I was so dead wrong on the first time of saying that it would never happen. I never believed there would be disclosure. And then the government basically made this admission, but it was people inside the government who are upset, like Elizondo and people like that, who were retired, who were able to talk, and they have forced it out, and I applaud them for what they've done, except that this is all going into a black hole. You're not going to learn anything from what they're doing. You're going to get numbers of how many reports they have and how many are unidentified, but this is all going into a black hole. It's all going into the black world, and they're never going to tell you what's going on, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of how this thing flies, because they don't understand, and they don't want to tell all the 347 enemies that they have how this thing works.
All right. You got a brand new book about to come out, and it is called Tuned In, the Paranormal World of Music.
Well, let me correct you. It's actually an older book that Chris Bledsoe contacted. But the reason I put it out today, I put out this article today, is because actually, let's see, 2 hours ago, 42 years ago, John Lennon was shot in New York City, and he was a big time UFO person. He was probably an experiencer. He tells the story about seeing the UFO, and it's in my White House UFO blog. I put the article there where you can see the story that I put. And in White House UFO, or in the Tuned In book, I put the story of John Lennon plus about maybe 30 other top musicians that I believe are experiencers, and how I was phoned by Chris Bledsoe in about 2014. And that's when he said to me, he said, Grant, he said, I got a message from the Guardians. I've gotten 4 different alien people through contact. He's giving me messages, and his was 2014. He said, the Guardians have a message for you. I said, really? Cool. What's the message? He said, they want you to know the messages of the music. And I said, well, Chris, maybe they got the wrong Grant, because, I mean, I'm not into music. I don't listen to music. I have no interest in music. My whole family's musical. I've never played an instrument. I couldn't care less. And he said, well, you should listen to Kashmir by Led Zeppelin. And I said, well, okay, whatever, and he just kept talking. And I said, and then he said, oh, the other one you should listen to is After the Gold Rush by Neil Young. And I went, Neil Young? Neil Young's a part of this thing? And he said, yeah. I said, Neil Young grew up in Winnipeg. Like, Winnipeg's known for nothing except the Guess Who, and Neil Young grew up in Winnipeg. I said, really? He's involved in this thing? And I started looking, and he'd written After the Gold Rush, which is about the fact that we're treating the world like a gold mine. When the gold is gone, the silver seeds are going to come, the flying saucers, and they're going to take the chosen ones to another planet. And I was just blown away. So I wrote the book, and I started to realize that all these people had downloads. The same as I got the download. McCartney got the song yesterday in a download. He got the song Let It Be from a Dream, where his mother comes to him. His mother's name is Mary, and she said it'll be okay, let it be, because he was at a very bad time in his life. And that's where the lyrics come from. When in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be, let it be. And so I wrote this whole book on these experiencers and how many songs came in dreams. I had 150 songs that came in dreams. How many songs that came in instantaneously and within 10 minutes. American Woman was sung. And when they grabbed the tape recorder off the kid who was trying to bootleg this thing, they played the tape at the end of the concert, and they said, where'd this come from? Nobody remembered playing the song, writing the song, nothing. That's where American Woman. And they said, if it hadn't been for the kid with the tape recorder, it would have never existed. And the John Lennon was the big one. John Lennon talks about his experience where him and May Pang are there. They're both naked. They're standing on the deck, and May Pang tells a story where I was really weird. All the apartments across from me, they were all vacant, and they were all turned. Their lights were turned off, and the people below us, there was this staircase down, and they were always on their balcony, and we were screaming and yelling, and we're taking photographs, and they never came up to see what was going on. And I said to her, isn't that kind of weird that you sort of thought, well, everybody's gone? And she said, yeah, that was kind of weird. And that's called the Oz effect, where it sort of cuts you off from the rest of the world, and everybody seems like they're gone. And so they had the sighting that John Lennon had. He put it on an album. There's a song called Strange Days. I never believed there'd be strange days indeed. That song has about a UFO in there. He sees this UFO, and then he has the experience where he tells the story according to Uri Geller, where he's in bed and he wakes up in the middle of the night and there's light coming in front of under the door, and he thinks there's a fire in the hallway, and he tries to wake up Yoko Ono. He can't wake her up, which is very common to the experiencer story. He can't wake her up. He goes to the door and he opens the door and he says there's these effing bug people with these big eyes that are looking at him, and he goes to attack them, and he says suddenly the next thing he knows he wakes up and it's the morning and he's lying on his bed and Yoko Ono's awake, and then he tells her what happened, and he's got this egg in his hand. And he said that he, according to Uri Geller said they met for coffee, and he gave him the egg, and he said, this may be my ticket to another.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void or prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Vacations are supposed to be easy, right? Lots of stress-free time spent on the beach with a drink and memories that will last a lifetime. So, booking a vacation should be easy too, right? That's where Apple Vacations comes in. They offer easily bookable, all-inclusive vacation packages with exclusive nonstop vacation flights to your favorite vacation destinations. Explore deals to AMR Collection Resorts and plan your luxury vacation with ease. It's like turning on easy mode. Get started at applevacations.com.
Planet, but I don't want it. You can have it. And Uri Geller said, I never had it analyzed because I was always afraid it might have been made in Taiwan. And when I asked him about the analysis, he said, I've had it on my person. I've never taken off my person. It's now in his museum in Tel Aviv. And I'll tell you the weirdest story. Sid Goldberg, you know Sid Goldberg from Gaia, when he was interviewing him for a 3-part series, and he said, what do you want to ask Uri? I said, well, ask him about the egg. Ask him about the story about the egg. He said, okay. So he talks to Uri Geller. Uri Geller takes this photograph of him holding this sort of a bronze egg holding in his hand. And then he sends me the photograph of the egg. And I email him back and I say, oh, cool, Uri. I say, cool, Sid. Maybe your ticket to another planet. And he said, as that email was coming in, he was sitting with Uri Geller in a restaurant in Tel Aviv. And he says, oh, he's talking about me. And he says, oh, look at this. Grant's emailing me right now. And he reads this thing. Oh, maybe your ticket to another planet. Ha ha ha. And then Yuri's pointing up, and he says, he listens up, and it's Imagine playing on the radio. You talk about a weird synchronistic story. So those kind of stories have followed me around, that when you hear those things, you go like, I got to be on the right track. So I did the whole book on all the weird stories of music and inspirations, and guys that could listen to 4 concerts at the same time, and they could actually tell you you could stop them at any point. They could tell you exactly where in the concert it was. Just bizarre stories about music, and how music may be vibration, and how it's used to get the message, and the idea that the intelligence, whatever it is, may be using music to get out the message through vibration, through messages. And that was the book Tuned In. So today was the 42nd anniversary of John Lennon. And if you read the stories, John Lennon was big time into UFOs. And I tell the whole story in this long article about John Lennon.
Well, there you go. There you go, Grant. And you know, there are so many more artists that are out there. My favorite one would be Sammy Hagar when he was with Van Halen.
That you wanted to interview, yeah.
The song Love Walks In. It's all about his ET contact with a seventh dimensional female who continues to take him. Billy Corgan from the Smashing Pumpkins is very open about his ET contact. We're starting to see a lot more of this coming out from artists and from different perspectives, even actors and actresses in Hollywood that are coming out. I mean, whether you loved it or hated it, Demi Lovato was a very popular person to come out regarding UFOs and her own experiences. So we're starting to see this come out more comfortably, but a lot of these people are still hiding behind their own words. Do we see a time where we may see more artists come out about their own personal experiences?
Well, I think the artists are ahead of the game because artists are all right-brain creative people. Most people don't realize that the vast majority of major musicians can't read or write music because reading and writing music is left brain. They're all right brain. That's what Roger Lear said when he was asked about the 17 alien implants that he took out in Los Angeles. He said, "What's common between all experiencers?" And he said, "They're all these people that had the implants." He said, "They're all right brain creative people, and there's tons of them in Hollywood." And that's this idea that musicians are very right brain. They can't read music, and they don't care. The left brain is ego. It's all about me and about how I look and stuff like. And most musicians and artists, they could care less. And one thing has really changed. I think that has changed everything, and that is the New York Times article of the 2017. That changed everything. Now you can talk about it in the halls of the Pentagon. You can talk about it in the military and the government. That has changed everything. It was like a complete turnaround, and everything is moving, and it's a matter of not just letting this threat narrative just turn it into another enemy that we have to finance and we got to try to shoot down because it is reflective. And unless you've got your insurance paid up and this kind of stuff and your will is done, be careful what you do because it's very reflective, and they have all the cards. It's like Einstein supposedly talked to Truman when they had the shoot down order in 1952, and the top radio guy of the 1950s told the story. He said, "I know what Albert Einstein said to the president." He said, "Mr. President, anybody who can come across millions of miles of space will know how to take care of themselves once they get here. Don't start something you can't finish." And he said that was the first time Give Him Hell Harry decided it better not to give him any hell because he had the shoot down order of shooting these UFOs down. Be careful what you wish for. These guys have all the cards.
Grant Cameron, it is that time of the night where we have to say good night to you, but I want to say a big thank you for you coming on Spaced Out Radio once again for the final time probably of 2022, and I look forward to getting a hold of you in the new year early on to see what's going to be planned. Maybe we'll actually have a UFO report to talk about by then, but who actually knows?
Yeah. We've got the reporter. We got to get the reporter on. He agreed to come on with us, and he did the big report in Canada, and that's major media. And I think we should have a show with him.
Well, I'll try and line that up with Daniel Otis. Grant Cameron, everybody, his YouTube channel, Grant Cameron. Go make sure you hit subscribe on his channel or Nicole Sakic's. Great researchers right there. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. Then Super Duke's in for the Cryptid Report, a busy hour number 3. Coming right at you. Stick around.
Have a good night.
We are clear, my friend. We are clear.
You have a good night, and we'll talk to you down the road.
Yeah, I'll call you before Christmas to chat with you. But many thanks.
And Nicole, get to bed. You got to get your kid up in the morning. Nicole, get to bed.
Yeah, exactly. Nicole.
Okay, good night.
Good night, Grant. Take care. All right, I'm just going to take a quick break here. I will be right back, guys. right. Sorry about that, people. It's going to be a good one. Thank you for sticking around. Hope you had a good night. Wasn't that awesome? Wasn't that just awesome? What a great night of radio. We got 1 minute left. Third phase, how you doing? Heather McIntyre, good to see you. Welcome to SOR Chat. And who else is here tonight? Mentira, welcome to SOR Chat. Thank you for joining us. Hi, Sarah Yan, how are you? And let's see, who else am I missing here? I hope nobody. Russell Boyd, welcome to SOR Chat. Lots of new people here. Peppa H, nice to see you again. And we're going to get going here in 20 seconds. Thank you for the super chats. Jeff, Sally, Jeremy, Chris, D. Cohen, Lori, Red Panda, Carl, Pam, and Dry Toast. Very much appreciate it. And here comes hour number 3, everyone. Stay tuned. Hi, Len Dorman. How you doing?
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Ecodyssis. Ecodyssis is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again where we head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller brings us another spooky story.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. At the time, I was a 20-year-old female who had just moved to a small upstate town. I had grown up in a slightly larger town about 60 miles away and just wanted a new start. I love camping and often go camping in the Adirondacks, but at the time, I hadn't yet made friends to go camping with. so I wasn't going to go into the real woods alone, if you know what I mean. Down the road from me, I had been walking around and found an area where the power lines cut through a wooded section. The power lines were perpendicular to the road. It was near a house, but far enough to the right to the place where I don't think anybody would see me if they were walking the trail that the power lines made. I'm not sure about other countries, but in the United States, they keep power lines clear in case of maintenance. So I wander up there, noticing how it's pretty deep woods, and how far I can get away from the house that I saw on the road. They couldn't possibly think I'm trying to break in. And then, bing, I get an idea. I could go camping up here. It's secluded enough to give the natural woods experience, but close enough to the road that I wouldn't be in danger of wildlife or anything like that. So, I do. I set up camp in this little clearing that I accessed by climbing the hill, following the power lines, then turned left onto what seemed to be some sort of deer trail. Deer are absolutely everywhere in New York. Then I came upon this lovely, flat, grassy clearing. After clearing the dead wood away, I built my fire off to the side. I'm feeling brilliant and independent. It was creepy to sleep in the woods alone, sure, as I had always had at least one camping companion. But hey, whatever. New experiences build new skills, you know? I wandered further down the path the next day to see where it led. I walked for about an hour, and I can see some fields on the right, but they are in the distance, and there is a fence between the fields and the path. So again, I figure people can't be mad for me being here. Then I come across another path. Heading to the right, I follow it. A couple of feet in, it curves slightly, and there's an old van to the left of the path. Well, that's strange, but it's about 1 p.m. near noon anyway, in broad daylight, and the birds are chirping, so I don't really feel in danger. I go up to the van, which had been there for a very long time, clearly. It was like a 70s style make. It made me kind of think of Scooby-Doo, and there were overgrown weeds all around it. There are streaks of brownish red going down the side from the bottom of the doors. I looked in and saw what appeared to be an old bedding or something in the back, but it was all shredded up, and the curtains in the windows were shredded as well. There was clothing strewn about. It looked like the clothing was from the 70s or early 80s. I still felt no danger per se. Snickering at the terrible fashions back in the day, I continued along the path for a short time, until I finished rounding another slight bend. I stopped dead in my tracks, finally. My reptile sense went off, or whatever you call it. I wake the hell up, and my head is screaming at a total volume that I've never heard before. Up ahead, there is this creepy-ass doll hanging from the tree, by its neck, with a noose. Not just stuck in the trees, but just left there as it was hanging. It was terrifying, to say the least. To the right of it, though, there was this huge cage-like structure, easily big enough to hold a full-sized human. It seems to be made up of pipes and other long metal objects, just welded together. Some were up, some were down, some were across, and the squares they made weren't big enough to fit my head through, let alone anything else. Not that I tried, anyway. It had 4 sides and a ceiling. It had other creepy-ass dolls hanging from it. It also had reddish-brown stains running down the sides, just like the van. Further behind it in the distance was a run-down house. Creeped out as hell, I just turned tail and ran. I am not a runner by any means. I am a chunky girl, and I have smoked for more than 6 years, and I do not run. But I ran that day. I don't even remember the run, and I remember coming up upon my campsite, grabbing my tent in one swoop as I ran past. Luckily, I had put all my things into the tent. Ripping it out of the ground as I continued running, I left my cooler, my food, and all that stuff behind. I never went back for it either, and sometimes I kind of feel bad about that though. I dropped the tent stakes along the way and had to repair rips in my tent. I tore down that hill. I'm still surprised it didn't break my neck or ankle. Jumped in my car and sped home. I locked all my doors, then paced my house going, what the hell, what the hell, what the hell, for hours. It's been 11 years since that incident, and even typing it now makes my hands shake. I currently live almost 1,400 miles away, but I still made sure my doors were locked, and they are. The crazy thing is I wasn't even that deep in the woods. Maybe in the 1970s it would have been, who knows. As it stands now, though, people live within a short walk of this place. And no, I know you will ask, I did not call the cops. I can't articulate why. My best analysis looking back is that I didn't want the creep to find me. I should have probably called them at the very least. You are probably right there. I hope it was an old crime scene and not some sick man who still keeps people in cages in the woods.
And we say thank you to the Swamp Dweller for coming on in and taking us through another spooky story. Swamp Dweller joins us in the third hour every show Monday through Friday night. And if you want more, he has thousands of those stories for free. All you got to do is go to youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads and check them out for yourselves. Speaking of creepy, it is time once again where we head into the forest. Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio and the Cryptid Report. All right, Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio. You had to skip the other night because you're ill and you're still kind of sharing the war wounds of this sickness that's going around North America, but we're glad you're a trooper and coming on in for us till the bottom of the hour, my friend.
Oh, ho, ho, and merry upcoming Christmas. Yeah, I've been feeling like pretty lousy, and I did come across something interesting that I wanted to share with you guys, and this is from the very extensive book Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters by Kathy Muscovitz Strain. And she has a BA in anthropology, and how she got involved in all this is she was going around working with native tribes, identifying areas where they had ancient relics, pictograms and petroglyphs and all that sort of thing, and getting the government to set it aside for preservation so it doesn't get destroyed. So in the process of doing all that, and she's also interested in Bigfoot, she asked very specific questions. Do you have Bigfoot reports? Does your tribe recognize that such a thing exists? Do they have a name for it? What did they say about it? So this is her.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
64% of Americans can't cover a surprise $400 emergency cost. If you're looking for a way to save and invest, all you need is Acorns and your spare change. On average, Acorns users invest $160 in 4 months from just their spare change. Plans start at $3 a month with no hidden fees ever. To sign up and view disclosures, visit acorns.com/audio.
Investing involves risk, including the loss of principal. Investment advisory services offered by Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Survey of those questions basically across North America, and very comprehensive. And it's interesting that almost every native tribe on the continent has a name for Bigfoot. And some of them have several names for these things. And she actually mentions this at the beginning of the section that we're going to be talking about today, which is on the Miwok tribe of Central California, and that the Miwok are unique in that they have 9 different names for Bigfoot-like creatures depending on locations of the animal and behavioral characteristics. Names include Awani, which is a giant, Jihalumshe, rock giant of Calaveras County, Uli, rock giant of the Chowchilla foothills, Uwalin, rock giant, Sachacha, ogre, Yalali, hairy giant, Yayali, hairy giant, Lalummi, rock giant of Winnock Valley, and Lupuoias, rock giant of Tamalpai. So you keep hearing this rock giant thing, and you're like, wait a minute, what do you mean rock giant? This is Central California. Where else do we hear about rock giants? Well, that coats the stone giants of the Iroquois. So we're talking about a confederation of tribes that's on the exact other side of the continent, up in the northeastern side of the continent. And here you have this tribe down in Central California talking about rock giants. So wait a minute. How did rock giants get over there? Is this the same kind of rock giant? Because we know from the legends of the Janoskwa that the reason that they had stone coats isn't because they were making coats out of stone. It's because they would rub around and tar on trees and whatnot and get it all mixed in with their hair, and then they'd go roll in a whole bunch of gravel and it would adhere to it. And after several such things being gone through, they would have applique armor, essentially, which against a native armed with a bow or a spear that's tipped with either bone or stone, it isn't going to do anything. It'll just break. It'll bounce off, doesn't do anything to them. So they had this bulletproofness until the white man showed up with their thunder sticks, and then they seem to have quit doing this. But so let's check out a couple of the reports that they have here, and one of them is from a book called The Dawn of the World, Myths and Tales of the Miwok Indians of California by C. Hart Merriam, 1910. Lincoln University Nebraska Press, pages 169 to 72. Quote, there was a great giant who lived in the north. His name was Uwalin, and he was as big as a pine tree. When he saw the country full of people, he said, they look good to eat, and he came and carried them off and ate them. He could catch 10 men at a time and hold them between his fingers and put more in a net on his back and carry them off. He would visit a village, and after eating all the people, would move on to another, going southward from his home to the north. When he had gone to the south end of the world and had visited all the villages and eaten nearly all the people, well, not quite all, for a few had escaped, he crossed, and they give this location of this certain place where you can apparently still see his footprints to this day. People who had escaped found his sleeping places in caves and shot their arrows at him, but they were not able to hurt him, for he was a rock giant. When he awoke, he was hungry and took the trail to go hunting. Then the people said, Ooh, Chum, the fly, go follow Uwalin, and when he is hot, bite him all over. Bite his head, his eyes, and ears, all over his body, everywhere, all the way down to the bottoms of his feet. Find out where he can be hurt. All right, said the ever-obliging fly, and did as he was told. He followed him around all day long and bit him everywhere from the top of his head all the way down to his feet, about hurting him, till finally he bit him under the heel. This made the giant kick. The fly waited, and when the giant had fallen asleep, bit him under the heel of the other foot, and he kicked again. So the fly came back and very politely told the people what he found out. When the people heard this, they took sharp sticks and long, sharp splinters of stone and set them up firmly in the trail and hid nearby and watched. And after a while, the giant came back and stepped on these sharp points till the bottoms of his feet were stuck full of them. This hurt him dreadfully, and he fell down and died. Now, when the people saw that he was dead, they asked, what should we do with him? And the answer was to burn him up completely so there was no remains, because that he would be able to regenerate and come back if they left any part of him. Now, this is interesting, because where else have we heard this application of this tactic? Vietnam, punji sticks, pit traps. And it makes you wonder if the same thing was used by the Iroquois in fighting the stone giants, because they're otherwise impervious to attack. If they had also figured out that if you made pit traps with sticks, they ain't going to go very much further when they got big stakes through the bottom of their feet.
I love it, Duke. I love it.
Okay, here we got another one. This is kind of interesting because it talks about one of the Miwoks' taboos. And again, the same book is the source of this one. The North Miwok say Chihalumche, the rock giant, carries on his back a big burden basket, which, like himself, is rock. He lives in caves, of which there are two near Mountain Ranch or El Dorado in Calaveras County, one at Murphy's and one at Stanislaus River. He comes out only at night and wanders about seeking Miwok people to eat. He prefers women. Of those he catches and carries off, all he can find. Sometimes he makes a crying noise, hoo, 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 like a baby to lure them. If they come, he seizes them and tosses them into his big pack basket and carries them to his cave where he eats them. In the bottom of the basket is a long spike, which pierces their bodies when they are thrown in so they cannot crawl out and escape. In his caves are the remains of his victims, horns of deer and bones of people and different kinds of animals. So for this reason, Indians never throw their dead into caves. If they did, this giant would get them. So any man who put a dead person in a cave would be killed by other Indians. Now compare this to the report of the giant of Kandahar, and the first thing they came upon when they came to the entrance of the cave was bones strewn all over the place. And the other thing that this reminds me of is the same legends about the basket woman further up the coast. And then if you go all the way up into Alaska, the cannibal ogress of the tundra, the Amatolik, and they're both said to have baskets on their back. They would throw their victims in them and haul them back off to wherever it was that they were going for later on chowing.
Just digging on in, eh? Just digging on in. feasting on anything that they want.
Not friendly critters, and apparently preferred eating humans. And this is some of the same reason why there was the big war between the Paiutes and the giants over there at Lovelock Cave, because they tried to make peace with them and get them to quit eating them, but they wouldn't hear of it. Like, oh, humans are yummy, we're just going to keep eating you guys. So they were basically forced to go to war with them and kill them off.
Oh, pleasant.
Well, that's what happened with Lovelock Cave. That was the last of them. According to their story, there was like around 3,000 of them when they started warring with them, and they wiped out most of them in short order. The few remainders had made themselves a little floating island, and they were out on the middle of this big lake in it, so they couldn't really get to them. But the natives kept an eye on where this was, and at some point it kind of disappeared from view, so they got suspicious, and they had their braves go all the way around the shore, and they found out they had come out on the far side of the shoreline, and there was a cave there, and the remainder were hiding in that cave. That was Lovelock Cave. So, as you know what happened in Lovelock Cave, they gave one more ultimatum: knock it out, quit eating us. If you don't, we're going to have to kill you. And they said, nope, humans are yummy, we're going to keep eating you. So they piled up all kinds of firewood at the entrance to Lovelock Cave, set it on fire, and killed all of them.
Oh, nice. Hey, these sound like the same type of creatures that could be running around the forests of the Nahanni Valley in the Northwest Territories.
Would not surprise me. One of the things that I talked about when I had Caveman on my show, and we were talking about War on the Giants, is that according to the Navajo, were one of the tribes, and the main one, that chased the giants off the continent. They chased them north into Alaska and then across either the pack ice, or if there was a land bridge at that point, the land bridge. And it even says in their legends that they lost track of part of them, who broke away from the rest and went back east again. And they just left them. Who cares? Wasn't that many of them. Well, if you go east from there, where do you end up? Nahanni Valley.
Of course. Always comes down to the Nahanni Valley. Always does.
Yeah. Very creepy place. I had an insider tell me that there's a deep underground military base underneath it, too, so as if it wasn't creepy enough already. You got to wonder what else they're doing up there, if they're coming across these creatures, collecting samples or whatever. Well, I did have another story in here, but I'm having trouble finding it right now.
Well, let me ask you this, Duke, while you're looking for that. I mean, the majority of people who come across Sasquatch literally come across a creature that is very docile, trying to get out of the way, trying to get out of their view. Compare, I know it's impossible to ask, but the populations of these rogue attacking type of Sasquatch beings, are they more in certain areas of North America comparatively to their other cousins who are more docile?
It sure seems like it. First of all, they're bigger, so they're more obvious. Secondly, they're not friendly, so they probably don't even get along with their smaller, more docile cousins, if you want to put it that way. And the third thing is, until I just noticed these reports, I had never, ever seen a report of a stone giant outside of the area of the Iroquois Confederation. So that there was actually reports of these things in Central California is pretty surprising. So at least, apparently some of them wandered that far. Now, what is a Ginosqua exactly? Well, I don't think it's either. I don't think it's really a Bigfoot. I don't think it's really a giant. I think it's a hybrid of both of them. So they look kind of like a Bigfoot. They have hair, but they're taller, and they have the bad habits of their other progenitor, which is to say eating. On the right one here.